Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister, is on his way. So we are going to start the program now. Honorable Minister, Honorable Vice Chairman of National Planning Commission, Honorable Member of Public Service Commission, Honorable President of ICID, respected Secretaries, Director Generals, Director General of IMI, Academia, Development Partners, Farmers and Water Users Associations, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. नमस्ते तथा सुप्रभात। जलस्रोत तथा सिँचाइ विभागको नियमित सिँचाइ सेमिनारको यस संस्करणमा यहाँहरूलाई स्वागत छ। नमस्ते, good morning and warm welcome to each and every one of you present here today on the occasion of Irrigation Seminar 2025. Water for Agri-Food System Transformation, organized by Department of Water Resources and Irrigation in collaboration with International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, Nepal National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, NENSID, Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, CGIAR, International Water Management Institute, IMI, and Center for Applied Research and Development at the Institute of Engineering. I am Jigyasa Rai, Senior Regional Engineer at the Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and Treasurer of NENSID, and I am honored to serve you as your Master of Ceremony for today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, with the participation in the seminar, we would like to have your consent on the photographs and videos being taken in the event. The photographs and videos will be used for the official documentation, promotional materials, and future communications. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is Nepal's lifeline and irrigation is its backbone. Amidst climate change and water challenges, we must rethink water management. The seminar provides a platform to explore strategies for strengthening synergy between irrigation and agriculture to ensure food security, economic growth, climate resilience, and inclusive development. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to move forward with the inaugural session of the seminar. The chairing session will start soon. The chairman of the session is Mr. Sanjeev Baral, Director General of Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and President of Nepal National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, NENSID. Mr. Baral will kindly join us today in a while with our chief guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Deepak Kharka. Now I would like to invite our special guest of the session to kindly join us on the stage. We have invited Honorable State Minister Mr. Kham Bahadur Garbuja from the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation in this program, but because of his prior commitments, he may not be able to join us today's program. Now I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sivaraj Adhikari, Honorable Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission, to the dais. Likewise, I request Mr. Madhav Belbase, Honorable Member of Public Service Commission and Vice President Honorary of International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, to kindly grace the dais. Furthermore, I would like to welcome our special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister Mr. Deepak Kharka from Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation. Sir, may I respectfully invite you to the dais. I also request Chairperson of this session, Mr. Sanjeev Baral, Director General of Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and President of Nepal National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, NENSID, to the dais. I request our chairman to welcome our chief minister and the special guest with the bouquet. Likewise, I would like to welcome our special guest, Honorable Dr. Marco Arcieri, President of International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID. Sir, may I request you to kindly join us on the dais? Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to welcome respected secretaries, Mr. Suresh Acharya and Mrs. Sarita Dawadi from Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation to kindly join us on the stage. Similarly, I would like to invite our special guest, Dr. Govinda Prasad Sharma, Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, to kindly take a seat on the dais. Likewise, I would like to invite Dr. Mark Smith, Director General of the International Water Management Institute, as one of our special guests to join us on the dais. Finally, I respectfully request all dignitaries and attendees to kindly be seated in their own seats. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, to proceed with the session, I kindly request everyone to rise for the national anthem. I also request the technical support team to play the national anthem.
सायो थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायो थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचल वीरहरूका रागताले स्वतन्त्र र अटल ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छन् विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the seminar organizing committee, I would like to request Mr. Mitra Baral, Deputy Director General, Department of Water Resources and Irrigation, to deliver the welcome remarks and share the objectives of the seminar.
Chairperson of this session, Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaskar. This is both an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to the Irrigation Seminar 2025, convened under the theme, Water for Agri-Food System Transformation. Since 2007, Department of Water Resources and Irrigation has been organizing such national seminar annually. Over the years, it has evolved into a crucial platform for dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration in the field of water resources, irrigation, and agriculture development in Nepal. Last year, we hosted an international event together with IIT Bangkok and other international partners focusing on disaster. This year, our focus is on the integration of irrigation and agriculture for agri-food system transformation, with an emphasis on making our system more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. In the face of mounting challenges, such as climate changes, population growth, and increasing water scarcity, it is imperative to rethink and reform our strategy through more integrated approach for water resources management. Irrigation plays a central role in agriculture, food security, and rural livelihood. When managed efficiently and equitably, irrigation can significantly boost and support environmental sustainability, enhancing water productivity through efficient irrigation and better integration with agriculture system essential for sustaining food production and fostering economic growth. Looking ahead, irrigation holds an informative role in shaping the future of agri-food system. This is intricately linked with food, energy, land, and ecosystem. However, to fully harness its potential, we must confront crucial challenges such as inefficient water use, escalating water stress, and the growing impact of climate change. Addressing these challenges demands a fundamental shift in how we manage our water and irrigation system. This seminar provides a vital platform for policymakers, researchers, practitioners, employers, stakeholders, farmers to engage in meaningful dialogue on how we can strategically leverage for agri-food system transformation. Discussion will center on the theme including sustainable irrigation and agriculture, gender and social inclusion, and water services efficient for water governance, policy coherence, and collaborative investment. Our discussion will also place a strong emphasis on enhancing climate resilience, ensuring food and water security, and empowering farmers, particularly women and small stakeholders. Achieving these goals requires an adoption of climate-smart technologies, innovative approaches, and integrated water management practices that align with national policies and sustainable development goals. This year's seminar is jointly organized by Department of Water Resources and Irrigation in collaboration with National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, NENSID, ICID, the International Water Management Institute, IMI, CGIAR, and the Center for Applied Research and Development Institute of Engineering. We're deeply grateful for their ongoing partnership and support. Throughout the seminar, we anticipate a robust exchange of knowledge through keynote addresses, technical presentations, panel discussion, and group reflections. These insights and recommends generated from this event will be instrumental in shaping policy, enhancing practices, and accelerating action towards the transformation of the agri-food system. I extend a warm and sincere welcome to our distinguished guests, speakers, experts, media representatives, and all the participants. Your presentation will be invaluable in helping us to achieve our shared goal, water for agri-food system transformation. Let this seminar not only serve as a platform for dialogue, but it also as a catalyst for meaningful and long-lasting changes. Once again, on behalf of our organizing team, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each of you. Thank you very much for your valuable presence, meaningful and active participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baral, for clearly outlining the vision of the seminar. Now we move on to the inauguration ceremony. May I kindly invite our chief guest, Honorable Minister, Mr. Deepak Khadka, to formally inaugurate the seminar by watering the plant. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing the inaugural ceremony, I would like to get your attention to the screen. To provide deeper context, let's watch a short audio-video presentation highlighting the importance of irrigation in Nepal's agri-food systems. I would like to request the technical team to play the video.
Nepal, a land of soaring peaks, rich heritage, and fertile valleys, is blessed with abundant water resources. As a key in million hectares of agricultural land, only 2.5 million hectares are potentially irrigable. Currently, 1.5 million is under irrigation and only 0.5 million hectares is covered by year-round irrigation. To meet the inflated demand of growing population and changing lifestyle, the pressure to produce more food from limited land and water is mounting. Climate change is adding further uncertainty in weather prediction, worsening water scarcity, and threatening traditional farming methods. It reflects a need to reimagine our water system and its more productive use for a more resilient agricultural future. It demands more investment in smarter technology, inclusive governance, and sustainable practices. A better irrigation system will enable farmers to grow more each year and build stronger, more resilient food systems. Improving management, enhancing service delivery, and modernizing irrigation systems while thoughtfully integrating relevant indigenous knowledge is key to unlocking Nepal's irrigation potential. Modern irrigation needs to be smart, targeted, and scalable. Retrofitting traditional canal systems with digital flow regulators, lining canals to reduce seepage, and expanding micro-irrigation technologies can significantly increase efficiency. In hilly regions, lift irrigation systems offer cost-efficient solutions. Efficient and climate-smart irrigation can transform agriculture systems across Nepal, enabling year-round farming and boosting productivity. These innovations also empower communities, especially women and youth, to lead agricultural transformation. Real transformation demands investment, coordination, research, innovation, technology, and inclusive policies that support local, participatory, collaborative, and accountable water governance. A decentralized yet coordinated water governance structure linking provincial and local governments, water user associations, and hydrological agencies can ensure responsive service delivery. We must come together, farmers, scientists, policymakers, youths, and communities, united by a shared commitment to water security as the foundation for food security. Water sustains life and drives growth. Every drop, when managed wisely, can irrigate not only fields but futures. Better water management can bring efficiency in irrigation systems and can transform agri-food system in Nepal. If we are to nourish a resilient Nepal, it begins by allowing water to shape not just our geography, but our governance, innovation, and collective ambition. Let us thus invest in creating a water-wise nation, not just rich in water resources, but rich in how we use them.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the keynote addresses, each offering critical insights into transforming agri-food systems through water management. We have 3 keynote presentations with a maximum of 15 minutes allocated for each speaker. We have very distinguished speakers here with us today. Their brief bio will be displayed on the screen. Let us begin with our first keynote speaker. Please welcome Professor Dr. Sivaraj Adhikari to speak on lost opportunities in economic growth with agricultural sector performance, areas of consideration for sectoral integration.
धन्यवाद माननीय मन्त्रीज्यू सचिवज्यूहरू व्यासमा आउनुभएका विशिष्ट व्यक्तित्वहरू I think my slide in English I can use both language English and Nepali. It will be better to understand, I think. The topics is given to me to explain about what will be the loss of opportunities due to lack of performance or lack of opportunities or lack of irrigation facilities. I have to explain about this, and at the same time, what are the options or way forward? I'll discuss on this issue. First of all, I'll share some of the data and evidence. Then I'll go through the analysis or interpretation. Then I'll share with you my conclusion. These data suggested us agriculture sector, actually we can see in the green line, more stable than the other. Non-agriculture sector भन्दा agriculture sector more stable छ green line, अनि non-agriculture sector more unstable छ, fluctuating छ. यसले के देखाउँछ भने लो लेभलमा छ बट स्टिल सस्टेन छ भन्ने देखाउँछ. सिमिलरली त्यही केसलाई हेरौँ, हाम्रो चाहिँ फ्लक्चुएसन माइनसदेखि प्लस भनौँ अब 9% सम्म ग्रोथमा चाहिँ व्यापक फ्लक्चुएसन छ नन एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर. मेरो भ्यू भन्नुहुन्छ भने एग्रिकल्चर नन एग्रिकल्चर भनेर छुट्याउनु हुँदैन, इकोनोमीमा इन्टिग्रेटेड गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने हो. तर डेटा यसरी नै भएको हुनाले मैले यसलाई प्रेजेन्ट गरेँ. सेकेन्ड क्वेसन के देखिन्छ भने नन एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर मोर भनरेबल छ र एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर रिमेन स्टेबल छ અહીં भने, तर पोटेन्सियल चाहिँ ग्रोथ रेटको पोटेन्सियालिटी हाई छ. र अर्को कुरा के देखाउँछ भने पोस्ट पेन्डेमिक पछि पछि पनि अझै चाहिँ इकोनोमी चाहिँ मोमेन्ट लिन सकिरहेको छैन, अगाडिको लेभलमा पुग्न सकिरहेको छैन भन्ने कुरा देख्छौँ. तर यसको अर्थ इकोनोमी सुस्त चाहिँ होइन, टर्निङ चाहिँ लिइसक्यो. तर सुस्त भन्ने जुन हामीले इन्टरप्रिटेसन गर्छौँ द्याट इज नट राइट. अर्को कुरा हेर्छु मैले होइन, एउटा चाहिँ कन्ट्रिब्युसन जिडिपीमा कन्ट्रिब्युसन जुन एग्रिकल्चरको छ कन्टिन्युसली डिक्लाइन over the year, but at the same time value addition in the real term increasing over the year. Two diagram ले त्यो देखाउँछ. यो चाहिँ हामी सेकेन्ड प्राइमरी र सेकेन्डरी भर्टिकल एक्सेसबाट चाहिँ हामी डिल गरेका छौँ. यसले के देखाउँछ भने ब्लू लाइन कन्टिन्युसली डिक्रिजिङ छ, डिक्लाइन छ contribution of GDP from agriculture. यो रेड लाइनले के देखाउँछ भने रियल टर्ममा, नोमिनल टर्ममा होइन, रियल टर्ममा एग्रिकल्चरको कन्ट्रिब्युसन चाहिँ अथवा एग्रिकल्चरको भ्यालु एडिसन चाहिँ कसरी बढिरहेछ भन्ने देखाउँछ. यसले के देखाउँछ भन्दा यो चाहिँ भ्यालु एडिसन बढ्या हुनाले यसको इन्टरप्रिटेसन त्यही हिसाबले गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ. हामीले के देख्छौँ एग्रिकल्चरको भन्दा नन एग्रिकल्चरको सेक्टरमा अलिकता चाहिँ रेट फास्ट रेटमा अगाडि गइरहेछ. अनि एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर चाहिँ अब अलिकता रियल टर्ममा चाहिँ बढिरहेको हुनाले यसलाई बेठिक भन्न मिल्दैन. त्यति मात्रै होइन, 52%ले बढिरहेछ ओभर द टाइम. यो टाइम पिरियडमा हेऱ्यो भने त्यसपछि यो 15 वर्षको टाइममा. अर्को एग्रिकल्चर चाहिँ के भन्दा still producing more, feeding more people and supporting livelihood. That is most important. यो चाहिँ भइरहेछ। त्यही हुनाले यसलाई त्यो हिसाबले पनि इन्टरप्रिटेसन गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। र अर्को हिसाबले इन्टरप्रिटेसन गरौँ, एग्रिकल्चर ल्यान्ड कति छ, त्यसपछि सोलिड एडिसिटी चाहिँ कति के समस्या देखिया छन्, र अर्को चाहिँ सोलिड अर्गानिक स्ट्याटस कस्तो छ, र फुड सेक्युरिटीको यसले चाहिँ के गर्छ भन्दा कम्पेरिजन पिक्चर दिन्छ। र जहाँ चाहिँ के हुन्छ हाम्रो ल्यान्डको अथवा ल्यान्ड अभाइलेबिलिटी मात्र होइन, सोइलको त्यसको चाहिँ हेल्दिनेस कस्तो छ भन्ने कुरा पनि यसले इन्टरप्रिटेसन गर्छ। त्यही हुनाले यसित चाहिँ केमा जोड्नुपर्ने हुन्छ त भन्दा हाम्रो यी सबै रिलेटेड छन्, इम्पोर्टेन्ट छन्, फ्याक्टर अफ प्रोडक्सन हुन्, यसले प्रोडक्टिभिटीमा इन्फ्लुएन्स गर्छ। एट द सेम टाइम इरिगेसन चाहिँ इन्ट्र्याक्सन गरायो भने के हुन्छ, द्याट इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेन्ट। इरिगेसन ले चाहिँ डुअल रोल प्ले गर्छ, प्रोडक्टिभिटी र एट द सेम टाइम सोइल केमिस्ट्रीसित इन्ट्र्याक्सन गर्छ। यसले चाहिँ चेन्ज ल्याउँछ केही न केही। त्यही हुनाले वी निड टु थिङ्क अबाउट दिस। अनि अर्को कुरा चाहिँ अर्को रिलेसन हेरौँ, दुई तिनवटा चाहिँ केसहरू हेरिरहेको छु मैले। एउटा चाहिँ रिलेसनसिपको हिसाबले ल्यान्ड र एरिया र प्रोडक्टिभिटीको हिसाबले एक्सटेन्सन चेन्ज हुँदै जाँदा इल्डको रिलेसन के हुन्छ, फर्टिलाइजर कन्जम्सन अथवा युज, त्यसपछि रेनफल र त्यसपछि सिड्सको रिलेसन हेरिरहेछ। र रेनफल यहाँ चाहिँ के हो त, प्रोक्सी अफ इरिगेसन हो। किनभने हामीसित इरिगेसनको चाहिँ त्यो किसिमको डेटा नभएको हुनाले मैले चाहिँ रेनफललाई प्रोक्सी अफ इरिगेसन वाटर युजलाई हेरेँ। यसरी हेर्दा इलास्टिसिटीको स्लोप अफ द्याट कर्भ इज म्याटर होइन, त्यसले चाहिँ त्यो स्लोपले चाहिँ म्याटर गर्छ। के म्याटर गर्छ होइन, स्टिप स्लोप छ कि होइन, अथवा चाहिँ त्यो अलिकता प्यारलल टाइपको छ, प्यारलल टु हरिजेन्टल एक्सिस, त्यसले म्याटर गर्छ। त्यो हुनाले यो चाहिँ रेनफलको हिसाबले हेर्दा सबैभन्दा चाहिँ के छ, ठाडो रेखा छ। यसको अर्थ इलास्टिसिटी सो हाई, इफ वी चेन्ज द irrigation facility, it will leads to change, improve the productivity of the agriculture. यसले चाहिँ यो प्रोक्सीको हिसाबले दिन्छ। सेम केस यसैलाई मैले चाहिँ हामीसित लिमिटेड डेटा रहेछ इकोनोमिक सर्वेमा, त्योबाट हेर्दाखेरिमा पनि पोजिटिभ एसोसिएसन देखिन्छ। द्याट मिन्स इन एग्रिकल्चर इरिगेसन म्याटर्स समथिङ, देयर इज पोजिटिभ एसोसिएसन। एट द सेम टाइम इरिगेटेड ल्यान्डको चाहिँ बाई डिस्ट्रिक्ट के छ त भनेर हेर्दा सिचुएसन यो देखिन्छ। र प्रत्येक वर्ष 20,000 हेक्टर जति चाहिँ हामी इरिगेसनमा थप्छौँ भनिरहेछौँ। तर यो डेटामा क्वालिटीको कुरा क्वेसन आउँछ, के 12 महिना हो त? होइन। त्यही हुनाले नम्बर मात्रै गर्दैन, त्यसमा चाहिँ क्वालिटीको इरिगेसन र त्यसले पनि गर्छ। र अर्को कुरा हामीसित देयर आर सम स्लाइड चाहिँ नेपाली एज वेल। यो हामीले चाहिँ योजना आयोगले अहिले प्रत्येक मन्त्रालयको के गरिरहेछ भने आयोजनाहरूको प्रायोरिटाइजेसन गरिरहेछ। के छ त, कति वर्षमा सिद्धिन्छ हाम्रा परियोजनाहरू। हामी कन्भेन्सनल मेथड के गर्छौँ भन्दा क्यापिटल कति खर्च भयो अनि आउटपुट कति आयो त्यो चाहिँ क्युमुलेटिभ फिगरमा दिन्छौँ। द्याट इज नट राइट वे टु इभ्यालुएट द प्रोजेक्ट। हामीले के गरेका छौँ त भन्दा यो प्रोजेक्टलाई इभ्यालुएसन गर्ने टेक्निक चाहिँ छुट्टै चाहिँ बनायौँ। त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ हजुरहरू सचिवहरू, मन्त्रीज्यूहरू, सबै सांसदज्यूहरूलाई यो चाहिँ इभ्यालुएसन हामी सेयर गरिसकेका छौँ। तपाईँहरूसँग पनि एक टुक्रा आओस् भनेर यहाँ मैले राखेको हो। यसमा के देखिन्छ भने कतिपय चाहिँ हाम्रा परियोजनाहरू यति चाहिँ लेजी छन्, यति स्लो छन्, यति छन्, 40 वर्ष 50 वर्ष लाग्छ सम्पन्न हुन। कति वर्ष सम्पन्न हुन लाग्छ भनेर हामी इभ्यालुएसन गरेका छौँ। त्यही हिसाबले प्रायोरिटिज दिएका छौँ। त्यस हुनाले अहिलेको नीति तथा कार्यक्रममा पनि के आयो भन्दा चाँडै सम्पन्न हुने परियोजनाहरू हामी सिलेक्सन गर्दैछौँ, हामी प्रायोरिटाइजेसन गर्दैछौँ। पछि सम्पन्न हुने परियोजनाहरूलाई धेरै ध्यान दिनेवाला छैनौँ। त्यो हिसाबले तर यहाँ चाहिँ प्रेजेन्टेसन भएकै आधारले अनि के भन्दा यो परियोजना सिलेक्सनमा पर्ने रहन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ मनस्थिति बनाउन मिल्दैन। तर वी आर वर्किङ अन द्याट। यो त्यो हिसाबले हाम्रो काम के रहेछ भन्दा फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी भनेको 5 वर्षभित्र सिद्धिने भनेको 2टा परियोजना छन्। अलि भन्नै लाजै लाग्ने, त्यो हुनाले अलि नमिठो भयो है भनिरहेको छु। यो कुरालाई चाहिँ स्वीकार त गर्नै पर्यो। स्वीकार के हिसाबले गर्ने हो, अब स्पिड अप गर्ने मान्यतामा मात्रै स्वीकार गर्न सकिन्छ। अर्को कुरा चाहिँ के हो भन्दा हाम्रो ल्यान्ड फ्रेगमेन्टेसन एकदमै बढ्दै गयो। यति बढ्दै गएको छ कि प्रत्येक वर्ष हैन, प्रत्येक दशकमा एउटा नयाँ इन्डिकेटर आउँछ। त्यो डिक्लाइनिङ अथवा चाहिँ जुन एक्सपेक्टेसन छैन त्यही एक्सपेक्टेसन चाहिँ नभएकोतिर जान्छ। त्यो हिसाबले अनि इरिगेसन फेसिलिटीहरू पनि के छन् भन्दा हामी थप्दै गएको छौँ, नथपेको होइन, स्लो छ। हामी कुरा गरिसक्यौँ, स्लो छ। तर स्लो हुँदै पनि हाम्रो चाहिँ के हो भन्दा सर्टेन चाहिँ 16th प्लानमा चाहिँ हामी कहीँ न कहीँ हामी कमिटमेन्ट गरेका छौँ। त्यो कमिटमेन्ट हेर्दाखेरिमा के हो भन्दा 25% मात्रै चाहिँ अहिले इरिगेटेड ल्यान्ड चाहिँ राउन्ड द इयर छ। ओन्ली 25%, 75% छैन। त्यो हुनाले यसलाई 50% पुर्याउँछौँ भनेर राखेका छौँ। यो चाहिँ અહીંको एनालाइसिस हेर्दाखेरिमा अलि एम्बिसियस हो कि भन्ने लाग्छ। तर हामी सँगै बसेर गरे हुनाले एम्बिसियस होइन भन्ने कुरामा बनाउने हो भन्नेमा कमिटमेन्ट पनि छ हाम्रो। त्यो हुनाले यसरी जान्छौँ। र अर्को चाहिँ के पनि देखियो भन्दा यसरी पोटेन्सियल जति छ त्यो पोटेन्सियल लस गरिरहेछौँ हामीले। टाइममा चाहिँ हामी इरिगेसन हैन प्रोजेक्टहरू कम्प्लिसन नगरेर, हामीले पोटेन्सियल अफ द वाटर रिसोर्सेसको युटिलाइजेसन नगरेर, र अर्को चाहिँ के हो भन्दा त्यहाँबाट पाइने अरू बेनिफिटहरू चाहिँ नलिएको हुनाले यसमा केही समस्याहरू देखिए। त्यो हुनाले यसलाई हेर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। इन्भेस्टमेन्ट चाहिँ हामी मिस्ड गरेका छौँ, त्यसको रिटर्न मिस गरेका छौँ। त्यो हुनाले हामी चाहिँ यसमा अलि मोर फोकस हुनुपर्ने देखिन्छ। र फुल रिटर्न, पब्लिक इन्भेस्टमेन्टको फुल रिटर्न इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेन्ट। वी निड टु थिङ्क अबाउट दिस। त्यहाँ गए यसले चाहिँ इम्प्लोइमेन्टको कुरा, पोभर्टी रिडक्सनको कुरा, ओभरअल इकोनोमिक रेजिलियन्सको कुरामा त कन्ट्रिब्युसन गर्छ नै। त्यसमा देयर इज नो एनी डाउट इन दिस सेक्टर। कन्क्लुजनमा के भन्न सकिन्छ, एग्रिकल्चर चाहिँ के हो भन्दा ब्याकबोन नै हो। तर हामीले चाहिँ अपर्च्युनिटी धेरै मिस गरिरहेछौँ। प्रोडक्टिभिटी बढाउनु पर्यो। बेसिकली लो प्रोडक्टिभिटीको कारणले हामीले धेरै लस गरिरहेछौँ र यसमा रियलाइजेसन हुनु पर्यो। र त्यति मात्र होइन, लो प्रोडक्टिभिटी एन्ड आउटपुट त्यसले अर्को सेक्टरलाई पनि अघि भने एग्रिकल्चर चाहिँ के हुँदैन भने एक्लै हिँड्दैन, संसारभरि एक्लै हिँड्दैन। एग्रिकल्चर अर्को नन एग्रिकल्चरसित हिँड्छ, अथवा नन एग्रिकल्चरलाई एग्रिकल्चरले इनपुट दिने हो, त्यसले चाहिँ ब्याकग्राउन्ड दिने हो, बेस दिने हो, फाउन्डेसन दिने हो। त्यस हुनाले एग्रिकल्चर चाहिँ राम्रो भयो भने त्यही हिसाबले जान्छ। अनि लो प्रोडक्टिभिटी अनि यो जुन चाहिँ ट्रेडिसनल फार्मिङ मेथड अथवा लो मेकानाइजेसन चाहिँ छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ हाम्रो अगाडिको डेटाले पनि देखाउँछ। अनि मार्केट लिङ्केजको इनएडिक्वेसी अनि लिमिटेड भ्यालु एडिसन, दिज आर द मेजर प्रब्लम। वी निड टु थिङ्क अबाउट दिस। त्यति मात्रै होइन, हाम्रो चाहिँ के रहेछ भन्दा एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर नेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट एजेन्डा हो र यो मल्टी सेक्टरल एप्रोचबाट युज गर्नुपर्छ। एउटा एग्रिकल्चर, फेरि भने एग्रिकल्चर र म यदि अनेस्टली भन्ने हो भने एग्रिकल्चर नन एग्रिकल्चर भनेर छुट्याउनु हुँदैन। कसरी मर्ज गर्ने भन्ने तरिकाले जानुपर्छ, कसरी इन्टरलिङ्केज गर्ने जानुपर्छ। त्यही हिसाबले गयो भने हामी अर्को हिसाबले पनि हेर्न सक्छौँ। एग्रिकल्चरमा काम गर्न मन नलाग्ने मान्छेहरूलाई पनि नन एग्रिकल्चर र एग्रिकल्चर नछुट्यायो भने सबै ठाउँ काम गर्न मन लाग्छ। त्यसले पनि सजिलो बनाउन सक्छ होला। लेट अस सी। अनि त्यति मात्रै होइन, त्यसो हुनाले हामी के गर्नुपर्छ त, 16th प्लानमा हामी के गऱ्यौँ, थिमेटिक एप्रोच चाहियो होइन, थिमेटिक एप्रोच चाहियो। त्यसो हुनाले सिनर्जिज एन्ड ट्रेड अफ इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेन्ट। वी निड टु आइडेन्टिफाई। किन आइडेन्टिफाई गर्नुपर्छ? जब सेक्टरल हुन्छ, मल्टी सेक्टरल हुन्छ, थिमेटिक हुन्छ, एउटा सेक्टरको कामले अर्को सेक्टरलाई के गर्छ त भन्दा ट्रेड अफ गर्छ, घटाइदिन्छ, हटाइदिन्छ भने त्यसले अप्ठ्यारो पार्छ। त्यही हुनाले हामी हिजो अस्ति पनि कुरा गरिरहेछौँ, एग्रिकल्चर प्रोडक्टिभ ल्यान्ड चाहिँ जुन मासेर जुन रेयरली अभाइलेबल हुन्छ, एक्सपान्सन गर्न पनि सक्दैनौँ। त्यसलाई चाहिँ कसै मिसयुज गरेर अर्को चाहिँ अरू अल्टरनेटिभहरू खोज्नुपर्छ। त्यो हुनाले सिनर्जी के गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरा हेर्नुपर्छ। क्रस सेक्टरल कोअर्डिनेसन हामी त्यसैमा काम गरिरहेछौँ। यो इस्युहरू चाहिँ मेजर इस्यु छन् र त्यसपछि हामी चाहिँ के पनि गरिरहेछौँ। तपाईँ हामी चाहिँ त्यो बजेटरी छलफलमा पनि सँगै छौँ। त्यो हुनाले एउटा सेक्टर मात्र होइन सबै सेक्टर मिल्नुपर्छ भन्ने हिसाबले गएँ। फेरि लास्ट वर्ड भन्छु, देयर इज नो एनी एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर एन्ड नन एग्रिकल्चर, अल आर एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you so much, Dr. Adhikari, for your keynote, emphasizing the missed opportunities in economic growth due to the performance of agriculture sector and highlighting key areas for enhancing sectoral integration. Now, we are going to invite our second keynote speaker. I'm pleased to invite our second special guest, Dr. Mark Smith, to deliver his keynote on how can water system facilitate agri-food system transformation, experiences from research for development.
This will work? This one? This one. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your introduction. Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretaries and Directors General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here. And on behalf of IMI and CGIR, we're very honored to be a co-convener along with the other co-convening partners for today's event. And wholeheartedly support the objectives for the event that were laid out in the introduction. And in the video, I really liked the video. I would like to steal it, but I won't. Very, very good. To start with, I want to just alert you to a statement that's included in the concept paper for this opening session. It says, more than just an input, irrigation plays a transformative role in shaping agri-food systems, ensuring sustainability and fostering economic resilience and promoting interconnectedness with food, energy, land, and ecosystems. However, challenges such as climate change, increasing water scarcity, and inefficient water use require a paradigm shift in managing irrigation and water resources. I thought that statement was just spot on for the challenge that we have in front of us and that Nepal has committed to working on. I don't have, IMI doesn't have, I won't present all the answers for that. I'll present a slice of a perspective on that challenge. But this is at the heart of all irrigation planning and investment and operations, I think, today. It drives us to look, it drives us to work toward system solutions and to be future focused, to look ahead to future risks, recognizing that they're not the same as they used to be, and to help us avoid working just with old assumptions, taking our work forward based on the old assumptions about the way irrigation should be developed, about the way performance can be delivered for irrigation. And to accept that irrigation development and irrigation futures sit in the middle of, indeed are entangled in, are tangled up in a set of what we term wicked water problems. Wicked water problems, as you see on the screen, they reflect that water is complex. It connects across systems, across sectors, and across users. And so water problems, the different kinds of water problems, they impact one another. And the implication of that is that solutions for one of these problems
must also, to the maximum extent we can, work also for the others. So on screen you see that hunger, poverty and exclusion, and ecosystem breakdown are interconnected through water, and also with climate change and adaptation, and deep uncertainty. Deep uncertainty because climate change means that future water risks are increasingly unknown. As the climate shifts, we know less and less about the risks relating to water and extreme drought and floods and extreme events and so on. So that history is no longer a guide to future water risks and therefore to irrigation planning. This must be it must be made intrinsic to our approaches to irrigation development and irrigation planning. On the screen you see a report from the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. This report was launched in October of last year. The Global Commission on the Economics of Water was a group of about 20 experts drawn from across different fields of work and leadership around the world. The Commission was co-chaired by 4 eminent global leaders drawn from government, diplomacy, economics and science. This Commission, it set out to shape a new economics for water, or as they put it, an economy that works for water rather than water working for the economy. They concluded, as you see it in the top box there in the green, they concluded that the world faces a growing water disaster. For the first time in human history, the hydrological cycle is out of balance, undermining an equitable and sustainable future for all. They called for radical change. They're very strong in their language. They called for radical change based on those points you see on the screen, recognizing that the hydrological cycle is global, that it's a global common good, that we need to transform water governance across scales, that we need to properly value water, and the implications of scarcity and its multiple benefits. We need to tackle the externalities. We need to spur a wave of innovation and so on. They put forward, they recommended a framework of missions to help drive this radical shift in the way that we manage water. And the first of those missions, as you see at the bottom of the screen, is to launch a new revolution in food systems. A new revolution in food systems based on this idea of today's seminar of transformation in agri-food systems through water. So radical gains in water productivity, restoring soil health and soil water retention, scaling climate resilient technologies, expansion of irrigation, but while reducing irrigated water consumption. Now, a hydrological cycle that is out of balance is dangerous for mountain regions such as the Himalaya Hindu Kush, where poor infrastructure, physical isolation, low agricultural productivity, limited access to markets, and growing exposure to climate-induced hazards such as glacial lake outburst floods mean that communities are facing a convergence of vulnerabilities. And therefore, the future of irrigation will need to be part of systems transformation. We have to embed irrigation, the future of irrigation, in addressing these systems, these complex systems problems. So solutions, a future of irrigation that puts resilience, sustainability, and inclusivity at its core. This is critical in Nepal, where food insecurity is a reality for communities, especially as you see on the map in western Nepal, where it can reach as high as 60% because of the combined effects of poverty, outmigration, landscape change and degradation, market disconnection, infrastructure gaps, and of course, climate change. Climate change that is warming the world, warming this region, warming the context in which farmers seek to build food security. Climate change that is increasing the frequency and severity of droughts, floods and disasters, so that as the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, concluded in its 2021 assessment report, water-related risks are predicted to increase with every degree of global warming. And in the South Asia region, all of this is compounded by changes in the cryosphere, the retreat of glaciers, leading to the phenomenal projection made by ICIMOD of peak water in the basins that are fed by the water towers of this region. So increasing flows to mid-century, then declining water availability. Astonishingly, if we step back, astonishingly, putting the food, water, and energy security of some 2 billion people at risk. So let's be clear. Climate change is water change. Climate change is reconfiguring the water system so that water is, as you see on the screen and as we termed in a paper that this slide is based on, water is the claws and teeth of climate change. And Nepal understands this. The extreme rainfall events in Western Nepal of October 2021, with over 500 millimeters of rain in 48 hours, causing damage to cropland, 110,000 hectares of cropland, and economic losses in excess of 12 billion rupees, and then repeated in September 2024 in central Nepal with 250 lives lost, economic losses of 46 billion rupees, 25% of that in the agricultural sector. But the impacts of climate change are borne disproportionately by vulnerable rural people with a higher burden from water scarcity, for example, for women than men, and with increasing numbers of female-headed households because of their social context, lower capacity to adapt to those onrushing changes in the climate. So it's essential then that water solutions must reach women and marginalized people, and that this is recognizing this is fundamental to transforming food and water systems. So if irrigation is going to help us drive transformation in agri-food systems, then this challenge of reaching women and marginalized people must be at the heart of catalyzing that transformation. So clearly then, water solutions to reduce vulnerabilities to climate change and water insecurity in Nepal must start with small-scale farmers, bring technologies that reduce water risks and raise water productivity. And then it is by bundling technologies with social and institutional support, by combining capacity building, market access, multi-stakeholder platforms, and inclusion of women and youth, that's where we start to address the needs of transforming food and water systems. IMI is a research for development organization. We do research, develop knowledge, develop evidence, and we work with partners in order to deliver change and impact in development. In the context of irrigation development, you see on the screen some of the areas of our focus. Bringing evidence to bear on irrigation development and planning, from water accounting and assessment, this critical issue of water risk management in terms of both technologies and institutions, how we can use water supply augmentation and storage, how we can use water demand management to help make the irrigation development, ensure that it's sustainable and more resilient. We apply knowledge and we test solutions and deliver impacts through the scaling of innovations, and we do so with an extensive network of partnerships, including in this country. We do so while enabling access to technologies, know-how, and decision-making, and financed by women. So using these technologies, using water solutions as part of the task of empowering women in development. We work with farmers, the private sectors, local banks, and market development to scale up what we term farmer-led irrigation. This area of our work is focused principally in Africa as an alternate to large-scale irrigation development, where investment is led by local communities to help overcome, in that part of the world, overcome the underexploitation of irrigation potential. So, as we contemplate the challenges of irrigation development in Nepal, can we bring knowledge and evidence on farmer-led irrigation from Africa to be adapted to support irrigation development and scaling in Nepal, so that there's an exchange of knowledge and technologies and strategies to do so, including integrating into that the development of irrigation as a service. Also from Africa, We work with approaches to supporting acceleration of innovations based on overcoming the barriers to inclusive agribusiness relating to unequal access to resources, lack of agency and skills and know-how, and institutions that exclude people rather than include people. We work by integrating on accelerating innovations, by integrating technical assistance, including the targeting of women entrepreneurs to support them to work across value chains, and building enabling environments for scaling that create opportunities for all segments of society to be part of the benefits of innovation through inclusion in access to technologies, access to finance, access to markets. And vitally, alongside this, working to strengthen local institutions through knowledge hubs and multi-stakeholder platforms to find solutions, and making institutions such as local water user associations more effective, better linked to local government, then providing a foundation for the kinds of partnerships that we need for these initiatives to be successful, partnerships with the private sector and with local communities that are so key to scaling of innovations. All of this must be supported and backed by better data and access to information. Example on the screen is from the Babai Irrigation system here in Nepal, the Babai Irrigation Information System Dashboard, developed by IMI, working in partnership with the Department of Water Resources and Irrigation. This provides real-time water flow and soil moisture data for the system, so enabling irrigation managers to make data-driven decisions on water management and allocation, which is a key to raising water productivity and an ingredient also of building resilience in the systems. So our thanks to the Department of Water Resources and Irrigation for their leadership of this innovation and their work with us in developing and implementing this tool. Now, in the context of climate change that I painted earlier, these innovations, they have to be applied together with strengthening capabilities to manage water risks, and to manage water risks as they're going to exist rather than they have existed in the past. This is critical. This requires new kinds of analysis, new kinds of tools, and new kinds of capacities to be effective. So managing water risks related to drought, flood forecasting, and early warning, building risk management through the bundling of solutions and technologies, linking, for example, seeds and varieties and the provision of those with climate information and water advisories, and insurance schemes and mechanisms to make insurance accessible to small-scale farmers. Combined also with anticipatory action to reduce exposure to disaster risk. For example, the local level targeting, getting very local with the targeting of early warning, also early financing and bringing contingency planning to the variety of institutions and actors, including farmers that need to be taking action early to reduce these risks. So finally, some takeaways. The Global Commission, I flagged the Global Commission on the Economics of Water report. I think it marks a turning point. It brings an urgency and a mission focus to the challenge of water security, to the challenge of food and water systems transformation. It sets out a very high ambition for transformation of food systems through water that this seminar is responding to, that Nepal's perspectives on those challenges are responding to. As IMI, we bring research for development into the networks of actors taking on this challenge. We're delivering knowledge and data and know-how and scaling for inclusive innovation. It's really critical, though, that we recognize that to be successful, we have to bundle together and align the array of kinds of solutions that I've outlined alongside others. And that happens through collective action, that happens through us coming together and working together across government and business, research, the development sector, etc., in order to build irrigation futures that are fit for the future that's coming, that are not based on the assumptions of the past. So there is great potential for irrigation to deliver solutions to those wicked problems that I outlined at the beginning, But we must be mindful as well that there's also potential for irrigation to make those challenges worse if we don't work in this approach to transforming agri-food systems. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith, for highlighting what researchers say about the ways water enhances the transformation of agri-food system. Next, I would like to welcome our third keynote speaker, our special guest, Dr. Marco Arcieri, to share on how the challenges of coherent interventions of agriculture and irrigation sectors can be translated into opportunities.
Honorable Mr. Minister Deepak, Excellencies, Secretaries, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, namaste. It is a real pleasure and a great privilege for me as President of ICID to be with you today in this very important seminar, which is, as we have seen, dealing with the need of transforming the agricultural sector in order to ensure more and more food security under the scenario and the alarming scenario of climate threat, climate change, and water scarcity. But allow me to say very quickly that I'm really, really happy and proud as President of ICID to be here, also because I have been invited by the Department of Water Resources and Irrigation of the Ministry, and as we have, I'm very happy here to support also somehow the candidature of Dr. Sanjab as Vice President of ICID. So my pleasure is really, really double in this case. So, having said this, I will just try to discuss with you and go through which are the main challenges that have been shown so far, and which are the solutions that we can try to consider we can be tackling in order to face this great challenge we are facing. We know that we are facing a conjuncture of great difficulty and uncertainty. We need to double food production by tomorrow, but of course, considering that by 2050 we will be almost 10 billion people on this planet, but as we all know, with each one of us, almost 20% of less land to grow and produce food. Which are the key factors, the key drivers? Increasing, of course, population and urbanization, the changing diets, rapidly growing water demand, as has been said, for industrial, energy, and other sectors. Especially if we look at the dynamics of the population. In the 60s, most of the population used to live in the rural areas, whereas in 2007, this ratio was balanced, and projections say that by 2050, most of the population will be living in the urban areas. If we take a look very quickly at what were the cities in the 50s, with more than 5 million inhabitants, you can see that in 2015, you can see how this number has increased. And I'd like to stress your attention on the fact that most of these are based along the coastlines. So this is another tendency we have to take into account. Of course, other key drivers, increasingly area under bioenergy crops, climate change, and increasing water scarcity. It has been said, water scarcity is one of the most dramatic conditions we are facing, and the United Nations, of course, is paying a great deal of attention on this aspect. And if we take a look, what is the freshwater availability in the world? We all know that out of all the system of water, freshwater resources, the amount available, accessible is only 1%, which you can see in this image, very famous image, which might be surprising somehow, but really expresses in terms of volumes what is the availability we have today of fresh water. So what is the situation? We have a global demand which is clearly exceeding reliable and exploitable water resources, but so we still need to reach an appropriate balance between the supply and increasingly water demand. And this is where modern irrigation fits in, exactly in this point, because modern irrigation can change the economics of global agriculture, allowing farmers to produce more per hectare and per drop or cubic meter of water used. So modern irrigation, there is no doubt that will become more and more increasingly indispensable in order to increase yields and also in order to enhance and produce more in terms of food security. What can we do? First of all, improving efficiency. This is something that has been always discussed about, but has to be sought from the very source until the farmers. And so there's an efficiency in water conveyance and distribution that can be reached, efficiency, of course, that can be sought in irrigation systems, and especially irrigation at the farmer level. Of course, we know that main solutions can be canal lining, replacement of earth canals with pipelines, functional restoration of steel and cement aqueducts, and of course the use of long duration and low maintenance pipelines. And there is something ranging from 20 to 30% that can be already achieved by simple solutions such as the ones we saw. Of course, there's some innovation that can be introduced, like the automation of the delivery system. This is something that we are using in Italy. All the gates are automatically managed according to the demand coming from the water, from the farmers. This is an example of a photovoltaic fed energy gate with remote control and automatic flow rate of level regulator. It can interact with other sluice gates in order to control an entire canal or basin system. Of course, another innovation, automated delivery groups with use of electronic card which can allow for fair distribution of water, correct water charge, possible regulation of water, and guaranteeing the turnover among different delivery groups instead of sectors. And of course, also there is a reduction of uncontrolled water withdrawal. This is an example of the system. You can also have remote reading, so you have fewer employees, lower operational cost. Of course, the system also allows for failure alarms and emergency services. And of course, it also can allow remote suspension of the supply. And of course, the other aspect, efficiency in irrigation systems. We all know that we can have different yield, quality of crop production, and economic results adapting different irrigation systems. We go through the flooding system, gravity, traditional sprinkler. All of these are, of course, increasing the efficiency of the delivery of water. And I'd just like to stress a few minutes about the micro-irrigation and subsurface micro-irrigation, which can reach levels of 80 to 90% of efficiency. And this is something new. We are relatively new. We are experiencing the ultra-low drip irrigation, which can reach levels up to 95%. What are the features of ultra-low drip irrigation? As you can see, we have colored the water. You can see that the useful water with ultra-low drip irrigation only remains at the level of the crop systems. Which are the features? Very, very low flow, 0.1 to 0.3 liters per hour. Longer period, of course, of water release. Inputs can be synchronized with the water demand from the plants. higher use efficiency for the plant, low water, very low water tension in the soil so that the soil keeps being moisty. No percolation, as you can see from these slides. Excellent water saving. So, water can be applied at a very low rate over a longer period of time with more frequent intervals. Water can be applied very, very close to the root zone. And of course, the emitters can discharge the water from the distribution line directly into the soil. These are some of the results we have achieving in northern Italy. This is coming from northern Italy. As you can see, if we compare two theses, one with 100% of evapotranspiration and the other one with 70% of evapotranspiration, you can see the difference in terms of water use efficiency between the two systems. In ultra-low drip irrigation, you can see that the 70% of evapotranspiration rate has produced, with traditional drip irrigation, produced 20% less, whereas where we have 70% of restitution of water, according to the evapotranspiration, the water use efficiency is even higher. This is the level of soil moisture with ultra-low drip irrigation. You can see at different depths it keeps quite stable throughout the growing season, whereas with traditional drip irrigation, of course, the soil moisture tends to decrease through the growing season. Another important aspect to consider is the irrigation scheduling. Actually, I think this is one of the most important, because if we define correctly the frequency and duration of irrigation, we know how much water we are applying in the field. We can reduce a huge amount of water because we are exactly responding to the demand of evaporation and from the crop. Of course, we can save water, we can save energy. There are many expert systems today available. This is just an example. So this system is called Irriframe. Again, this is an experience coming from our situation in Italy. The system allows to give to the farmer who is taking advantage of this system exactly the amount of crop water requirements, real-time information day by day, how much water is needed and when to irrigate. And of course, it also advises the farmer on the economic convenience threshold to irrigate. So after the first inputs, of course, for the farmers, all the other are automatically assigned. And this is how it works. It's based on a data system with crop data, meteor data, soil data, water table, irrigation systems. Most of these are usually given by the farmer, who is part of this network. There is a service provider data, and so the system calculates a crop water balance, which is tailored for the farmer, for his situation, for his area. So it can be easily accessed by internet for the farmers. You can acquire georeference data on your irrigated areas. You can provide information on irrigation interval and condition. And of course, very, very useful. Each farmer who is part of this system, this network, will receive on his directly by the website or directly on his laptop, on his cellular phone, the irrigation advice concerning his farm. And these are some of the results. Of course, after 30 years experience, you can see what is the difference in the yield obtained by the farmer who is not using this kind of system and the amount of water that can be saved, almost 30% of water. And of course, higher water use efficiency. Now, going towards conclusions, are there any other possibilities we can introduce? Which are the technologies we can think to consider in order to meet the increasing water demand in agriculture? Very quickly, I would just like to evidence what is one of the tendencies. I think most important tendency is about desalination. Of course, I'm talking about seawater desalination, but also brackish water desalination. There is a growing trend, especially even in the Mediterranean area, especially in Israel, but of course in Spain. Spain is between the fourth and the fifth country in the world for desalination plant capacity. So it's growing, interest is growing very much. And this trend is expected, of course, to intensify in the close future. And you can see here what is the growth of desalination globally, starting from 1960 to 2020. So there is a very, very important growing tendency. Why? Why it is important, I think, because as we have seen before, the demographic data show that in the last decades, most of the population growth has been particularly significant along the coast, and these are the areas, especially for instance in Mediterranean area, but not only, where sometimes very strong and harsh competition can be occurring between the domestic or tourism use and agricultural use. So it could really be, I think, a very important solution in order to decrease the pressure on water, and especially reducing the pressure on the alarming phenomenon of the seawater intrusion. Because, as we know, many farmers during the growing season, especially in the peak of July, August, in the summer, because there is competition between tourism and other users, they withdraw water from their own wells, and this, of course, sometimes is highly difficult to regulate and to control. So there's a growing alarm along the coastlines of seawater intrusion. This is why desalinated water is currently used for irrigation purposes in many areas around the world, and this is especially significant and important for the scenario we are facing of climate change. Technologies are improving very, very fastly. We have now new membranes which allow for ultrafiltration, nanofiltration. Of course, reverse osmosis is one of the most important approach that desalination uses, but there are some other innovations such as forward osmosis, which is less energy consuming. And this slide is just to show what is the capacity, production capacity of countries in the world. You can see, of course, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia and Oman and Qatar are the most important ones, but there are several others, such as the United States, Australia, which are rapidly reaching the same amount of capacity. Also, it is interesting that the new frontier, as I was saying, is desalination, as you know, started in the 60s for drinking uses. And the cost has rapidly and dramatically gone down, because in the 60s to desalinate 1 cubic meter you needed $10. Now the industrial cost is down to 0.5, 0.6, according, of course, to the plant capacity, depending on the plant capacity. But interesting enough, now water can be piped from the coastline even towards the inland, like 100, 150 kilometers. So this desalination option can be a very good solution, not only for the coastal areas where we have the cash crops, high income agriculture, but also can be implemented in many ocean bordering regions. And of course, as technology will continue to produce new solutions, I think that can be new water resources can be made available for more and more countries, currently of course dealing with water scarcity. And this means that many people, many communities, rural communities who are currently struggling every day to survive or to maintain a decent level of living, maybe can have a decent chance to improve their condition at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. R. Jerry, for your informative talk. Your presentation showcased on how the challenges in agriculture and irrigation sectors could be transformed into opportunities for growth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the remarks from our special guest. To begin, I would like to request our special guest, Dr. Govinda Prasad Sharma, for his remarks.
Thank you very much, madam. chair of this event, the chief guest of the event, Honorable Minister of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation, Honorable Member of the Public Service Commission, fellow Secretary, Director General of the IMI, and President of the ICID. Ladies and gentlemen, media persons. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation for organizing this very pertinent, national seminar, Irrigation Seminar 2025 on a very pertinent time and on very crucial issue. So I'm the most happy person here in this seminar, because the content of the irrigation seminar is water for agriculture food system transformation, agri-food system transformation, where we are working in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. So we have been in long contact with a ministry and with the department and other associated field offices since a long time on irrigation and agriculture on nexus. Say for example, in Rani Jamara Kuleria irrigation, whether it is Rani Jamara Kuleria irrigation or mechanized irrigation innovation project or similar type of project, we are working together. But I have some of the experiences to tell you here. We have to focus on the increased access of the irrigation facilities, both in the Tarai and hill area of the Nepal. What I am focusing on this component is the major, we have a 2.5 million hectare of irrigable land, out of which it is reported that irrigation infrastructure is made available to cover around 60% of those areas, but we are receiving year-round irrigation only in 25% of those areas. So we need to work more hard to best utilize this irrigation infrastructure and make the water accessible to farmers year-round. The issue of we need to focus more on the Nepalese cases. We need to where the issues on international level are maybe different, little bit different, but in case of Nepal we have a little bit different issues. Say for example, when we talk about the hill stations, we have a major rivers flowing through these areas, but with the lands are fallow and the farmers are not getting irrigation water, and they have to be dependent. They have to leave their agriculture, and youth are migrating outside. While in the Tarai, the farmers they are facing the challenge of floods, flash floods, and other issues, and not getting the irrigation water on time. This irrigation, why I am focusing on this issue is the agriculture of the food system. It covers the food security issue, it covers the food sovereignty issue, and it is clearly outlined in the Constitution of Nepal that the food is the fundamental right of the people, and we focused on food security and food sovereignty, and it's the major role of ensuring these rights are lies at the federal government, where provincial and the local governments should also work hand in hand. We need to focus on water productivity, which can be measured through agricultural productivity. When we talk about the water productivity, there may be the issue of the irrigation water management, enhancing the irrigation efficiency and water efficiency. We are working together and there are good results. We also need to share those results each other between agriculture engineers and agriculture experts. What I would like to focus on some of the issues like I have noted here. Let me point out. Okay. We also need to think on the short-term strategy and long-term strategy. Say, for example, farmers in the Tarai who are drilling the shallow table and deep table, they are suffering from the issue of water recharge, and their water, these shallow table and deep table are not working more. I mean, they are not working at their full capacity. They are not making their full capacity. I mean, where is the shallow table is expected to provide water for a certain period of time. They are drying a bit earlier, so we need to think on the water recharge issue. The whole area, Tarai area, is suffering from the water recharge problem. So we need to think on the bit medium and long-term issues also. And one component where I am thinking is missing here is we are thinking about the irrigation, water for agriculture food system transformation. Agriculture food system transformation covers right from the planting to until the food comes to the consumer's table. We are focusing on the irrigation. We are focusing on the irrigation at the farmer's field, irrigation at the hill, tarai, and other, and also utilizing different innovative idea of irrigation. Say, for example, shallow table, deep table, zero energy, lift irrigation system, and others. But we are not talking about the water required for at the post-harvest stage. Say, for example, if the fresh fruit and vegetables are they have a high concentration of pesticide or others, or some of the agricultural products, say for example potato, we need to be cleaned after post harvesting before making it reach to the client. So we need to clean those. So we also need to think about that source of the water. That content, that component is missing here. So I think in the plenary session or some in the technical session, this type of the issues also be taken care. And this is a new arena for the agriculture engineers and agriculture experts. But these are some of the findings and some of the recommendations from my side. Finally, I would like to congratulate again and wish you a successful completion of this seminar, and hope some of the valuable feedback will be received after the closing of the seminar, and we will be able to get those feedback, and we can work together for the better of the farmers, for better making irrigation better at the hand of the farmers. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and motivational words. Ladies and gentlemen, considering the tight schedule and prior commitments of our chief guest, we would now like to respectfully invite him to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. Vice Chairman, National Planning Commission just left now. Member of Public Service Commission. Respecting delegates, respective from diplomats, diplomat partners, dear secretaries and expertise, friend from media, namaste and very good morning to you all. I'm happy and thankful to be here with you today. We are here to talk about extending very important water. Water is not just for drinking or cleaning. It helps us grow food, support our farmer, and improve our lives. Our theme is water for the agri-food transformation, and means using water wisely to grow more food, help people, and protect nature. In Nepal, most people depend on farming. It supports over 60% of our people and gives a big part of our nation income. But today, 40% of our farmer has enough water. We must improve this. Climate change is making things hard there are more donate floods and weather challenge. This hurt our farmer. That's why irrigation is more important than ever. Irrigation is not just about building canals. It helps farmers grow more crops, try new heights, and stay safe during hard time. It brings hope and strength to our villages. The government has made a new plan, Irrigation Policy 2018. It takes about using better technology, even giving water all year, and working together with the local people. But there is a problem. Often irrigation and agriculture work separately. Sometimes water systems are built without knowing what crops farmer will grow. This causes water and confuse. We must fix this. Irrigation and agriculture must plan together, share information, and make smart decisions. Only then we can help farmer and save the water. Nepal has rivers and hills. We can move water from place, then have more to place that they need it, but must do this carefully, respecting nature and people. In the end, irrigation is about people. It is a way to grow food, support farmer, and build a better future. Let's work together. Let's use water to grow not just crops, but also hope, health, and hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for gracing us with your presence today. We are truly honored to have you among us. Your continued vision and leadership serve as a source of inspiration for all of us working in the water and agriculture sector. Now moving on, I would like to invite our special guest, Mrs. Sarita Dawari, to deliver her remarks.
Thank you, Jigyasha. Chair of this session, Director General, Department of Water Resources and Irrigation, Honorable Minister, he was left, Honorable Member, Public Service Commission, President, ICID, Director General, IWMI, respected Secretary from Agriculture, distinguished guests, development partners, academia, esteemed experts, representatives from Water Users Association, good morning and namaste. I would like to thank organizer for giving me this opportunity. It is a great privilege to address this gathering at a time when Nepal is focusing on transforming in agri-food system. The theme of the seminar, Water for Agri-Food Transformation, rightly highlights irrigation not as a stand-alone sector, but as a vital enabler for food security, productivity, resilience, inclusive rural development. For a country like Nepal, where agriculture supports the livelihood of the majority, managing water effectively is center for economic growth and social equity. Nepal is endowed with abundant water resources, yet the challenges of seasonal variability and spatial imbalance remain persistent. During the monsoon, we often struggle with excess water and flood damage. In contrast, the dry season reveals the stark shortage of water for irrigation, especially in Tarai and hilly region. This mismatch demands a comprehensive and flexible irrigation approach, one that includes infrastructure, institutions, technology, and users' participation. Among the various solutions, water storage projects, where large multipurpose reservoirs or small-scale retention structures play an important role in managing seasonal variability. They help stabilize irrigation supply during critical crop period and enhance resilience to climate variability. However, storage is not a silver bullet. It must be developed in harmony with groundwater use, rainwater harvesting, on-farm water management, and conjunctive use practices. Government of Nepal, Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation approach is guided by key policy frameworks in irrigation sector: National Water Resource Policy, including Water Resource Strategy, the National Irrigation Policy, Irrigation Master Plan. As irrigation is recognized not only for increasing yields, but also for improving rural livelihood and food system sustainability. In doing so, we must place farmers at the center, especially smallholders, women, and marginalized groups who often face barrier in accessing water. We are working to improve the functionality and efficiency of large irrigation systems, while we are also investing in farmer-managed irrigation systems, solar and lift irrigation system, groundwater irrigation system, and water-saving technologies. Capacity building of the water users associations and alignment with local governments is essential to ensure ownership and long-term sustainability. This transformation requires strong interagency coordination. Irrigation and agriculture must work hand to hand for planning to implementation stage. Our collaboration with Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, provincial ministries, and local government is crucial. We also value the role of the private sector, NGOs, academic institutions, and other international development partners in shaping policy, providing innovation, and supporting delivery on the ground. In closing, I would like to emphasize that transforming our agri-food system through water is not just a technical and infrastructural task. It is social and institutional process. Let us continue working together to ensure that water becomes a source of productivity, equity, and resilience for every farming household. Lastly, I wish the great success of this seminar. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring message and guidance. Now, I would like to call upon our special guest, Mr. Madhav Belbase, for his remarks.
Thank you, Jigyasa ji. Chairman of this opening session, Director General, Honorable Minister, of course he is not here, Honorable Vice Chairman, NPC, President of ICID, and my friend, Marco, Director General, IMI, Mark Smith, respected Bhuvanesh Kumar Pradhan Sahab, my friend BPH Kalubai LRT, secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, media persons, very good morning and namaste. Thank you very much for inviting me in this very important seminar, which has been taking after 1 year, nearly, but in the larger scale. I must congratulate the organizers who have been able to invite ICID President, IMI Director General on this occasion. Well, the topic for this seminar, water for agri-food system transformation. Probably the topic as such seems to be not very new. Even in, I have found a sloka in Rigved. Respected Bhuvanesh Kumar Pradhan sir is here, who is very good in Sanskrit. I am not that good. Even it's very difficult for me to pronounce. It says, Urbarasu Prithvisu Brajamanusu Sarsire Retado Asam Bastrinam. That highlights the importance of water and agriculture. If it is translated in English, the verse highlights the significance of fertile land and water. It emphasizes that sunlight, ansu, and rain, retoda, are essential for agricultural production. Here, water is depicted as the element that enables seeds to germinate. The verse poetically expresses how nature's forces, earth, sun, and water work in harmony to provide food, reflecting a deep understanding of agricultural ecology in ancient Vedic time. So, this topic has been so relevant for thousands of years. One more verse which I would like to state here, I like very much, is, I will take more than 5 minutes because anyway, minister is not there, so I can take five more minutes. Annam Barmeti Bejanata. Anna is Brahma. Brahma means Paramatma. Paramatma is more than God. So Anna supports Prana, and Prana supports Spirit, Atma, and Atma supports Paramatma. So therefore Anna is Brahma. This is very simple, as simple as that. So that is the importance of food, irrigation, agriculture, whatever it is. Since thousands of years it has been realized. However, there are challenges, I think rightly pointed out by Mark Smith. I think he has been talking these issues on global level. And my friend Marco has also highlighted how that can be efficiently used. But when I come, when we talk in the context of Nepal, the most important aspect which has to be considered in the future for the sustainable agriculture, irrigation, the climate change. must be taken very seriously. I think things are not being that seriously taken. I was also talking on sideline with the minister that the water has not been considered that important in the context of the climate change, because how come the climate change institution comes under the forestry, while this has been very categorically realized that climate change is change in water cycle. That has been realized by the world. So the best way is to bring climate change under Water and Energy Commission. It has to be renamed as Water and Climate Change Commission. And where we stand in Sagarmatha dialogue these days, there is no session at all on water. Look how we are perceiving water as in the context of climate change. This has really not been seriously taken by the policymakers. That is the major concern I think we should have during this seminar, discussion aspect. Similarly, I think we talk about irrigation efficiency, we have to enhance that. And third aspect is the financing of irrigation. The institution aspect, how we are going to improve the institutions of irrigation. Altogether, there are many problems, probably everybody highlighted, but I would like to suggest some solution for this. That is totally my personal solutions, how to move ahead in the context of this climate change and to make the agriculture and water sustainable. Number one prescription from my side is full implementation of basin plan. The basin plan which has been prepared by Water and Energy Commission has to be fully implemented, number one. Number two, we should have a new approach in the irrigation planning, development, and management. The development is so slow, you can imagine. When I was at the age of 42 and was the second class officer, we started Sikta irrigation project and it has not been completed. By the time it's already been passed, I retired 4 years ago. So you can imagine how slow we are. If you start a project like Sunkosi Marine Command Area development for 120,000 hectare, besides, of course, there are certain 35,000 hectare of land already been developed for Bagmati irrigation project. I don't know, maybe second, third generation will be able to utilize the water. With this pace, do you think we can acquire the food security? No way. So therefore, the development of irrigation system, the construction has to be really faster. The traditional way of irrigation canal will not work anymore. We have to introduce new technologies, the construction equipments. There are a host of technologies available in order to expedite the construction. So we have to really think out of the box. If you try to solve the solution within the box, I'm sure it is not possible. Survey, for example, that takes so many years with the conventional system. These days, we can use unmanned air vehicles like drone. you can design the whole system with AI very faster. You can construct canals. Maybe we have to go for the precast lining. Pipes, I had seen this, they are using rubber sort of sheet in Australia for the lining. They just spread it on the online canal. And you can excavate the canals using technology with a laser guided technology to maintain the slope straightaway. So these aspects are to be included. You can construct the V-shaped canal, trapezoidal canal with the special excavators, which we are not using yet. So these things are to be really important probably for, in order to expedite the construction work. Second thing is the operation, maintenance and management sort of thing. We have, although I think they have already started a little bit in a low scale in Baba irrigation system, but IoT, so in order to operate the systems, Internet of the Things, the technologies are already there. SCADA system is there. So that has to be expeditedly. One major problem which we are facing is how to recover the cost for the operation and maintenance. That is the major issue all over the world, but specifically in Nepal, this is very crucial. You are raising just how much, 15-16% of the total cost required for the operation and maintenance of the systems, which is very low. I think at that time when I was Director General, I was calculating just 3%. Remaining 97%, either it is come from the government coffer or it is being left unmaintained, and that required huge recurrent costs in the past, or the repair and maintenance or the rehabilitation costs in after 10-15 years. You are repeatedly spending the money in the same systems for the last 30-40 years. So in order to have these operation systems to be sustainable, the irrigation service fee or whatever it is, maintenance cost being recovered from the system itself, we have to think that irrigation system is as an industry. The canals, the headworks, all these things should be considered as the machines. Then just feed input and you will get output. So why don't we use canals for the installation of the solar panels, so that you can recover, you can earn money for the operation and maintenance. For example, Sikta Canal, 50 kilometers long. The land is available, so why don't we put the solar panels so that you can have energy, you can sell it and you earn money that can be used for the operation and maintenance. Rani Jamra irrigation project, fantastic. I mean, they have got a line canal very nicely along the road. It's the ideal place where you can have a solar panels. That will help, or that will really bring a lot of money to the farmers for the operation and maintenance. Fisheries, another is fisheries. You have got the cold water from the snow melt water coming in Karnali River, Kosi River, all big rivers. If you rear fishes there, at least 2-3 tons per hectare per year, you can calculate how much money you can produce. The huge potential is there. For that, we have to convert this maintenance aspect or the irrigation systems into either into companies or under the board, not under the government project or whatever it is. Just create a company which can earn money through solar panels, through fish rearing, and there are drops available which can be produced for the hydropower generation. And so these potentials are also to be considered in the future to make the irrigation system sustainable in order to make the agriculture and irrigation for the transformation. I have seen one opportunity. Although people are saying that, there is a lot of land left fallow in hills. People have migrated to Tarai plains. Hills are left, mountains are left uncultivated. But there I can see the potential. That means real commercialization can be started now, because you have got the large area which can be provided to a company or the private institutions who can, like Birendra Bahadur Basnet ji is doing in Morang and Sunsari area. Similarly, the people can use all these lands on modality, could be on annual basis, on rental basis, or on the contract, or whatever it is. The land is available. If the government has a policy to provide those lands to some entrepreneurs, now you have got the parcels which owned by less than 1 hectare per person is now available. Plots are available which can be used by the single person for the commercial purpose. So I can see the potential over there. So that aspect also need to be considered. And then again I would like to quote, what Birendra Bahadur Basnet ji is doing. This concept of cooperative was conceptualized in the irrigation bill that was submitted 10-12 years ago. And basically when I was the Director General and concept was, of course my team was there, but basically this idea of cooperative was conceived so that my idea was that from production to the market, the farmers should be involved through the cooperative. Any benefit that is coming to the middleman, businessman, should go to the farmers. The cooperative should be able to produce and sell to the consumer's level directly, so there is no middleman involved. That way, whole benefit goes to farmers, and farmers will be encouraged to produce because they will have enough economic benefit, financial benefit on it. They should have their one seller mill, which Basnet ji is doing. He is providing a share to farmers for the seller mills he has established. The cold storage should be owned by the cooperative. So all the infrastructure related from this production to market chain should be owned by the farmers through the cooperatives. So that has to be considered very seriously in the irrigation bill which is in draft. Lastly, one request to Mark Smith, IMI. We have got the groundwater potential annual recharge nearly 10 billion cubic meter. And we are using nearly 20% of it out of the all, total potential of 10 BCM. Interestingly, although we have not used all the groundwater annually, only 20%, the groundwater table is going down, particularly in the border area with the India. That means there must be some sort of could be a possibility, over extraction of groundwater from the Indian side. This has not been studied properly, since we have got the limited access to study the Indian territory. So if IMI can study this in a package, IMI India, IMI Nepal jointly can study the situation of the groundwater utilization and the whole water that is being recharged in Nepal, what should be the relation in transboundary aspect between India and Nepal? If really, and I don't know, this is just my guess, if India is overusing it, there should be some sort of limit for the utilization of groundwater that is being recharged in our territory. Some sort of agreement has to be, I think it is very important, because even it is very difficult to get the groundwater for the irrigation, for the drinking purpose in those border areas in some places. So the shallow tables which were, if the groundwater table is down, that means you are consuming more energy for the pumping. And that has to be borne by the farmers. And for which they have no any fault on it. Somebody is using more share, and the effect is to the poor farmer who have to pay more for the energy. So I think I request IMIF to study a comprehensive study on the border area regarding the common boundary, a common aquifer we are using on both sides. With this remark, I would like to thank once more to the organizer. Unfortunately, we have got a commission meeting today afternoon. I will not be able to present in all the sessions, although I was very much interested even in the panel discussion, participate in the panel discussion. Due to some this constraint, I will not be able to participate. Wish you all the best. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words on water for agri-food system transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now nearing the end of the opening ceremony. Therefore, to conclude this opening session, I would like to invite the chairperson of the session, Mr. Sanjeev Baral, for his concluding remarks and formal closing of this inaugural session.
Thank you, Jigashaji. Chief guest of this seminar, Honorable Minister, who already left. Special guest, Honorable Vice Chairman of National Planning Commission. Special guest, Honorable Member of Public Service Commission. Special guest, respected secretaries from Ministry of Energy, Water Resource and Irrigation. President of ICID, Dr. Marco Arciari. Director General of IMI, Dr. Mark Smith. Director Generals, Provincial Secretaries, Academia, respected guests, esteemed colleagues, development partners, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and very good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you all in this Irrigation Seminar 2025 in the theme of Water for Agri-Food System Transformation. It is both an honor and a privilege to chair the opening session today. First of all, I would like to thank the chief guests, and all distinguished guests for accepting our invitation and for your valuable presence in this seminar. I would like to welcome and thank our international guest, Dr. Marco Arcieri, President of ICID, Dr. Mark Smith, DG of IMI, Dr. K. L.R. Reddy, former Vice President of ICID, for their valuable presence and support to organize this seminar. This seminar brings together a wide range of professionals to reflect on one of the most pressing global challenges: how to manage water better to transform agriculture and ensure food security. As we know, agriculture remains the backbone of Nepal's economy, and irrigation is its lifeline. However, shifting rainfall patterns, growing water demand, and climate-induced disaster have created a new complexities that required us to rethink how to plan, build, and manage irrigation systems. Water security is vital for Nepal's development and national vision of prosperity. Agriculture, the largest water user, consuming over 4/5 of the water used, is crucial for food security. Out of the 2.5 million hectare potentially irrigable land, nearly 50% have irrigation infrastructure, but only 1/3 of that area have year-round irrigation, which limit the productivity. Huge investment annually is needed for expanding and improving irrigation. The water, energy, food ecosystem nexus is crucial for integrated development and tackling the challenges. Improving agriculture water management, which can be seen as supporting agriculture food transformation through targeted irrigation, is essential for livelihood and resilience. The National Irrigation Policy 2080 and Irrigation Master Plan have provided strategic direction in expanding equitable and efficient irrigation. Our focus has gradually shifted from expansion alone to sustainable year-round and climate-resilient irrigation system. Water storage projects such as ponds, reservoir, and dams like Mega Dang Valley Irrigation Project, irrigation and water management project are being promoted alongside the multi-purpose diversion schemes like Bheri Babai and Sunkoshi Marine Interbasin Diversion Multi-Purpose Project to stabilize supply in both monsoon and dry seasons. We are also prioritizing modernization of traditional and agency-managed irrigation system to reduce losses and improve delivery efficiency. The adoption of canal lining, automated gates, pressurized conveyance system, and digital monitoring system is slowly gaining traction. However, physical improvement are not enough. A major challenge lies in the limited collaboration between irrigation and agriculture sector. Despite decades of investment, the connection between water delivery and actual crop requirements remains weak. The Integrated Crop and Water Management Program and the Rani Jamara Kularia Irrigation Project Phase 1st and 2nd have shown promising result through integrated planning, farmer training, and joint monitoring. So we have already started to work jointly between irrigation and agriculture in different projects such as RJKIP, and also we are planning for irrigation modernization enhancement project, mechanized irrigation innovation project, and phase 3rd project of Rani Jamara Kularia irrigation project. 8. These are still isolated example, not widespread practice. So to truly transform our agri-food system, we must strengthen intersectoral collaboration. This includes aligning irrigation operation with cropping calendars, co-developing water use plans and agriculture offices, and empowering water users association as both water managers and agriculture service partners. Integrated planning must become the norm, not the exception. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this seminar offers us a valuable platform to learn from each other, share good practices, and for a common path forward. Let's use this opportunity to build strong bridges between water and agriculture, policy and practice, engineering and community. At last, I would like to welcome you again and thank you for your valuable presence in this seminar. As the Director General of Department of Water Resource and Irrigation and President of NANCIT, I extend my deepest gratitude to the co-organizers, Nepal National Committee of Irrigation and Drainage, International Water Management Institute, and Center for Applied Research and Development for joining hand to organize this seminar. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation for our guest, keynote speaker, panelists, international partners, and all of you leaders, innovators, and practitioners for joining us in Nepal to shape our future of water and food system. I would like to thank my colleague for their enormous effort and hard work to make this seminar successful and to make this seminar a grand program. With this, let me allow to close the opening section. I now invite you all to the technical and thematic session. I kindly request you for your active participation and fruitful discussion for the success of the seminar. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the token of appreciation. I would like to kindly request our chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Baral, to hand over the token of appreciation to our keynote speakers. Dr. Marco Arcieri, President of ICID. Dr. Mark Smith, Director General of IMI. Professor Dr. Shivaraj Adhikari is not here now. We will deliver his appreciation to him later on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request to all the dignitaries and participants for a group photo. Please kindly proceed to the outside of the hall for the photograph. Following the photo session, we will begin the poster presentation session. I request all the poster presenters to be present beside their respective posters. Also, ladies and gentlemen, poster presentation will continue throughout the day. Please feel free to explore them anytime. And finally, a reminder, session 1, a panel discussion on the topic, irrigation for food security, key practices and bottlenecks, will be sharply begin at 11:45 a.m. In the meantime, please enjoy the tea break. Thank you. To facilitate this important session, I am pleased to invite Mr. Navin Chandra Adhikari, Superintending Engineer from Department of Water Resources and Irrigation.
Thank you, Jigashaji. Distinguished guests, panelists, audience and dignitaries. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the first panel of the seminar, Irrigation for Food Security, Key Practices and Bottlenecks. I am Navin Chandra Adhikari, Joint Secretary, DWRI. I am honored to serve you as the moderator of this session. The theme of this panel is central around the ongoing challenges, ensuring food security through the effective integration of irrigation and agricultural systems. The keynote addresses this morning have already offered a powerful backdrop. Being on that basis, we will now have more discussion on thoughtful, actionable insights, implementation bottlenecks, and real-world problems. Our distinguished panelist brings diverse experiences from policy making and diplomacy to implementation and bilateral collaborations. Let me briefly introduce our panelists, and may I have pleasure to welcome them to the stage. First, I would like to request Dr. Bimala Rai Paudal. Please, ma'am, you are requested to join the stage. She is a former minister of Foreign Affairs and leading development researcher, holds a PhD degree in development studies and active prolific writers to the development initiatives and other policy-related activities. She also served as an adjunct professor at University of Agriculture and Forestry. Similarly, I would like to request Mr. Sushil Chandra Acharya from Ministry of Water Resources, Energy, Water Resources and Irrigations. He is already served as Department DG of Department Director General of Department of Irrigation and has a prolonged experience on implementation, planning, and execution of large and multi-purpose irrigation projects. He also has a deep understanding on bilateral collaborations and negotiations. Similarly, I would like to request Mr. Prakash Sanjel. He is currently working as Director General of Department of Agriculture and already served as a Joint Secretary to the Planning and Coordination Division of same ministry. He holds a master's degree in agricultural economics and is a deliberately acting leader on the field of agricultural research and reform. Similarly, I would like to request Dr. K. Ella Reddy. He is a renowned professor and a Vice President Honorable of International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. He acquainted with a PhD degree from IIT and has a rich experience on teaching, research, project management, and administration. As we are behind the schedule, so I would like to request Mr. Tikaram Baral from Water and Energy Commission Secretariat to share the context and ease the discussion further. He will share insights on synchronizing efforts of the irrigation and agricultural sectors for improved agricultural productivity. I welcome Mr. Tikaram Baral. He already worked as a Deputy Director General to Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and have prolonged experience of 18 years and above in the field of irrigation and water resource management. Thank you. Baral sir, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think let me go directly to the presentation. Good morning. So before going to the panel discussion, I will be discussing about a prime presentation on synchronizing the effect of irrigation and agriculture sectors for improved agriculture productivity. I think the title itself says that we are the two different actors, irrigation and agriculture. That's why we need to synchronize. In many of the countries, there are under the single domain, within the single institutions, at the same time within the single policy as well as. So that's why I will be talking more about the achievements that we have received till now and the process of the collaboration that we experienced in last couple of years or few project experience, and then I will leave to the panelists to discuss about the bottlenecks or other issues related with the synchronizing of these two sectors.
So let me start with the with the basic idea on understanding the food security. This is a UN Food and Agriculture Corporation FAO definitions about the food security. It says that food security is a condition where all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs for an active and healthy life. So I think there are two basic challenges associated with these achievements. One is to ensure the equitable access, and the other is to confront the power asymmetrics in food systems, policy and governance. Basically, due to the globalized methods that we have been applying, the supply chain of this food system is also one of the challenges that is associated with the food securities. So let us talk about the agriculture challenge. So I will be talking more in the global context first, and then I will go back into the national context, and then I will share few experiences of collaboration or synchronizations at the field level. So talking about the agriculture challenge, I think we have the cases of degradations that is going on in the agricultural land. So we have almost 1.56 billion of degraded land that has been accounted. 4.93 billion USD has already been invested by the developed nations to support the developing nations during the period of 2016 to 19 for addressing the issue associated with the land degradation. At the same time, 1.5 million people are exposed to the land degradation issue, and 15 countries are severely affected by these drought conditions. So we have the cases of land degradation. At the same time, the increased populations has triggered the issue of increased food demand, and there is a change in the dietary shift. At the same time, there is an inequality in access and distributions. Again, in the context of agriculture input challenge, I think we already discussed about the water security issue during the opening sessions. So we have been severely affected by the extreme weather events, at the same time the water security issue. And again, this other input, seed, especially seed, the access and affordability of seed is an issue that's going on worldwide. And if you see the graph over here, the price volatility and the pollutions associated with the fertilizer is also one of the challenges this agriculture input system is having. Besides that, we still have challenge associated with the pesticides, labor, machinery, capital, and also the technology. However, despite all these challenges, the world has still been progressing in context of the expansion of the agriculture area in some of the crops. I will demonstrate only example of two crops, rice and wheat. There is a tendency of increase in the agricultural land in rice, as well as the production of agricultural land. Production of rice in the agriculture is also increasing globally. However, there is a very slight increase in the agricultural land in the maize. So, despite the many challenges, there is a change. There is an improvement in the productivity. There is the improvement in managing the agricultural inputs, and there is improvement in accessing water and to fight it with the extreme events or managing the waters. We are still getting improvement in the production systems. Now, if we come to Nepal, I think some of the information was already presented in the opening sessions. The agriculture sector, the annual growth rate of the GDP by economic indicators in the agriculture sectors, it is gradually decreasing. At the same time, the contribution of agriculture sectors in the national GDP is also decreasing. And if you see the area that has been covered by the major crops is very stagnant. It's not very rise in the agriculture areas that is covered by the major crops. At the same time, the productions of the major agriculture product is also more or less stable. This shows that the production systems, especially the agriculture systems, is more or less in a very straight line. And if you compare with some of the regional experience, with this period, the productivity of paddy in Nepal is in the range of 3.56 metric ton per hectare, which is among the lower sides. If you see that China has the highest productivity they have achieved over last 10 years. And during this period, the productivity of rice as well as the productivity of maize is also more or less stable. However, this is a very simple calculations that I made based on the information that has been published by Ministry of Agriculture, based on the import of the rice we are getting from the custom office. If we have a horizontal expansion of the irrigated paddy to more than 270,000 hectares, we will be self-sufficient. Means at the moment, around 1.5 million hectares of the paddy is under the agriculture process. So if we could increase by 270,000 hectares, maybe we will be in the stage of self-sufficiency. So there is a prospects of increasing the irrigated agriculture, especially in the paddy during the spring seasons, where we have been targeting or we have been discussing for last couple of years. And at the same time, if we check the productivity, even if we reach the productivity level of the Bangladesh, we will be in the stage of self-sufficient. So I think in the context of food security, we are not in a very, difficult situations. I think if we put some efforts to work together, especially the agriculture and the irrigation sectors, there is still the possibilities that we will be in the stage of food secured in this country. Then why are we talking about the synchronizing this irrigation and agriculture sectors? We have two different ministries, they are working. We have two different policies. And even the policy practices in Nepal are not basically the sector-based, it's an actor-based. So if you look at the agriculture policy, it doesn't talk more about the irrigations. If you look at the irrigation policies, it talks more about it doesn't speak more about the agriculture. So basically the policies doesn't cover the sectors, it covers the actors. I think that is one of the issues. That's why we need the synchronizing these policies and the institutions associated with these sectors. And again, with the constitutional arrangement, I think if we check the responsibilities of the three tier of the government, around 70 to 80% of the irrigated areas comes under the responsibilities, the development and the management responsibility under the federal and provincial government. Whereas the point of service delivery of the agriculture sectors is mostly connected with the local government. So only the sectors synchronizations or only these agency synchronizations will not be enough. There should be the synchronizations between the different tier of government as well. And also one of the interesting area, I think we were discussing about the river basin plan, about the implementation arrangements. Irrigation sectors are based on the hydrological boundaries, and agriculture sectors are based on the administrative boundaries. So you have a two person working in two different sectors. They might have office in the same buildings or same boundary, but their area of interventions might be different, because the irrigation office, they deal with the hydrological boundary or basically the command areas, whereas the agriculture sectors, they deal with the administrative boundary, district, BDC, ward. So even if we see the policies, there is a continuous arrangements of policy in the agriculture sector. So I'm not going in details about these policies. Also, the irrigation areas, we have a large sets of policy. So I think that there is no any issue of, bringing policies in these countries. We have been updating our policy every 10 years, especially the irrigation or agriculture policies. At the same time, we are also developing the act or regulations associated with these sectors very periodically. And even the acts or the policies associated with the inputs are also equally be in place. So we have the policy arrangements. So we can see the policy are always in place. However, if we see the timeline of the development of the irrigation sectors, where we need to talk about the collaboration at this moment is that we pass through the stage of expansion of irrigation infrastructure. to the stage of large infrastructure development phase. So originally our irrigation process or irrigation development process were to support the as a supplementary irrigation systems to expand the irrigation area. Slowly it moved into the intensive development phase and also the integrated development phase, where we developed some of the projects where not only the pure engineering component of the irrigation sectors is covered, it also will cover some of the agriculture component, institutional components, and also the water management component. So by now we moved into the stage of the large infrastructure development. So these large infrastructure development process mean that we are going in the era of year-round irrigation in the near futures, where I think the process of synchronizations need to be designed or developed by now. I already talked about this constitutional arrangement. I think I already said that the provincial and the federal governments are mostly more accountable, and the priority of the local government in the irrigation development is very low compared to the priority of local government in the agriculture sectors, because they are binded by the constitutional arrangement. So they will have some program, they have some institutional arrangement. However, in most of the local government, you don't see the technical or the main power associated with the irrigations, but you can get the main powers associated with the agriculture in most of the local governments. So I think this implementation arrangement is also something that we need to synchronize. And also I would like to say there are some policy dilemmas. One policy dilemma is, I'm not an expert on agriculture, this based on what I found during my studies. So what we need thinking is for many years, the policy related to subsidies is always been debated. So should we give subsidies or should we not give subsidies? Or we should leave it to the market for its market efficiency. At the same time, we have been talking about the commercial agricultures. However, our information, our data shows that most of the agriculture sector supports the large number of populations. So how do you manage the subsistence or the livelihood of the large number of populations against the commercial arrangement? Because the commercial arrangement, again, you need to think of a big plot or big area or big investments, and also the food security versus cash crops. There was a saying that we need to produce the expensive crops and buy the cheap crops. And again, we are saying that first we need to be fulfilled with the basic needs. So I think, should we go for the food security or should we move to the cash crops? Again, there is some dilemma in the irrigation sectors also. We have been bringing all kind of practices across the world, and not focusing only on one or two or three approaches. We have an issue associated with the management transfer. We practice that, but there is a mixed experience. We are mixing the maintenance, rehabilitation, and modernization. These are completely different sectors, and we are putting them in the single basket. And in the name of modernization or in the name of upgradement of the irrigation systems, we are managing or disturbing the indigenous technology of water management, basically in the farmers managed irrigation systems, where the water management was and has been transferred from generation to generations for the operations and the maintenance. Again, the approach of implementation in the FMIs and AMIs are very close, and I think it should be taken differently. And also, we have an issue or a policy dilemma related to jointly managed or fully agency control or full WA controls. So what the approach should we take? So I think these are the issues that should not put into the same single baskets and give too many options. Okay, let me give you a quick example of three cases where we had experience of synchronizing the program and institutions. This is a very small project that was conducted from the support of JICA in the Konkai irrigation systems. So basically the implementation arrangement of system was that the federal government was accountable to take care of the project, overall management of the projects. And the provincial government was accountable for system improvement of the system, basically the systems that come under the jurisdiction of the provincial government. And the local government was accountable for the agriculture support program. So they had a joint team working together under the same process, under the same program. And basically the current situation means before the projects, there was an issue of unequitable and insufficient water distributions, limited cultivation area, also low agricultural income, low ISF collections. So these were the problems that were identified, and it was jointly done by the 3 tiers of government and the 2 sectors, irrigation and agriculture, to transfer the current situations into the project object situation. The project is already been completed, and we have a very success stories associated with that, and because it was in a very small scale, but we were able to achieve some level of success through the collaborations between 2 agencies or 3 tiers of governments. Again, we have another Rani Jamara Pool Area project. I think our secretary from Agriculture Ministry was also mentioning that these 2 agencies are working together, especially in the project area. And I already said that Department of Agriculture or agriculture sectors are working on the administrative boundary. So this is one of the projects where we'll bring them into into our command area or hydrological boundary. So basically the project objectives were more not only with the system modernizations, but also to improve the agriculture production support and strengthen the water users groups. And also we have another project, Irrigation Modernization Enhancement Project from ADB, which has the implementation modality of the federal government is accountable for project management only, whereas the provincial and the local government and the irrigation and agriculture sectors together implementing the project at the field level. So based on that, I would like to close my points that there are some experiences at the project level, but we are not being able to translate the achievement of these project outputs into the program levels. So, and there used to be a program called Integrated Crop and Water Management before the federal structures. Unfortunately, we could not continue that program, but I think this will be the starting point where 2 agencies can work together to revive that program and work jointly. And also address some of the policies dilemma associated with the development of these 2 sectors and bringing them together to collaborate and synchronize. Thank you.
Thank you, Tika sir, for your insightful overview. This will give us a solid background for the discussion ahead. Now we will have a discussion, first round of questions. We will have 2 rounds of questions and the audience response in between of that. For first round of questions, we will primarily focus on characterizing the problem and bottlenecks. Each participant will have 5 minutes to respond. And in second round of questions, you will have 2 to 3 minutes to respond. Let me start with Prakash sir. As you witnessed that we have some policy issues and somewhere there is coordinations also. As agriculture ministry and departments are working in the reform of agriculture system where most of the inputs are provided by the agriculture ministry and departments. They are also criticized for the food insecurity issues. We know that agriculture outputs depends on the several inputs. The combined effort or the synchronized efforts of that inputs will probably improve the outputs. Although we are we have growing outputs in some rates, but they are not surpassing our sufficiency and dependency are increasing. So, being in this context, what initiatives have we taken in the field of agriculture to synchronize all inputs and What are the challenges or bottlenecks in that doing so?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Department of Water Resources and Irrigation for organizing this very important program and focusing especially on water for agri-food system transformation. As our facilitator raised, globally, the food security has been a major concern, and it is said that, and it is very applicable in the country like Nepal. Food security is directly linked to the national security. So, and he raised the question about the food insecurity. In fact, the word food insecurity may not be the appropriate, but yes, so Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development has been blamed for the inadequate food and nutrition security in the nation, and there are certain bottlenecks also, as some of the points was raised in the presentation also. You can relate the food and nutrition security with the factor of production for agriculture development. There are certain factors: land, labor, capital, technology, and food and nutrition security doesn't. The responsibility of the food and nutrition security doesn't only rest with the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, because the major factors, land, it rests with the ministry, another ministry, and then labor. The issue of labor, Nepalese agriculture has been hard hit by the shortage of agricultural labor. And then capital, especially the subsidized loan and other the capital generation, etc. This function also doesn't rest with the responsibility of our ministry. And then the only major factor of responsible for agriculture production that rests with our ministry is the technology. And in this part, one of the major input, and there are other seed, then fertilizers, then pesticides, then among these, the major input responsible for enhancing or increasing the agriculture production is irrigation. And I think in this forum it will be better to deal with this chapter and how this critical input is linked with this department, and how we are coordinating with the Department of Water Resources and Irrigation for enhancing our productivity. And now coming back to your question, now, if you look at the latest data, Nepal's global hunger index has been a bit improved, and now our position is nearly it's 68th, and we have increased, and we have been improved by more than 30% in this aspect. So gradually our food and nutrition status is increasing. Our measure, if you go categorically, nearly 10% increment has been there in measure food production, 6 to 7% in paddy and some other products also. But because of dietary patterns and over dependency on paddy, the cereal balance seems to be imbalanced. But if we coordinate all the cereal crops and aggregate the national requirement, we are surplus in terms of cereal production. But in terms of paddy, we are lagging. And as our presenter showed there, if we can increase the spring rice area by 1 lakh hectare, and which is possible if we assure the irrigation, then we can by and large reduce the food insecurity, especially with regards to paddy. And then regarding this issue, what are the what is the status of coordination with this Department of Water Resources and Irrigation? Compared to early days, the coordination with this department has been increased in these days, and with some examples of projects like Rani Jamara area and some of the upcoming projects like IMEP and MIIP, I think we hope that in the coming days the coordination between these two departments will enhance further, and that will lead to the increment of agricultural productivity, because we have no other option than to increase the agricultural productivity. There is no scope of increasing the land or area for new crops. So, and among the lands prevailing also, we have nearly 20% fallow land. And as our presenter showed, there is very less assured irrigated area. He presented himself. Nearly 47% of the arable land has been facilitated with agriculture, and out of that nearly 1/3 is year-round irrigation. So one of the critical factor or input is irrigation, and we have not been able to provide the year-round irrigation facilities for our arable land, which is why we have been hindered in increasing our agricultural productivity. Though we have increased the productivity by certain margins, but that has not been enough to achieve the food and nutrition security. And regarding the coordination, we have these two departments are trying our level best in terms of launching new projects and strengthening the coordination in these two projects. And as our presenter already mentioned, we are in the process of agreeing for the Rani Jamara coal areas third phase, IMEP and MIP. And in our part, that is part of the irrigation, but from our side or our ministry, we are planning to enhance the irrigation use efficiency, because the irrigation department has built the irrigation structures and supplied our land with a main canal, but the distribution of water up to the farmer's field, and then whatever water is available, that has to be utilized very efficiently. And in that part, our ministry has not worked much that it should have been done. So our focus is on farm management of water, reducing the water loss, and then increasing the efficiency of the water, whatever is available for our arable land. So we hope in the days to come, our coordination with Department of Water Resource and Irrigation will increase. We will have further new irrigation and agriculture related projects, and in our new organization and management survey, we have proposed some permanent structures focusing on the irrigation command area. For example, in the irrigation projects more than 10,000 hectare, we are proposing some permanent structures like the Rani Jamara coal area model, where some staffs of the joint secretary will lead that area, and then in more than 10,000 hectare command area irrigation projects, the focused program will be implemented. I think in the days to come, if we can implement this kind of action, and if we can increase the water use efficiency from our part, and if we can schedule the water efficiently, and if we can conduct the joint agriculture planning, we can increase the productivity and reduce the food insecurity issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Varga sir. And next I will jump to Sushil sir. As Agriculture Ministry has already talked that land, labor and the capital are not limited to Agriculture Ministry, and irrigation is one strategic and key resource. You have become the DG of department and also working in the planning of the ministry, and have a long experience on irrigation planning and management. We understand that everyone wants to maximize the outputs, but there are still some lacks in synchronizing the efforts between the irrigation and agriculture and in enhancing the efficiency. Being on that point, sir, how do you characterize the bottlenecks from the water delivery side, that is in policy or institution or the practice? And secondly, how do you rate the current state of collaboration between the agencies, water agency and agriculture agencies?
Thank you, Naveen, for your questions. And irrigation agency and agriculture agency, as mentioned by DG DOA Prakash sir, I agree. I have the same goals. Both goals is the increased productivity, crop productivity. Irrigation agency provide water, and agriculture agency provides technology, post-harvest management and everything. So for the common goals, we have our activities on our plan should be aligned and should run in the same path, not in isolations. And this is not agriculture extension is not only input for the agriculture productions. Before that, as mentioned by DG, water is the primary fundamentals. After availability of the water, then agriculture technology, post-harvest management, everything. So agriculture commercialization is feasible. So we need to provide assured, adequate, reliable, timeliness, and equitable water service to our farmers from here to tail enders. For that, as we reviewed the presentations of the TICA, the food security situations of the Nepal is not alarming. By the small inputs, if we do the coordinated efforts, we can come out from the food insecurity situations, and agriculture sector will contribute to economy and food security of the country. In each country, agriculture development is the basis for the economic growth. It has multiplier effect and basis of the industrializations. We have, as per our latest irrigation master plans, we have arable land of 3.5 million hectares. Out of that, 2.5 million hectares is irrigables. And so far, till date, about 1.5 million hectares have irrigation infrastructure facilities. So 1 million hectares is yet to cover by irrigation infrastructures. Even in the developed area of 1.5 million hectares, I agree, we have not provided year-round irrigations in all areas. Monsoon coverage is for most of the common area, but during winter and during spring seasons, our irrigation intensity is very less. So there is one of the reasons of this is natural reasons, because of the water resource variability. Because our irrigation system is from the class 2 river and class 3 river and from some springs which has varied discharge, and because of the less water availability compared to the common area, we could not provide water throughout in all common area. And another is, as a agency, we need to improve out another important aspect is the management improvements. By some sort of the management improvements, we can improve our coverage of the irrigations and our reliability of the irrigation service. Farmers should know the timeliness of the irrigation when the irrigation service is provided, so that he can plant his crops, he can invest for the agriculture. For that, our management needs to some improvements. It is also under resource. There is scope. If a reliable service of the irrigation is provided, so we can collect some amounts of the some fraction of the benefits because of the irrigation as the irrigation service fee. But for collecting irrigation service fee, enforcement mechanisms and institutional mechanisms and clarity of the collections and transparency of the collected money to the service, O&M, operation and maintenance is lacking. For that, we are drafting an irrigation law. Another is the agriculture extension service, because in all common area there is not Department of Agriculture and Ministry of Agriculture doing good in most of the common area, but in some irrigated agriculture area, the extension service is not completed. Post-harvest management is not well established. And marketing facility, there is problem of the marketing facilities, so need to improve. And another problem is the fragmented governance. So after the federal systems, the central government, provincial government and state level, there is a fragmented mandates, there is no coordinated mechanism for the project selection, knowledge sharing and data exchange. All are running in isolations. Another challenge is even in infrastructure developed land conversions and utilization of the irrigated agricultural land to another is growing very fast. And another problem is the land fragmentations, because as per the latest agriculture survey of Bikram Samvat 2078, the average land holding size is only 0.55 hectares. And even the 0.55 hectare is distributed into 2.8 number of the parcels. And number of the parcels throughout the country is 11.5 million parcels. Because of the, such small parcel of the land, agriculture mechanization, enhancing the irrigation efficiency is very less. And most important among, as I mentioned, the most important is the investment for the capital investment for the expansion of the irrigated area. Because in the beginning I mentioned, so 1 million hectares is yet to develop. Among 1 million hectares, about 467,000 hectares of the hill terrace we have to adopt leaf technology. And in the Thorai 300,000 hectares, we have to adopt only groundwater technology. For that, the Department of Water Resource and Irrigation in the getting its plan for the investment.
Sir,
These all are the bottlenecks, and some of the bottlenecks we can solve internally, and some of the bottlenecks we need to from the legal basis and need to review by wide horizons. Department of Water Resources and Irrigation also inside also we have to improve our contract management, project management, and contract administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sushil sir. We see that most of the problems are similar from the both sides. Now I come to Dr. Reddy. As you witness the context here between the agriculture and irrigation sectors, and you have a long experience across the globe for contributing to the food security, what does international experiences tell us about prospects of maximizing outputs by synchronizing the efforts of irrigation and agriculture sectors? And what specific actions you are taking in your country to foster collaboration among the institutions and promote the overall stability of the agriculture system? Sir, can you please elaborate in brief?
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here after 7 years. I was here in 2018. In fact, I congratulate National Committee of Nepal Irrigation and Drainage. You are completing 5 decades of you being into the ICID. So Pradhan Garu was telling you became member in 75. I really congratulate on this event, on this time you are conducting this very important seminar. And now you know ICID, I represent ICID. I am glad President Dr. Marcos was also here, and very active members. Dr. Velbase was there, Vice President, I know him. Now I would like to tell that ICID is a global organization, started in 1950, with a very important mission. The mission is a water secure world free of poverty and hunger through sustainable rural development. What an important mission it is. A world we want to see free of poverty and hunger through sustainable rural development. So with that mission, the ICID is working globally with all international partners. IMI is one important partner, and ensuring that we take the technologies to the lowest point, a rural place where it can make the transformation. I am very glad to be part of that, and we have contributed, ICID has contributed globally for enormous development of the technologies in irrigation and drainage, flood management, rural development. And this is not for profit organization. We are very proud for that. And today, to encourage that one, to ensure that, okay, the changes what are really needed in terms of technology, management and utility, etc. We have different work bodies working with the global partners, time to time, including the climate change. Okay, including climate, what actions we have to take. So that is the beauty of this organization working, contributing globally. Now, in order to encourage the scientific community, the government agencies, or the farmers, we also give some international recognition for their contributions, because anybody is doing good in water management, irrigation, productivity enhancement, all that. We have international awards for this one. Global awards like What Save Technology Awards, What Save Management Awards, What Save Farmer Award, and Young Professional Awards. So this is how we see that whatever good work happens any part of the world, that will be recognized, that will be made available to the other places where people can copy that one or utilize the technologies. Such a wonderful mechanism has been established, and we continuously do that. So to ensure that the people come and share their experiences globally, so we conduct annually International Executive Council meeting and some conferences. Once in 3 years, global congresses on irrigation and drainage. Okay, we had a 25th ICID Congress 2 years back in India. Like once in 3 years it happens. Like World Irrigation Forum meetings happens. Now next going to be in Kuala Lumpur in September. We are having the 4th World Irrigation Forum. Like micro irrigation congresses across the globe. Such 12 congresses have been conducted, and also World Irrigation workshops like that. So these are the platforms made available for the entire world where people can share their developments and it can be transformed and taken to other places. Today morning when Mark Smith was making presentation, one beautiful thing he said, there should be radical transformation, the way we look towards valuing the water and its management and its use. That is very important. So from my perspective, because I was at Valamtari, Hyderabad, as a director for 6 years, and also with the government of Andhra Pradesh as technical expert micro irrigation, I see the valuing the water is very, very important. If you won't value water, you cannot manage it properly. Any commodity, any resource, if it is not properly valued, we cannot manage. So when it comes to value, I always put question. I ask my farmers, how much you can pay to the water when you are using the water? So we need to put such a thinking, when the farmer uses water for raising paddy in 1 acre, in India, how much they pay, in Indian rupees, about 200 rupees. Maybe some places 400, some places 100, like that. For raising paddy in 1 acre, the farmer pays 200 rupees. When we evaluated number of irrigation projects, we found that much recovery is not coming. And we find the problem in managing the irrigation systems. Why the recovery is not properly coming? It is not that the farmer is not able to pay 200, but their importance is not properly explained. Why? If you charge 1 paise a liter, just 1 paise a liter, the farmer has to pay 50,000 rupees to irrigate 1 acre paddy. Just 1 paise a liter. So when we tell them, the farmer says such as cheap water we are getting. Now here one more thing we have to see, that I saw the barrel presentation, that when we are producing the food, what is the requirement? We have to give the food security to the people. We cannot charge the farmer for the water what he is taking at that rate, commercial rate. But we have to ensure that he appreciates the value of water, and because that food has to come to the market for giving to the people. Food security is important. We have suffered in India. We had great hungers, famines after independence. At that time, the ship to mouth was the concept. Get some shipload of food and distribute. From that level, today the farmers of India not only able to give food to the 18% of the world population, and we have only 4% of the world water, 2.5% of the land, but we have 18 to 19% of the world population lives there, and almost 19 to 20% of the world cattle. And we have surplus food today. This how it happened, because of the green revolution, and now we are going to the evergreen revolution. It's not only that we produce, we have to meet the future demands, increasing demands, and also we should be able to export to the places where it is not available. In some African countries, you see that there is very drastic difficulty of meeting the food requirement. By considering all that, we have to see that where the possibilities are there, what we can grow, what we can export. I see that Nepal has very good potential. With beautiful climate and water, you can produce the food and export to other countries, quality food, quality fruits, vegetables, etc. So, my time is exhausted? Yeah. Okay. Then I just want to tell one narrative, small narrative. So when we put lot of effort, so we have to saturate to that level where it satisfies the people. When project comes, like micro irrigation is one technology which Government of India considers that we have National Mission on Micro Irrigation. Our 50% of the area can be put under micro irrigation. The biggest project in world happened in 2003 in India, that's AP Micro Irrigation Project, to bring 1 million hectares under micro irrigation. I was part of that project. Initially, there was a lot of opposition from the people, but now today, the farmers in our part of the world, they won't plant a tree without drip system. To that level, transformation took place. Government of India today sees that was the infrastructure, not the expenditure. So that's how we try to contribute. Of course, there are issues. Of course, there are a number of issues. Now, my time is short, I cannot take more. Thank you. If time is gone, I can.
Okay, thank you, sir. Lastly, I come to Dr. Brima ma'am. As you are actively involved in the development research and in the field of policy framework planning and also field of agriculture and natural resource, you are, since you know the sector without being the active actor in the sector, so from your perspective, we are having some growth in the agriculture sector, but our demand is surpassing our growth, and the import are also increasing. Especially being it very hard to have nutrition and food security to the smallholder farmers, women and socioeconomically disadvantaged groups and communities, despite of the huge investment that is led by the government in the irrigation and agriculture sectors. Ma'am, from your point of view, where do you see the issues and bottlenecks on these sectors, and shall we need any policy shifts in the sector? And as you being the diplomats, I also like to ask you some questions. How can diplomatic channels, both bilateral and multilaterals, be leveraged to strengthen the agriculture value chain within the region?
हस्, थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. नमस्ते सबैजनालाई. कस्तो धेरै निदा र शान्त भएर बसिराख्नु भएको छ. नमस्कार. गुड आफ्टरनुन पनि हुने बेला भइसक्यो होला. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting organizers. I will mix the language because I see a lot of Nepali audience here. But I will definitely summarize my points for those who are not speaking Nepali. A lot of things have been explained on issues, so I don't want to repeat all those things. A lack of coordination, we do have different ministries, and one ministry makes irrigation, another ministry follows agriculture and extension system, and they do not meet when they are planning. There are a lot of issues of coordination, structural barriers, and all these things. But what I have learned from the field, that's what I am going to share. Tinta example dinchu. There are 3 examples, very brief examples. One, I used to work in Sindhupalchok about 10-15 years ago. So lots of things have been improved. Feri मैले IMI को एउटा सानो प्रोग्राम पनि हेरेको थिएँ. So I am very much encouraged on what is happening at the ministry level in terms of cooperation and collaboration. So a lot of good things are happening, but what is the reality still in the field that I wanted to show. पहिलो कुरा त because of geographical constraint that we have, we do not expect large irrigation projects everywhere in this country, everywhere in all agricultural land. So we need to focus more on small irrigation and alternative methods so that the people conserve water and use that in agriculture, right? So bigger irrigation channels, we do have bigger projects, but they are taking 15-20 years to complete, and even they are not completed yet. There might be a lot of issues on that, but people need water now. People like water. So this much, when I went to field, what I found is in Sindhupalchok, one donor was supporting there with 2 projects. One project used to work for pond irrigation. Another project used to promote home garden. The work was given to 2 NGOs. One NGO with plastic ponds supported 2-3 villages. Another NGO with home garden project, of course seed and agriculture, extension, technologies and technical services, they focused to another villages. You know why? Because they said it will be injustice if we both work in the one village. So let us give water to this village, agriculture extension to this village. This is what happens in the field. So how do we see that the agriculture production will be enhanced because of irrigation? Because when you have irrigation, there is no agricultural intervention, and when there is agricultural intervention, people are suffering from lack of water. And this is what exists in many communities, even now. That's what we have seen. So we need to correct the way. I don't think we need to correct policies. I think we need to correct the way we work, the way we plan, the way we allocate the resources. And also we need to reflect on how we are behaving with the communities. Are we asking communities what you need? Or we have some package that we are providing. Arko, Another example. After the earthquake, I was given a task to see what is needed in the community and how to recover the livelihood, of course. So went to one village. 5 donors were supporting that village to recover. The village was desperately needed water. Because of earthquake, water level was down, and villagers were actually selling their few livestock because of the lack of water. And most of the donors' interventions were focused on distributing seeds, distributing ajari, the water pot. And we are giving water-related activities. We are asking people to recover their livelihood through agriculture, focusing more on agriculture, in the village where there is no source of water. And down in the stream, there was a big river. So I was asking the 5 donors, why you 5 come together and lift that water and bring it to the village? Everyone, all donors said they do have limited fund and they cannot invest on irrigation. So what is the use of water pot, seed and fertilizer when you don't have water? How do we prioritize our innovation? How do we prioritize our projects? That's another issue. And that still counts. Huh? I often go to village, even though I'm not a regular, job holders anymore. But I see that issue. Still, there is the problem. And another issue that I see, it's from, I think, Sindhu Palchok again, I don't know. We had a very big project called Poverty Alleviation Project. So, when we went there to evaluate, of course, the women farmer was saying she had 10 goats already. She was in need of plastic ponds, and she was given 2 more goats. Why? Because project had goats and not the plastic ponds related interventions. So in the village, it's not only that the issue of interministerial coordination, lack of joint planning are the key issues at the center, but there are also a lot of issues related to, getting exact knowledge of what people are needed and whether we have that efficiency, we have that service ready for people. And this is why agriculture production is going down. That's what my observation. So when I said that, I think I covered most of the things related to the donor communities as well as the NGOs communities and government. When we talk about diplomacy, I think we need strategic engagement, both at bilateral and multilateral levels, to unlock the investment that is needed in irrigation sector, and I will say overall in agriculture sector. Because we need to revive agriculture. Our agriculture is dying actually. We need to revive that. Why people are interested to leave the fallow land? Because of the climate change, because of the out-migration of people, agriculture has become so expensive. People need incentive to invest in agriculture. If they don't see investment coming, support coming from outside, there's no incentive, they don't engage in agriculture. So we need to revive a whole agriculture, and irrigation system is one of the key, very integral part of agriculture. And this is where we need more investment. This is where we need more trade-related agreements. Because we have seen people, throwing their products in the street because of lack of market during the season. So we may need, with bilateral, with multilateral, with neighboring countries, we may need to have some sort of trade-related negotiations, perhaps. We need to engage more in dialogue to share the technologies, low-cost technologies of irrigation. Nepalese farmers cannot invest on bigger irrigation projects. They need low-cost technology. Probably this is where we need to ask. We need to build our own capacity. So there are a lot of issues that we do have in our table to resolve, and we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your overview. Yes, we are falling behind the schedule, so I am escaping the audience round. You will provided with the opportunity to deliver your response and questions to the panelists during our next session, that is group O. So for now, audience round is excluded from the schedule, and I am going back to the solution in way for our round. I am again coming back to Prakash sir. What are your concluding point in the feasible ways forward from the agricultural side to synchronize these efforts?
Thank you, sir. From this discussion, we identified some of the bottlenecks for agricultural development and food and nutritional security related issues. One of the being this organization related to agriculture, irrigation. So, and I would like to focus more on irrigation. So, focusing more on irrigation, one of the problems I think this panel agree was the availability of the irrigation. I mean the water for irrigation. So, in this regard. As you mentioned, three potential words could be, in the short run, we can focus on whatever water is available in our land. We have to focus on the efficiency of its use. For example, we have to reduce the water losses. And as Bimla ma'am suggested, we can also coordinate at the local level for integrating and addressing the demand of the farmers from a single window. Some of the examples he cited, that is, I think, practically the case also. So, in the short run, we have to we can focus at. For this, I think our department is more responsible, and our department has been doing, but we have to accelerate the pace of the on-farm management, and then water scheduling, and whatever water is available, we have to enhance its efficiency. I think that will be the starting point for short run. And then second will be ensuring the water availability, because some of the mega irrigation projects, they have completed, the main canals are constructed, but the secondary and tertiary canals are yet to be constructed, which is why, though the the project seems to be completed, but the farmers are not availing the water they are supposed to get. So I think focusing on the secondary construction of the secondary and tertiary canals, which will ensure, it may take of course medium term, so maybe few months or years to complete that secondary and tertiary. Then I think this part rests on this Department of Water Resources and Irrigation. Secondly, if we can ensure whatever the main canal has already their water, but because of the lack of secondary and tertiary canals, the farmers are not being availed the water they are supposed to get. I think if we can focus on that, then then the farmers will be getting the water they are supposed to or entitled to get. And then third is obviously the coordination part. At the central level, we are setting, but at the field level also, as we have experienced in some project also, like Rani Chamber, etc. So at the field level, as again our Bimala ma'am suggested, coordinating at the field level for assured irrigation. That will be one of the way which will reduce this the issue of water shortage at the local level, and this all the issues also related to fallow land being fallow, and if we can assure the irrigation, reduce the fallow land, retain the youth in agriculture, making our agriculture competitive, then I think these food insecurity issues can be solved in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash sir. I am again coming to Sushil sir. What are your three solutions from the water sector perspective?
Yeah, for the agriculture productions, from the water sector perspective, we need to protect water and we need to protect land. We need to protect agricultural lands. The challenge is agricultural land is being converted to other non-agricultural usage, settlements, industrialization, urbanization, and etc. And the water also, due to the climate change and because of the lack of the integrated planning, is in the insecure and the insecure stage. For protection those, first primary requirements is the legal basis. For the protections of the waters and for taking maximum benefit from the waters, the Water Resources Act is new act is being drafted, is under the review of the Parliament. And for protection of the irrigation lands, irrigated agriculture lands, we need to legal mechanism. Some mechanism are already in place by the Land Management Act or regulations, but not enforcement yet. So by the Irrigation Act, our ministry department is already submitted to ministry, and by works reviewing the Irrigation Acts. This act should protect the irrigated land, should restrict the conversion of the irrigated agricultural land to other uses. And this act may be useful for the basis of the collection of the ISFs, for the institutional strengthening of the WA, for generating more internal resource for operation and maintenance, for creation of the accountability. We irrigation agency also needs should be make accountable by some legal means. If there is management weakness, we have to improve, and we should be accountable for providing water to the farmers. So legal provision of the legal means is the primary requirement, both water related legal and irrigation related legal means. Both are in the process. One is almost in the final stage. And another, I agree with the DG, sir, the establishment of the coordination mechanisms. Because the coordinations, we have good personal relations, then we have good coordination. But the coordination should be by some means, by programs, by working procedures, by legal means, by regulations. So some form of the mandatory coordination mechanism is necessary, so that it can works forever. So by that act, Irrigation Agriculture Agency also drafting the act, we also drafting the act, then some coordination mechanism needs to put. And just DG sir mentions proposing the agriculture service center for the irrigation command area about 10,000 hectares. That is a very good programs based on our experience of the Rani Jamara. In Rani Jamara, there is dedicated agriculture agency, and the agriculture output also visible. So as visible in the Rani Jamara, we can get such a benefit in all our irrigation, from all our irrigation projects. I think these are the main things we need to do immediately. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sushil sir. Now again to Dr. Reddy. What are 3 international messages or strategies that could bridge the gaps in our context?
Thank you for giving me the time again. One important experience what I got and what we can do is, now the farmers, they produce a lot of food. A lot of fruits and vegetables we get in India because of a lot of technologies, but they are not getting income. The problem is that you are producing, but they are not getting income. Why? Because from the production to the consumer level, when it goes at different stages, a comprehensive approach planning is required. So harvest, processing, packing, transportation and storage, and reaching the consumer to that level. So we are missing in certain things. So we need to comprehensively plan. Government of India made one agricultural infrastructure development fund, okay, where consumers, where the farmer producer organizations, entrepreneurs are given sufficient financial support to work in these lines, okay. For we have 1 lakh crores of rupees have been put like that. Even NABARD has a special provision to provide these initiatives, storages. That is very much required. Then only the farmers will get proper price for that. That is one point. Second is, now the farmers, we tell save water, don't waste water. because in our irrigation projects, the efficiencies in India is only 40% we found, where it could be 70%. So what can happen? Now we have initiated taking water from the source to the farmer field through pipelines. A big project is coming up with ADB also supporting that one. So when farmer saves water, can it be possible to give some incentives to the farmers? Incentivizing efficient use of water through water credits. So what globally people are also contemplating, it is happening in Australia, some projects. What we cannot we do? If anybody is saving water, giving the incentives. And today, another thing is our youth are not interested in agriculture. So what will happen to the people? Where the food will come? So how to ensure that youth are really interested? So our education system also, at elementary school level, we have to teach them importance of the natural resource management. Today our education is how to get more marks, get software jobs. So that is where, and we have to involve the youth and women. Women manage water better than men. I am very glad today Dr. Bimlagar is there, was sharing the dais, and a lot of young women are there. So involving them in ICID also, we have women in water like that, we do. So we have to always respect their participation by considering the importance of Dublin principles. Women and youth should be always appreciated, their consent. And with these 3 points, I think, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Again, I am coming to Dr. Bimala. Madam, from your perspective, a key recommendation for policy coherence and the research-based collaborations.
पहिलो कुरा त अब यहाँ गणेश सर हुनुहुन्छ कि पहिलाको लिडर एग्रिकल्चरको है, यो इरिगेसन एउटा मिनिस्ट्री, एग्रिकल्चर एउटा मिनिस्ट्री किन भयो होला मैले बुझ्दैन। हामीलाई इरिगेसनमा इन्जिनियर चाहिन्छ भनेर हो भनेदेखि म पनि एग्रिकल्चर पढ्या हो, त्यहाँ पनि इन्जिनियरिङ भन्ने एउटा त सब्जेक्ट नै हुन्थ्यो, एग्रिकल्चर इन्जिनियरिङ। वाइ दिज टु मिनिस्ट्रिज टु वर्क डोमेन इजन्ट पुट इन वान सिङ्गल मिनिस्ट्री? त्यो मलाई थाहा छैन, त्यो गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। अहिलेको पोलिसीको मेरो एउटा रेकमेन्डेसन त्यो हो। इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर भयो भन्दैमा इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कहाँ चाहिँदैन? इन्डस्ट्रीमा चाहिँदैन कि, ट्रेड एन्ड इन्भेस्टमेन्टमा चाहिँदैन कि, होइन एग्रिकल्चरमा चाहिएला, सबैमा चाहिन्छ नि त इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर त। त्यहाँ भयो भनेदेखि चाहिँ सँगै प्लानिङ, जोइन्ट प्लानिङ हुन्थ्यो होला, जोइन्ट रिसोर्स अलोकेसन हुन्थ्यो होला, जोइन्ट इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन हुन्थ्यो होला, र सम लेभल अफ त्यो कम्प्लिमेन्टारिटी आउँथ्यो कि जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। त्यो भएर त्यही हो मेरो एउटा सजेसन है। अब हुँदैन मलाई थाहा छ, तर पनि अर्को चाहिँ मलाई के लाग्छ भने आई थिङ्क वी निड टु वर्क मोर अन partnership. Everything cannot be done by government only. The private sector is emerging. The civil society actors are emerging. So without, and local government. Now you can see the agriculture ambulance to provide input to people's door. There are a lot of innovations coming up. So I think the federal government's role is more to make a policy framework, make a bigger guidelines, make a quality check, and facilitate the local government, private sectors, and civil society actors to deliver the services. Federal government cannot deliver the services anymore. That's what I think. Yeah? That's another thing. And you asked me what research and development people can do. I had a very small, brief experience with IMI and irrigation related work, and where people said is the people who are working in the sector, they do value the role of complementarity, coordination. They know that the nexus approach, that's what we call nowadays, that reduces the transaction cost, and make the production better. People do realize that, but they lack the evidence of how it can be done. They lack skill and they lack evidence. So I think research and development organizations need to generate local evidences of how, when agriculture follows irrigation or vice versa, how it reduces the transaction cost, how it produces more. So that evidence we need. We need to document them to convince the policy makers, so that they will, work more proactively on this issue. So another thing is model. I know that this Texas approach really works, but is it only the joint planning? I don't think so. There are a lot of steps. So what do you do? If we ask DG of Agriculture and DG of Irrigation Department to work together, how do they do? What are the steps? So I think we need to have models to help, and then invest on capacity building. Because it's not only because people don't realize the benefit. People do realize the benefit of coordination, complementarity, but they lack the evidence and they lack the capacity and model for that. So this is where we need to invest more.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you all the panelists for your rich insights and the audience for your patience. Now we come to know that advancing food security through the irrigation and agricultural synchronization is not just a technical issue. It's a matter of policy coherence, institutional collaboration, and somehow institutional integration is also needed. Financing innovations are other key factors, and inclusive development is essential. And most importantly, changing our behavior and perception towards the working together is most important to the reform of the sector. And thank you, and please stay engaged for the upcoming sessions ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adhikari, and sincere thanks to all of our distinguished panelists for such a fruitful and engaging discussions. Now, it is time for token of appreciation. I request Mr. Sanjeev Baral, Director General of Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and President of NANSED, to hand over the token of appreciation to the primer presenter, panelist, and the facilitator of this session. Mr. Tikaram Baral, Joint Secretary of Water Energy Commission Secretariat. Dr. Bimala Rai Paudel, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Sushil Acharya, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation. Mr. Prakash Sanjil, Director General of Department of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Dr. K. L. I. Reddy, former Vice President, Honorary, ICID. Mr. Tikaram Baral, Joint Secretary, Water Energy Commission Secretariat. Navin Chandra Adhikari, facilitator of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. The second session will begin at 2 o'clock. Please be on time. For synergizing the interventions of irrigation and other agricultural inputs for food security. To facilitate this important session, I am pleased to invite Dr. Santosh Nepal from the International Water Management Institute. Dr. Nepal, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Jigyasa ma'am. I welcome every one of you for after post-launch session. We have a very interesting group of discussions today. I would like to request everyone from outside also to come inside the hall, and we are beginning just now. Slide. The group work is about the identifying the pathways for synergizing the agriculture, irrigation and agriculture systems in terms of transforming the agri-food system. In the morning sessions, you heard about the challenges and bottlenecks in the synergizing effort. In the group discussions, we'll be discussing the pathways and I would like to just to give you the description of the group work modality. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. The group work will consist of 4 groups. The policy groups, institutions, practice, and research and innovation. And each group will deal the questions which is around the pathways from that particular theme that you are representing. The group 1 will basically discuss, the group 1 is on the practice, and then the group will divide it like this corner will have a group 1, the small paper is over there for group 1, group 2 is on that corner, group 3 is on that corner, and group 4 is on the left side. Okay. Thank you. Okay, the objective of the, I'll go with the practice group 1, to identify the on-ground strategies that integrate the irrigation with other agriculture inputs for productivity and resilience. Similarly, the institution groups will deal with the questions exploring the institutional roles, coordination, mechanism, and capacity building needs to strengthen the agri-food system in Nepal. And group 3 will discuss about the policy part, particularly identifying the opportunities for harmonizing irrigation and agriculture policies, and including the climate policies to strengthen the agri-food system. And the group 4, which is on the research and innovation, will discuss the contribution of research to evidence-based solution and technological advancement to transforming agri-food systems. I have put together here the little bit the sub-questions, key questions that you will be addressing under this group. The sub-questions for the practice group will deal what practices, particularly irrigation methods or the cropping patterns, on-farm management, have proven most effective in increasing productivity based on your experiences in the field. How can climate smart and inclusive practices be mainstreamed? And what are the gaps in scaling successful models to transform agri-food system in Nepal? Although we might have very good solutions at the field, but please spend some time also to discuss whether we have sufficiently replicated those solutions in the other parts of the world. Next, with the institution groups, the sub-questions for the institution groups are around what are the major institutional barriers to coordinated agriculture and irrigation sectors. How can local institutions, for example, Water User Association, agriculture cooperatives be empowered? And what capacities are most urgently needed at the federal, provincial and local levels to improve agriculture productivity and strengthening the agri-food systems? So the group 2 will be sitting on that corner. The next is the group 3. I have all the PowerPoint slides so that it will be handy for you to look at this, but if possible also take a pictures based on your interest. On the policy groups, the policy is also basically identifying the policy coherence, harmonizing the irrigation, agriculture and climate policies. The key question is around how do current policies conflict or overlap or complement? What policy incentives could be more effectively integrate irrigation, seed fertilizer or market access? Are there any good practices and example of integrated policies? And how can financial resources be leveraged to enhance agriculture productivity and food security? Please, I would like to also highlight that these are just the example questions. Please feel free to bring other additional and important questions that you think that they should be part of this group. And without much delay, I would like to request everyone to start thinking which group you will be sitting. And then finally, on the research and innovations, basically around what research gap exists in the understanding the irrigation and agriculture linkages, how can innovative innovations like digital tools, soil moisture sensors, forecasting improve the food security to transform agri-food systems, and what models can support collaborative research between academia, government, and communities. So these are the questions, and the process looks like, please within your group have one facilitator who will also take notes and facilitate the discussions, making sure that everyone has opportunity to share their views. And we'd also like to request that facilitator to take dedicated notes. And at the end, we would like to request you to prepare small presentations, whether in the PowerPoint format or the clean sheet. Please put the summary. And then we would like to request you to come back at the plenary sessions to share the findings in 5 minutes from your group discussions. Yeah. And in this way, we'll be trying to spend like 75 minutes for these discussions. But after 35 minutes, we will give you one ring in which if you would like to contribute in more than one group because of your expertise and experience, that opportunity would be to some interested group and personnel to move to the other groups. Yeah. And there you can again spend 15 minutes. And then the group facilitator also be ready that there might be new members coming and contributing to the process. And each group will have 5 minutes to come back and present. So that's how we have kept 20 minutes for the reporting back sessions. So now, once again, I would like to request everyone to, I'll go back to this slide. The practice group here, group 1, you might need to also merge the table here, and if you need more tables, please merge the other tables also. Group 2, institution, is on that corner. Please also keep the two tables together. Group 3 on policy coherences, on that corner there is a one table where I have left the group table name also, and 4th group is on the left corner. So please go to the respective groups where you would like to make contributions. We would like to spend like another 3-4 minutes by just merging the people in one in the groups. Okay, please feel free to stand and move to the groups that you are interested. Group 1 here, group 2 that corner, group 3 and group 4. Okay, group 3 is already there. Thank you. Please, I would like to request people who is on that table just show the table number. Okay. ग्रुप 1 जति यहाँ आइदिनु होला यो टेबलमा। यहाँ दुईटा जोड्नु पनि पर्ला है बेसी। हजुर किन ए हो र हैन, अब वी हैव टु एभ्रीवन नीड्स टु कन्ट्रिब्युट है त। यी दुईटालाई म तानौ न, जोडौँ। प्र्याक्टिस ग्रुप हियर, इन्स्टिट्युसन ग्रुप त्यहाँ गइदिनु होला। मन्जु म्यामले कोअर्डिनेट गरिदिनुहुन्छ। मन्जु म्याम, इन्स्टिट्युसन ग्रुप यहाँ। प्लिज एभ्रिवन, प्लिज stand up and go to the respective corners where you would like to contribute. Group 4, research and innovation, is on that corners. I could already see a people. We still need few people on the, okay, that group can be merged for institutions. Policy is on that corner. Policy is already over there. Okay, this is already the institutions, good. Okay, everyone, have a good discussion. Okay, everyone, I hope you have nearly concluded your group discussion. So, wait for another 2-3 minutes and please let us know. I'll check which group is already ready to make a presentation of their group work. Okay, another 2-3 minutes. Okay, we are slightly running behind the schedule, and I would like to see which group is already ready to make a presentation. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4. Is Group 1 ready? Okay. Group 3 has already concluded. So I will just go by the alphabetical. Group 1. Who is going to make a presentation from Group 1? Okay. Who is the facilitator of the Group 1 moderator? Please come forward and... okay, looks like they're wrapping up. Group 2, Vishnu sir, you ready? Group 3 also. Group 3 ready? Group 3 policy, ready? Okay. Can you... Okay, maybe the moderator or facilitator can come forward and make a small presentation in 5 minutes. The computer lab. Okay, everyone, we are slightly running behind the schedule. Okay, Group 1. Okay, you are? Good. Okay, whoever is ready, please come forward. Okay. Okay, everyone, please be seated. We are starting the reporting back session from the group work. Okay, we have a group 2 from the institution group. Yeah.
एक्सटेन्ड गर्नुपर्ने हो
तपाईँ कति हाल्यो ल
त्यहाँबाट ओके मेरो उहाँकै कन्ट्रोलमा गइसक्यो नि के गर्ने गाह्रो छ सम्झ सर जिन्दगी ल गुड आफ्टरनुन नमस्कार सबैजनालाई स्याल वी स्टार्ट हाम्रो ग्रुप चाहिँ इन्स्टिट्युसनल स्ट्रेन्थनिङ सम्बन्धी ग्रुप थियो त्यसमा विभिन्न मल्टिपल डाइमेन्सनबाट कुराहरू भयो कुरा गर्दै आउँदा इन्स्टिट्युसन भन्ने चिज अमूर्त चिज हो सबै चिज भने त प्र्याक्टिस पनि त्यहाँ आउँदो रहेछ पोलिसी पनि आउँदो रहेछ सबै कुरा आयो मल्टिपल एङ्गलबाट हामीले कुरा गऱ्यौँ र 4-5वटा म्यासेज चाहिँ निकाल्ने प्रयास गऱ्यौँ अब कति एक्सटेन्टमा कभर हो भएन बिस्तारै हामी छलफल गर्दै जाउँला पहिलो म्यासेज भनेको चाहिँ हामी अहिले बिहान नै अलिकति कुरा आयो वास्तवमा दुईवटा सेक्टर बिचमा कामै नभएको चाहिँ होइन रहेछ बिट्स एन्ड पिसेसमा मल्टिपल कामहरू भएको छ पहिलो चरण भनेको त्यसलाई सेन्थिसाइज गरेर त्यसको आधारमा इन्स्टिट्युसनल स्ट्रेन्थनिङमा चाहिँ इनपुट दिनुपर्छ त्यसको लर्निङको आधारमा फर्दर जानुपर्छ भन्ने एउटा पोइन्ट त्योनिर आयो दोस्रो भने चाहिँ हामीले इन्स्टिट्युसनल सेटअप भन्नाले पुरा मिनिस्ट्री नै नयाँ जोड्नेदेखि लिएर अरू कुरामा जान थाल्यो भने वी विल रिच नो वेयर त्यसैले गर्दा भएका इन्स्टिट्युसनल सेटअपभित्र अर्गानोग्राममा धेरै चेन्ज नगरिकन अथवा चाहिँ ओआनएम नगरिकन गर्न सक्ने कुरा के हुन्छ भनेर त्यसलाई हामीले क्वाजी इन्स्टिट्युसनल सेटअप भन्यो त्यो भने चाहिँ कतिखेर सम्भव हुँदो रहेछ जस्तो भन्ने हाम्रो निष्कर्ष रह्यो भन्दाखेरि कुनै प्रोजेक्ट मोडमा कुनै स्पेसिफिक टार्गेट भएको क्रपलाई मानौ स्प्रिङ प्याडी होइन टिका सरले इक्जाम्पल दिनुभयो उहाँहरूले लेखेर पनि दिनुभएको छ अरे 300,000 हेक्टरमा स्प्रिङ प्याडी हामीलाई एक्सपान्ड गर्ने हो भने सिँचाइ विभागले चाहिने पानी दिने जिम्मा हाम्रो हो भनेर लेखेर दिएको छु भन्दै हुन्थ्यो त्यही हो नि भन्नुको अर्थ के हो भन्दाखेरि कुनै स्पेसिफिक टार्गेटमा गयो भने दुईवटा सेक्टर काम गर्न गाह्रै छैन प्रयास गरेर हेरौँ कुनै टार्गेट लिएर त्यसरी प्रोजेक्ट मोडबाट सुरु गरौँ त्यसपछि प्रोग्राम मोडमा जाउँ अनि बल्ल लर्निङलाई रिफ्लेक्ट गरेर हामी इन्स्टिट्युसनल स्ट्रेन्थनिङका अरू पाटामा जान सक्छौँ त्यो चाहिँ सुरु गर्ने ठाउँ हो भन्ने अर्को लर्निङ रह्यो त्यसमा भने अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो लोकल लेभलमा कुरा गऱ्यो भने एउटा वाटर युजर एसोसिएसन रहेछ अर्को फार्मर्स ग्रुप रहेछ अर्को भनेको एग्रिकल्चर कोअपरेटिभ रहेछ सबैले मोरलेस उस्तै खालका चिजमा ओभरल्यापिङ रोल एन्ड रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी हुने त्यसका फर्मेसनमा आफ्नै डाइनामिक्सहरू हुने लगायतका विभिन्न कुरा हामीले देखे भोगे सुनेका कुरा हुन् अहिले भन्नुपर्ने कुरै रहेन त्यस कारणले गर्दा यो साँच्चीकै फुड सेक्युरिटीमा सेक्टरल इन्टिग्रेसन गर्ने हो भने we need to integrate them together as a single entity at local level and they should be given a large set of responsibility including from production, institution, market linkage, market value and so on भन्नेतिर जानु पर्ला भन्ने खालको कुरो रह्यो we assume that Dr. Reddy understand Nepali sometimes thank you फोर्थ कुरा भनेको चाहिँ हामीले हरेक अर्गनाइजेसनको इन्डिकेटर भनेको जस्तै सिँचाइ विभागले कति हेक्टरमा इरिगेसन पुर्यायो भन्ने इन्डिकेटरको आधारमा पर्फर्मेन्स इभ्यालुएसन हुन्छ agriculture sector's ministry's evaluation might be based on how many hectares of the or productivity tons per hectare ma pani ho ra arko bhane चाहिँ how many hectares of the production area has increased भन्ने मा सायद होला if we try to maybe set up a few indicators which compels both the departments to work together त्यस्तो खालको इन्डिकेटर राख्यो भने पर्फर्मेन्समा त्यो जोडिने भएपछि then it helps to work together in a more productive way भन्ने फोर्थ लर्निङ रह्यो र लास्ट one is before federalization, some colleagues mentioned that there used to be practice of maybe project mapping at district level before deciding. But after federalization, district is more or less defunct. That practices has gone out. So at some scale, maybe at the provincial level or maybe at the district level or at some other level, maybe the practice of mapping the draft program before deciding at the end of year will help to synchronize the activities. भन्ने चाहिँ अर्को हाम्रो लास्ट लर्निङ रह्यो त्यसको लागि कोअर्डिनेसन युनिट होला होरिजेन्टल कोअर्डिनेसन भर्टिकल कोअर्डिनेसन व्हाटएभर इट इज एट एप्रोप्रिएट स्केल मेबी डिस्ट्रिक्ट मेबी प्रोभिन्स द्याट निड टु बी डिस्कस तर एउटा स्केलमा चाहिँ ड्राफ्ट प्रोजेक्टको म्यापिङ गरेर अगाडि गयो भने इज अगेन द क्वाजी इन्स्टिट्युसन नट एक्ज्याक्टली फुल इन्स्टिट्युसन द्याट मे हेल्प टु स्ट्रेन्थन द प्र्याक्टिसेस भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ हाम्रो लर्निङ रह्यो केही कुरा छुटेको भए हाम्रो ग्रुपको सर म्याडमहरूलाई मैले राख्न अनुरोध गरेँ क्यान आई टेक 1 more minute राइट द्याट 1 minute इज नट फर मी टु माई ग्रुप मेम्बर्स एनी वान टु एड समथिङ from our group? No, thank you.
Dhanyavad Vishnu sir, very interesting insight and very practical as well. अब अर्को ग्रुपको तयार हुनुहुन्छ, ग्रुप 2 भइसक्यो। ग्रुप 1, 3, 4 मध्ये एकबाट रेडी हुनुहुन्छ, 1 को हुँदैछ, 4 को रेडी भयो। रिसर्च प्लिज कम। त्यसपछि आइसक्नु भयो, ओके। 3 को आइसक्नु भएको छ।
ल सबैलाई नमस्कार। हाम्रो यो टपिक रहेको थियो पोलिसी सम्बन्धी रिलेटेड थियो। यो इरिगेसन र कृषिको चाहिँ पोलिसी चाहिँ कहाँ ग्याप छ र कहाँ चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरोमा हामीले चाहिँ छलफल गऱ्यौँ। त्यति तयारी चाहिँ छोटो समयमा हुन नसके भने एउटा चाहिँ हाम्रो कृषि र चाहिँ सिँचाइमा चाहिँ इन्डिकेटरको के ग्यापिङ छ। जस्तो हाम्रो सिँचाइले हामीले एउटा किसिमको इन्डिकेटर बनाएको छौँ र कृषिको छुट्टै इन्डिकेटरहरू र गुरुयोजना चाहिँ हामीले सिँचाइलाई चाहिँ मास्टर प्लानहरू चाहिँ हामी सिँचाइको चाहिँ गुरुयोजना बनाउँछौँ र कृषिले आफ्नो गुरुयोजना बनाउँछ। तर कृषिको कुरोहरू चाहिँ हाम्रो सिँचाइको चाहिँ गुरुयोजनामा समावेश नहुने र हाम्रो सिँचाइको कुराहरू त्यो एकरूपता नदेखिने भएर पोलिसीमै चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ व्यवस्था गर्दा राम्रो हुन्छ कि। र अर्को चाहिँ कोअर्डिनेसनको कुरो आयो। हाम्रो मेन चाहिँ समस्या भनेको कृषि र सिँचाइको कोअर्डिनेसनमा पनि ल्याकिङ देखिन्छ। र आउटपुटमा भन्ने हो भनेपछि हामी सिँचाइको संरचना बनाएर हामीले चाहिँ 30 देखि 35% पानीले चाहिँ कृषिको उत्पादन बढ्छ भन्ने हामीले चाहिँ टेक्निकली चाहिँ हामीले जस्टिफाई गर्छौँ। बाँकी उत्पादन जति बढ्छ त्यसको चाहिँ कारण भनेको म्यान्युर हुनसक्छ, सिड्स हुनसक्छ र माटोको क्वालिटीको कारणले उत्पादन बढ्छ भन्ने एजुम्सन छ। र यसमा चाहिँ यो आउटपुट चाहिँ कसले ओन गर्ने भन्ने कुरो चाहिँ पोलिसीमा क्लियर नभएकोले यो पनि पोलिसीमा चाहिँ यो इन्क्लुड गर्नुपर्ने हुनसक्छ। र पहिला अर्को कुरो चाहिँ के छ भने जल उपभोक्ता संस्था दर्ता गर्ने कुरो चाहिँ पहिला सिँचाइ डिभिजन हुँदाखेरि सिँचाइ डिभिजनको चिफ, कृषिको चिफ र सिडिओ कार्यालय त्यति बेलाको चाहिँ स्थानीय एलडिओ स्थानीय विकास अधिकारीको प्रतिनिधिको चाहिँ एउटा समिति थियो। त्यो समितिले सिफारिस गरेको आधारमा जल उपभोक्ता संस्था दर्ता हुन्थ्यो। अहिले चाहिँ यो चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ फेडरल सिस्टममा गइसकेपछि प्रत्येक कार्यालयमा चाहिँ हामीले त्यो जल उपभोक्ता संस्था दर्ता गर्ने गरेका छौँ। एउटै प्रकृतिको चाहिँ समिति त्यो कृषिमा पनि दर्ता हुने र हाम्रो सिँचाइमा पनि दर्ता हुने गर्दाखेरि त्यो सिँचाइ जल उपभोक्ता संस्था सिँचाइमा काम गर्ने को संस्था दर्ता गर्ने चाहिँ प्रक्रियाको लागि फेरि एउटा चाहिँ पोलिसीबाट चाहिँ स्पष्ट पारिदिन जरुरी छ। र अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो फार्मर्स म्यानेज इरिगेसन सिस्टम र एजेन्सी म्यानेज इरिगेसन सिस्टमहरू पनि कृषिको चाहिँ छुट्टै चाहिँ कृषक समूहहरू चाहिँ जिल्लामा रहेका छन् र हाम्रो चाहिँ पनि उपभोक्ता समितिहरू एफएमएसआईहरू चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ फार्मर्स म्यानेज इरिगेसन सिस्टमहरू हाम्रो सिँचाइले चाहिँ आफूले गर्ने भएकोले गर्दाखेरि यसमा चाहिँ यो जल उपभोक्ता संस्थाहरू पनि फरक छ। अर्को चाहिँ हामीले सिँचाइबाट उत्पादित प्रोडक्टहरूको बजारीकरण हामीले गर्न नसकेर चाहिँ त्यो एउटा समस्याको रूपमा आएको छ। हामीले चाहिँ कृषकले उत्पादन गरेको चाहिँ प्रोडक्टहरू चाहिँ को सही हिसाबले चाहिँ बजारीकरण गर्ने हो भने कृषक मोटिभेट हुने र उत्पादनमा वृद्धि हुनसक्छ। खाद्य सेक्युरिटीको लागि त्यसले चाहिँ सहयोग पुर्याउन सक्छ। अर्को चाहिँ रहेको कुरो चाहिँ हाम्रो इरिगेसन सर्भिस फी जुन हामीले चाहिँ सिँचाइ पोलिसीमा चाहिँ राखेका छौँ तर उठाउन सकेका छैनौँ। अब यो उठाउनको लागि हामीले चाहिँ बालीलाई हेरेर बालीको प्रकृति हेरेर चाहिँ अलिकति कानुनमै व्यवस्था गर्दाखेरि सिँचाइको जुन अपरेसन मेन्टेनेन्स कस्ट हुन्छ त्यो उठाउन सक्यो भने नि ठुलो राहत हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। र त्यो इरिगेसन सर्भिस फीलाई चाहिँ कानुनी हिसाबले चाहिँ बालीको वर्गीकरणको हिसाबले, किनभनेपछि प्याटर्न चेन्ज हुनसक्छ। बाली लगाउने प्याटर्न अहिले चाहिँ गहुँ लगाउन सक्छ, त्यसपछि आलु लगाउन सक्छ। गहुँ र आलुको यो इरिगेसन सर्भिस फी एउटै राख्न मिल्दैन होला। बालीको प्रकृति हेरेर इरिगेसन सर्भिस फीलाई अलिक कानुनी हिसाबले चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ उठाउन सक्यो भने त्यसले चाहिँ पोलिसी बनाउन सक्यो भने त्यो पनि यो खाद्य सेक्युरिटीको लागि रिटर्नको लागि राम्रो हुन जान्छ। अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ मेन समस्या रहेको भनेको कमान्ड एरियाको क्यालकुलेसन गरेर हामीले क्यानल डिजाइन गर्छौँ, हामीले स्ट्रक्चर त्यहाँ बनाउँछौँ, क्यानलहरू त्यहाँ निर्माण गर्छौँ र जग्गाको वर्गीकरण नगरेको कारणले गर्दाखेरि पछि चाहिँ त्यसले चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ त्यहाँ बस्ती बस्ने, कमान्ड एरिया घट्ने र कहीँ हामीले चाहिँ बनाएका क्यानलहरू ड्रेनेजको रूपमा धेरै सहरहरूमा हामीले देखेका छौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ कमान्ड एरिया चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ जग्गाको वर्गीकरणलाई चाहिँ स्पष्ट रूपमा कानुनमा व्यवस्था गरिदिनु पऱ्यो। र अर्को चाहिँ इन्डिकेटेड एप्रोचमा हामीले चाहिँ काम गर्न सक्यो भने ठिक हुन्छ। जस्तो पहिला चाहिँ मलाई अनुभव भएको IWRMP भन्ने हाम्रो अहिले पनि छ। पहिले त्यो वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्कको प्रोजेक्ट चाहिँ 18वटा जिल्लामा थियो जस्तो लाग्छ र त्यसको चाहिँ ड्याक हुन्थ्यो, त्यसपछि ऱ्याक र प्याक हुन्थ्यो, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एप्रेजल कमिटी हुन्थ्यो, त्यसपछि रिजनल एप्रेजल कमिटी र प्रोजेक्ट एप्रेजल कमिटी हुन्थ्यो। डिस्ट्रिक्ट एप्रेजल कमिटी भनेपछि जिल्लाको सिँचाइको हाकिम, कृषिको हाकिम र सिडिओ कार्यालयको प्रतिनिधि त्यसमा चाहिँ सदस्य हुन्थ्यो र त्यसले चाहिँ सिफारिस गरेको। त्यसपछि रिजनल लेभलमा आउँथ्यो, त्यति बेला हाम्रो क्षेत्रीय थियो, कृषिको पनि क्षेत्रीय थियो र त्यसलाई चाहिँ ल्याएर सेन्ट्रलमा चाहिँ हामीले प्रोजेक्ट एप्रेजल गर्थ्यौँ र त्यसलाई चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ इन्डिकेटेड वेमा चाहिँ IWRMP को एउटा चाहिँ जान खोजेको थियो। त्यसपछि अरू आयोजनाहरू हाम्रो त्यसरी इन्डिकेटेड एप्रोचमा पोलिसी बनाएर अहिलेसम्म कुनै गएको अवस्था छैन, जानुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र अर्को चाहिँ जुन हामीले उत्पादन गर्छौँ, उत्पादन गरेको चिज महँगोमा चाहिँ यहाँ चाहिँ उत्पादन हुन थाल्यो र त्यसले चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ छिमेकी मुलुकबाट आउने चाहिँ कृषि उत्पादित चिजहरूमा चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन गर्न नसकेर किसानहरू मोटिभेट हुन सकेनन्। त्यसको लागि सरकारले इन्सेन्टिभको व्यवस्था गरिदिनु पर्छ होला। इन्सेन्टिभ गरेर त्यसलाई चाहिँ इन्सेन्टिभ पनि दिनु पऱ्यो र ओन पनि गर्नु पऱ्यो। कृषकको चाहिँ प्रोडक्टहरू चाहिँ राज्यले लिइदिनु पऱ्यो। कृषकको खेतीबाट डाइरेक्ट राज्यले लिने व्यवस्था गर्न सक्यो भने मोटिभेट हुन्छ र खाद्यलाई चाहिँ सहयोग गर्छ। अर्को चाहिँ यो हाम्रो प्रदेश, स्थानीय प्रदेश र सङ्घमा गइसकेपछि यो कार्यक्षेत्रको समस्या छ। सङ्घले गर्ने कति हेक्टर चाहिँ फिक्स छ, प्रदेशले गर्ने हेक्टर फिक्स छ र स्थानीयले गर्ने हेक्टर फिक्स छ। यहाँ चाहिँ हामीले अहिले चाहिँ कुनै योजनाहरू 10 हेक्टर पनि गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था सङ्घले आएको छ। यो चाहिँ 10 हेक्टरको चाहिँ हामीले पनि गर्ने र स्थानीयले उसले गर्दाखेरि त्यहाँ चाहिँ डुप्लिकेसनको समस्या हुनसक्छ। यसलाई चाहिँ स्ट्रिक्टली चाहिँ यसलाई पनि लागू गर्नु पऱ्यो। त्यसपछि प्लानिङ, डिजाइन र चाहिँ म्यानेजमेन्टमा चाहिँ यो एकदम कोअर्डिनेसन गरेर इन्टिग्रेटेड एप्रोचमा जानुपर्छ होला। त्यस्तो किसिमको सिँचाइ नीति हामीले बनाउनु पऱ्यो। र कृषि नीतिमा चाहिँ यसले के जोड दिन्छ भने उसले आधुनिकीकरण र व्यावसायिकरणमा चाहिँ जोड दिएको छ। तर हामीले चाहिँ सिँचाइ गरेर हामीले चाहिँ यति हेक्टरमा सिँचाइ गर्छौँ भन्छौँ र त्यसमा भोलि त्यसले चाहिँ बजारीकरण गर्छ कि गर्दैन, आधुनिकीकरण के गर्छ भन्ने कुरो हाम्रो पोलिसीमा चाहिँ स्पष्ट केही लेखिएको छैन। त्यो पनि स्पष्ट हुँदाखेरि अझै राम्रो हुन्छ होला। र अब चक्लाबन्दी चाहिँ जुन हिसाबले चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ खेती गर्न सक्यो भने व्यावसायिक हिसाबले चाहिँ त्यसले सहयोग गर्छ र प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई सकेसम्म चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई इन्भल्भमेन्ट चाहिँ गरायो भने र डिजिटाइजेसनमा जाने र त्यसपछि यो खाद्य चुहावट अर्को समस्या छ। हामीले लगाएको बालीले अब चाहिँ त्यो बाली चाहिँ खानको लागि प्रयोग गर्ने खाद्य बालीको रूपमा चाहिँ गर्नेमा चाहिँ त्यसले चाहिँ रक्सी बनाउने, त्यो अन्य चिजमा पनि प्रयोग भइरहेको पनि छ। त्यसलाई पनि कन्ट्रोल गर्दाखेरि यो पोलिसी त्यो किसिमको बनाउँदाखेरि यसले सहयोग गर्छ जस्तो भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। हाम्रो यो ग्रुपको निचोड कुरो छोटोमा यति नै हो। सबैले धन्यवाद।
हस्, धन्यवाद। गिभ राउन्ड अफ अप्लज फर दि ग्रुप 2 पोलिसी ग्रुप। एकदम मजाले सरहरूले पोलिसीको कोहेरेन्सदेखि लिएर एक्ट र सर्भिसको कुरालाई पनि जोड दिनुभयो। अब हामीसित ग्रुप 1 र ग्रुप 4 चाहिँ अलरेडी यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ अनिलजी, अनि त्यसपछिमा ग्रुप 1 लाई पनि रेडी हुनु भन्छ। अनिलजी अब ठिक छ।
धन्यवाद सन्तोषजी। एउटा रमाइलो के लाग्छ भने अघि बाहिर पोस्टर प्रेजेन्टेसनमा म र यता हाम्रो के अरे कोशी प्रोभिन्सको सरोज सर चाहिँ एउटै कुरा गरिरहेको थियौँ। त्यही कुरा पछि ग्रुप डिस्कसन पनि आयो भनेको लाइक माइन्डेड अफ पिपल चाहिँ हामी यहाँ ग्यादर भएको छौँ जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई चाहिँ। त्यो कुरा मैले यहाँ फर्स्ट बुलेटमै राखेको छु। म ग्रुप 4 बाट इनोभेसन एन्ड रिसर्चमा चाहिँ के गर्न सकिन्छ भनेर त्यो प्रेजेन्ट गर्न लागिरहेको छु। ग्याप्स के छ भन्दाखेरि अघि हामी बाहिर पोस्टरमा पनि डिस्कसन गरिरहेको थियौँ। उहाँले चाहिँ लेटेस्ट पब्लिस पेपरमा चाहिँ रेनफेड इरिगेसन र के अरे इरिगेट यो उसले क्यानल सिस्टमले प्रोभाइड गर्ने इरिगेसन एरिया चाहिँ छुट्याउनु भएको छ। अनि मैले चाहिँ त्यति मात्र पुग्दैन, डिफ्रेन्ट टाइप अफ क्रप पनि छुट्याउँ, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि कुन क्रपलाई कति पाइन्छ भनेर त्यो पनि आइडेन्टिफाई गर्न सकिन्छ भनेको थिएँ। त्यही कुरा टेबलमा उठ्यो। एकजना यङ साथीले उठाउनु भयो। आई एम भेरी ह्याप्पी टु लर्न द्याट। सो फर्स्ट चाहिँ हामीले के सोचेको छौँ भने आइडेन्टिफिकेसन अफ द क्रप प्याटर्न, क्रप टाइप के छ त्यो पहिला आइडेन्टिफाई गरौँ। त्यसपछि कुनै एरियामा पानी धेरै छ भने त्यो एरियाको पानी चाहिँ यदि प्याडीले धेरै पानी खान्छ भने प्याडीतिर लान पाइयो, न कि व्हिटतिर थोरै पुर्याए पनि पाइयो भनेर हामीले यो पहिला चाहिँ अ काइन्ड अफ रिसर्च एरिया चाहिँ यो हुनसक्छ भनेर आइडेन्टिफाई गऱ्यौँ। त्यसपछि सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ क्लाइमेट चेन्ज भइरहेछ। बिहानदेखि माधव सरले पनि भन्नुभयो, सायद हामीले मिसिङ लिङ्क चाहिँ टाइटलमै क्लाइमेट चेन्ज भनेर मिसिङ गऱ्यौँ भन्नुभयो। सायद त्योलाई एड्रेस गर्न हामीले के उठायो भने क्लाइमेट चेन्ज भइरहेछ, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो क्रप प्याटर्नहरूमा चेन्ज भइरहेछ भनेपछि हाम्रो अब स्केड्युलिङ पनि चेन्ज गरिदिनु पऱ्यो। हामीले पहिला क्रप के अरे जुन हिसाबले क्रप क्यालेन्डरहरू सेट गरिरहेको थियौँ भने अबको चाहिँ रिसर्च एरिया चाहिँ अब हामीले क्रप क्यालेन्डर कसरी मोडिफाई गर्नु त्यो चिजहरू चाहिँ नेक्स्ट हाम्रो एरिया अफ रिसर्च हुनसक्छ। र यो चाहिँ युजरले पनि युजर भनेको फार्मरले पनि एक्सेप्टेबल हुने खालको हुनु पऱ्यो भनेर हामीले सेकेन्ड डिस्कसन गऱ्यौँ। त्यसपछि अर्को भनेको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर हामीसँग कन्स्ट्यान्ट छ, हामीले बनाइसकेका छौँ। अब चेन्जिङ भनेको सप्लाई एन्ड डिमान्ड हो। त्यो what can be the how the supply and demand can change the the agriculture productivity भन्ने खालको चाहिँ हामीले रिसर्च एड अन गर्न सक्यो भने द्याट्स विल रियली ट्रान्सलेट टु द एन्ड युजर लेभल, फार्मर लेभलमा चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई मोर इन्फर्मड हुनसक्छ। यो काइन्ड अफ रिसर्च चाहिँ हामीले गर्न सकिन्छ भनेर यो नयाँ रिसर्च एरिया चाहिँ आइडेन्टिफाई गऱ्यौँ। अर्को हामीले बनाइरहेको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर यदि मोडिफाई गर्दैछौँ भने त्यसलाई कसरी क्लाइमेट रेजिलियन्ट बनाउन सकिन्छ भने त्यो पनि इन्क्लुड गरौँ। र फ्युचरमा हामीले प्लान्ट प्रोजेक्टहरूमा चाहिँ अब जसरी पनि हामीले क्लाइमेट चेन्ज कम्पोनेन्ट चाहिँ इन्क्लुड गर्नुपर्छ है भनेर मोर एडभोकेटिङ गर्ने खालको रिसर्च चाहिँ गर्न पाइयो भने मोर हामीले एग्री फुड सिस्टम ट्रान्सफर्मेसन र मोर प्रोडक्टिभिटीतिर जान सकिन्छ भनेर डिस्कस गऱ्यौँ। अर्को मिसिङ भनेको मोर सप्लाई भ्यालु चेन हो। हामीले यसको इन्टरलिङ्केजेसहरू वी आर मिसिङ। सो इफ वी क्यान डु अ रिसर्च वेयर इन डेप्थ सप्लाई भ्यालु चेन अफ irrigation agri-food system, then that could be a good research area when if we are trying for a better productivity in agriculture system. त्यसपछि बजेटहरू कसरी एलोकेट भइरहेछ हामीले यो रिसर्च गरेका छैनौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। त्यही भएर अब आउने रिसर्चमा चाहिँ हामीले बजेट कति एलोकेट गरेका छौँ, त्यो बजेटको रिटर्न के छ, इज इट वर्दी भन्ने खालको रिसर्च पनि गर्न सकिन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अनि अर्को रिसर्च चाहिँ हामीले गरेको रिसर्च चाहिँ एक्सेप्टेबल छ कि छैन त्यो खालको पनि अ काइन्ड अफ एरिया हुनसक्छ भनेर हामीले फर्स्ट रिसर्च एरिया चाहिँ यो यसरी आइडेन्टिफाई गरेका छौँ। त्यसपछि इनोभेसन के हुनसक्छ त डिजिटल टुल्सहरू युज गर्दा फर्स्ट क्वेसन उठेको चाहिँ डेटा ट्रान्सप्यारेन्सी। डेटा हामीसँग छ नभएको होइन, तर उहाँहरूले काहीँ म्यानुअलमा लेख्नुहुन्छ डेटा इज एभाइलेबल हियर बट द्याट्स नट ट्रान्सपरेन्ट, वेन यु गो टु द्याट साइट इट्स नट एभाइलेबल। उहाँहरूसँग इन्फर्मेसन अफिसरसँग माग्दा पनि छैन भन्नुहुन्छ। वाट्स मेन्सन इन द डकुमेन्टेसन द्याट सुड बी ट्रान्सप्यारेन्ट छ भने दिँदाखेरि रिसर्चको लागि सजिलो हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा यसले चाहिँ इनोभेसनमा पनि सजिलो गर्छ। अर्को सोइल मोइस्चर डिभाइसेसहरू हामीले इन्स्टल गर्यो भने इट्स नो द्याट फार्मर विल बी मोर इन्फर्मड इन एडभान्स। So this kind of support will be there through more innovative tools. For example, SCADA सिस्टममा चाहिँ हामीले यसलाई इम्बेड गर्न पायो भने यता सेन्ट्रल सिस्टममा पनि नोन भयो, हामीले केही मेसेजिङ सिस्टम राख्यौँ भने त्यो फार्मरहरूलाई पनि मोर इन्फर्म भयो। अनि त्यसपछि अर्को भनेको यो सेन्सर बेस्ड सिस्टमले चाहिँ प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्मेन्टलाई मोर हेल्पफुल हुन्छ भने पनि एकजना प्रोभिन्सको सरले चाहिँ भन्नुभएको थियो। त्यसपछि अर्को भनेको हाम्रो टेराइन चाहिँ अलिकति जियोग्राफिकल्ली हामी डिफ्रेन्ट भएको हिसाबले अरूको सिस्टममा रिलाइ नगरिकन हामीले आफ्नै नाउकास्ट अथवा मिनट कास्ट गर्न सकियो भने त्यसले रेनफलहरू मोर प्रेडिक्ट गर्दाखेरि फ्युचर फोरकास्टिङमा चाहिँ एग्री फुड सिस्टमलाई मोर कसरी चाहिँ ट्यान्जिबल बनाउन सकिन्छ त्यो पनि गर्न सकिन्छ इनोभेसनमा, जसले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो फुड प्रोडक्टिभिटीहरू बढ्छ भनेर हामीले डिस्कस गर्यो। त्यसपछि वाट कुड बी द कोलाबोरेटिभ रिसर्च between academia, government and communities. A good note from Krishna sir, I must acknowledge him, an autonomous body like WEX. If an autonomous body is there for research and innovation, that could be a good model to start with भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभयो। त्यसपछि हाम्रो डिस्कोर्सहरूमा चाहिँ हामीले वी आर मिसिङ द मिनिस्ट्री अफ फाइनेन्स, जो बजेट दिने हो उहाँ नै मिसिङ भइरहनु भएको छ। त्यही भएर उहाँहरूलाई रिसर्चको पार्ट चाहिँ मोर किन गर्ने, किन यसको इम्प्लिकेसन के हो हामीले बुझाउन सक्यो भने मिनिस्ट्री अफ फाइनेन्सलाई अनबोर्ड गर्दा चाहिँ इट्स अलवेज गुड भनेर डिस्कस गरे। त्यसपछि अर्को हामीले डिस्कस गरेको चिजमा चाहिँ कोअर्डिनेसन बिट्विन एकाडेमिया एन्ड गभर्मेन्ट इज नट ह्यापनिङ प्रपरली हैन। उहाँहरू गभर्मेन्टको डिमान्ड एउटा हुन्छ, हामी अर्को रिसर्च गरिरहेछौँ भने अ गुड कोअर्डिनेसन बिट्विन दिस टु एकाडेमिया हु इज डुइङ रिसर्च एन्ड द गभर्मेन्ट हु निड्स इट अर हु इज टु अपटेक भने यो चिज चाहिँ सायद अनदर एप्रोच हुनसक्छ। यो सँगै हामीले सिटिजन साइन्टिस्टहरूलाई चाहिँ युथ हुनुहुन्छ जो उहाँहरू अथवा वुमेन हुनुहुन्छ, फार्मर हुनुहुन्छ, जो एप्रोप्रिएट पर्सनहरू हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले लिङ्क गरेर उहाँहरूलाई एज अ काइन्ड अफ कनेक्टर विदिन द मोडल्स चाहिँ युज गर्न सकिन्छ। अर्को चाहिँ हामीले बनाइरहेको डिसिजन सपोर्ट सिस्टममा चाहिँ इफ वी इम्बेड technology, then an enhanced information system we can build on that really helps in transforming our agri-food system. यति नै भयो हाम्रो डिस्कसन। सायद साथीहरूले केही एड गर्नुहुन्छ भने वेलकम। सुनिदिनु भएकोमा धन्यवाद। थ्याङ्क यू।
हस्, धन्यवाद अनिलजी। अब हाम्रो अन्तिम ग्रुप 1लाई पनि मैले अगाडि आएर प्रेजेन्टेसनको लागि अनुरोध गर्छु। समय हामी अलिकति पछाडि नै छौँ, टी ब्रेकको टाइममा गइसकेको हुनाले अलिकति छिटो गरिदिनु पनि अनुरोध गरे सरलाई।
धन्यवाद सन्तोष सर। यस हलमा उपस्थित हुनुभएका सम्पूर्ण सर म्यामहरू, हामी ग्रुप नम्बर 1 अन्तिममा यो प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्दैछौँ। हाम्रो यो स्ट्रेन्थनिङ प्र्याक्टिसेस भन्ने विषयमा थियो। हामी ग्रुप सङ्ख्या नि अलि धेरै ठुलै सङ्ख्या बसेर छलफल गऱ्यौँ, त्यो भएर पनि अलिकति बढी समय पनि लगायौँ। आउने कुरा चाहिँ थोरै छ, त्यो भएर थोरै मात्रै बोल्छौँ। यसको चाहिँ अब हाम्रो आइडेन्टिफाई अन ग्राउन्ड स्ट्राटेजिज द्याट इन्टिग्रेट इरिगेसन विथ अदर एग्री इनपुट्स फर प्रोडक्टिभिटी एन्ड रेजिलियन्स भन्ने हाम्रो च्याप्टर थियो। यसमा हामीले वर्कआउट गऱ्यौँ र 3वटा हामीलाई दिएको क्वेसन भित्र बसेर लगभग हामी छलफल चाहिँ धेरै एरिया गऱ्यौँ अनि 3वटा भित्र हामीले राख्न खोजेका छौँ र 3वटै हाम्रो यो स्लाइडहरू छ। यसलाई अगाडि यो एउटा चाहिँ हाम्रो वाट प्र्याक्टिसेस भन्ने थियो। यो इरिगेसन मेथड्स, क्रपिङ प्याटर्न, अन फार्म म्यानेजमेन्ट इटिसी have proven most effective in increasing productivity and water efficiency। यो विषयमा चाहिँ अब हाम्रो खासै त्यस्तो नयाँ खालको अलि विशेष हाम्रो त्यो प्रुभन नै भइसकेको हाम्रो लेभलमा यहाँ फिल्ड लेभलमै हामीले इम्प्लिमेन्ट गरेको अलि ठुलो स्केलमा लार्ज स्केलमा पनि छैनन् भनौँ न। हामी पाइलटिङमै अब अहिले चाहिँ चलिरहेछौँ। ट्रेडिसनल सिस्टममा हामी चलिराखेको, त्यसमा अब नयाँ खालकोहरू चाहिँ अलिकति अब हामी सिक्दैछौँ भर्खरै। अब यो मध्येमा चाहिँ अलिकति अब वाटर सेभिङको हिसाबले, प्रोडक्टिभिटीको हिसाबले यिनीहरूले चाहिँ अलिकति माइक्रो इरिगेसन, यो ड्रिप स्प्रिङ्कलर, प्रेसराइज्ड सिस्टमहरू यिनीहरू चाहिँ अलिकति राम्रो हुनसक्छ भन्ने कुरो छ। अर्को सोलर सिस्टम, वेयर द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज नट रिलायबल, जहाँ हाम्रो खेतीपाती चाहिँ देशभरि सबै ठाउँमा स्लोप ल्यान्डहरूमा पनि हाम्रो भइराखेको छ। त्यस्तो सिस्टम, त्यस्तो ठाउँहरूमा हाम्रो अब पानी नभएको ठाउँहरूमा चाहिँ केही गरी हाम्रो तल्लो क्षेत्रहरूमा पानी छ भने त्यसलाई चाहिँ लिफ्ट गर्नलाई विभिन्न मेथड मध्येमा सोलर पनि एउटा अप्सन भएको छ। हामीले केही युज पनि गरेका छौँ। पुरै अब सफल नभए पनि केही अब यसका सबै खालका रिडिङहरू हाम्रो छ, सफल असफलता सबै खालका रिडिङहरू छ। सोलर एउटा अप्सन हुनसक्छ। त्यस्तै अर्को सोलर ग्रिड सिस्टम, यिनीहरू चाहिँ अब अलिकति बढी अब यो वुमेन फ्रेन्डली हुनसक्छ। जेन्डर पर्सपेक्टिभले हेर्दाखेरि पनि यो चाहिँ ठिक छ भन्ने कुरो छ। अब अन्य फ्युल डिजेल पम्पहरू यिनीहरू अलिकति अपरेट गर्न पनि गाह्रो। अब त्योभन्दा अलिकति स्विच थिचेर हामीले अपरेट गर्न सक्ने, अनि हाम्रो वाटर कन्ट्रोलको मेकानिजम पनि अलिकति सहज हुने, त्यो अलिकति देखिन्छ। अलिकति अब हाम्रो चाहिँ यो इरिगेसन सिस्टम जुन भइराखेका छन् तिनीहरूको चाहिँ अलिकति अब यो मोडर्नाइजेसन गर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ अर्को छ। यो चाहिँ फेरि क्यानल सिस्टमहरू फार्म लेभलसम्मै हाम्रो डेभलप हुनुपर्ने, त्यसले जसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ इरिगेसन सहज हुन्छ। त्यसले नै हाम्रो प्रोडक्टिभिटीलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो असर गरिरहेको हुन्छ। त्यसलाई अलिकति हाम्रो अलिकति लाइन अथवा पाइप सिस्टमहरू त्यसरी बनाउनु पर्ने देखिन्छ। त्यस्तै अब यो पोस्ट हार्भेस्ट सिस्टमहरूमा चाहिँ अलिकति अलिकति इन्टरभेन्सन अलिक कम भएको छ। अब त्यसलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो मार्केटसँग जोडेर कुन ठाउँ अनुसार र मार्केट अनुसारको चाहिँ हामी अलिकति जोडिनुपर्छ भन्ने कुरोहरू छ। अब जस्तो पाल्पाको बेग्लै खालको हुनसक्ला, अनि काठमाडौँ वरिपरिकाको बेग्लै, तराईमा बेग्लै, त्यस्तो खालको चाहिँ हाम्रो यो भनौँ न एग्री फुड सिस्टम चाहिँ त्यसरी हामीले जोड्नुपर्छ भन्ने जस्तो लाग्छ। अनि यो अलिकति अब यो प्रेसर सिस्टममा हामीले सिँचाइ गर्न सक्यौँ भनेदेखि पानी धेरै बचाउन सक्छौँ। अहिलेको 20-25% हाम्रो यो फ्लडिङ इरिगेसनबाट इफिसियन्सी पाएको छौँ भने हामी 70-80% बढी चाहिँ यो पाइप सिस्टमबाट हामीले इफिसियन्सी इन्हान्स गर्न सक्छौँ। अनि अर्को भनेको हाम्रो अब टेरेनहरू अलिकति अब स्लोपी छन्, भल्नेरेबल छन्, तिनीहरूलाई चाहिँ कन्जर्भेसन गर्दै खेतीपाती गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। अनि ठाउँ हेरेर कति ठाउँहरूमा चाहिँ खन्जोतै नगरिकन जस्तो ल्यान्डस्केप छ त्यही ल्यान्डस्केपलाई नै मेन्टेन गरेर त्यस्तैमा खेतीपाती गर्ने, त्यस्तो खालको पनि हामीले गर्न ठिक हुन्छ भन्ने जस्तो लाग्छ। अनि अर्को हाम्रो सोइल हेल्थ हामीले कतिपय ठाउँहरूमा बिगारिरहेका छौँ। यो चाहिँ अब अलिकति यो रेजिलियन्सको हिसाबले पनि हामीलाई चाहिँ यो अब सोइल हेल्थ पनि राम्रो रहोस् भन्ने कुरोहरूमा ध्यान दिनुपर्ने हुन्छ। त्यसमा चाहिँ अब माइक्रोब्सहरू, माइक्रोबाइलहरू, कम्पोस्ट एरियाहरू, यस्तो एरेसनहरू, यो सलिनेसन भनेर लेखेछौँ ल। अनि यो कस्टम हायरिङ सेन्टरहरू हामीहरूको यो चाहिँ इम्पोर्टेन्ट रहेछ। त्यहाँबाट हामीलाई कसैलाई पम्प चाहियो भने त्यहाँबाट लिएर गयो, पम्प लिएर गयो अथवा हार्भेस्टर लिएर गयो, त्यस्तो चाहिँ भाडा तिर्यो, लियो, उपयोग गर्यो। त्यस्ता कुराहरूमा नि हामी चाहिँ अलिकति कमी भइरहेको छौँ। त्यस्ता कुराहरू हाम्रा केही कार्यक्रमहरूमा छन्, तिनीहरूलाई चाहिँ अपस्केल पनि गर्दै जानुपर्छ भन्ने जस्तो देखिन्छ। अब यो अर्को भनेको हाम्रो हाउ क्यान क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट एन्ड इन्क्लुसिभ प्र्याक्टिसेस बी मेन स्ट्रिम भनेर अर्को छ। अब यो अघि पनि अलिकति आयो, यो इम्प्रुभड सोइल हेल्थ हाम्रो सोइल हेल्थलाई चाहिँ अलिकति डिटोरिएट हामीले कति जानेर वा नजानेर पनि भएको छ। हामी अस्ति 5 खाल जाँदाखेरि पनि हामी उपभोक्तासँग कुरा गरेका थियौँ, हामीले त बिगारेका रहेछौँ, जानेनौँ त्यो बेलामा। अहिले हामीलाई रिकभर गर्न धेरै समय लाग्यो, हामीले मिहिनेत गऱ्यौँ, अहिले हामीले धेरै रिकभर गरिसकेका छौँ। हाम्रो बाटो हिँड्दैखेरि त्यो चाहिँ पहिला बिसादीको गन्ध आउँथ्यो, हाम्रो माटोहरू पनि त्यस्तै मल धेरै हाल्यौँ। हामी अहिले चाहिँ धेरै प्र्याक्टिसलाई चेन्ज गरेका छौँ भन्नुभएको थियो। भनेपछि केही ठाउँहरूमा हाम्रो कृषक लेभलमा पनि यो चाहिँ अलिकति अवेरनेस पनि आइसकेको छ। अर्को अब अलिकति अब हाम्रो म्यान पावर पनि कमी भएको, यहाँ पछाडि पनि आउँछ हाम्रो त, तर यो चाहिँ अलिकति मेकानाइजेसनमा हामी जानुपर्छ भन्ने कुरो, फार्म मेकानाइजेसन तिर जानुपर्छ। मान्छेहरू चाहिँ अलिकति कम भएको छन्, त्यहाँमाथि पनि एग्रिकल्चरबाट अलिकति अन्य सेक्टरहरूमा मान्छे जाने क्रमहरू बढेको छ। अनि यो वाटर प्रोडक्टिभिटी, इरिगेसन, वाटर सेड्युलिङ, यिनीहरूको चाहिँ यो एसेसमेन्टको कुराहरू, यो कन्ट्रोल मेकानिजम, यी कुराहरूमा चाहिँ अलिकति बढी हामीले ध्यान दिनुपर्ने कुराहरू छ। अनि यो फिल्डको डेटा यो चाहिँ अपडेट गर्ने, फ्रिक्वेन्टली लिने, यो कुराहरूमा हाम्रो अलिकति अलि ठिकै भएको छ, खासै राम्रोसँग गर्न सकेका छैन। यसलाई चाहिँ स्टडी गर्ने, रिसर्चका कुराहरूलाई लिएर जाने, ती कुराहरूलाई अलिकति पर्याप्त हामीले गर्न सकेका छैन, तिनीहरूलाई गर्दै जानुपर्ने देखिया छ। अनि यो कन्जर्भेसन प्र्याक्टिस, अघि पनि अलिअलि कुरा आयो, कन्जर्भ गर्दै हामीले यो एग्रिकल्चर प्र्याक्टिसलाई चाहिँ कन्जर्भेसनमा जोडेर कन्जर्भेसन सहितको जानुपर्ने हुन्छ। अर्को भनेको चाहिँ अब यो क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट टेक्नोलोजिजहरू, यो वुमेन फ्रेन्डली, अलिकति मैले अघि कुरा गरिसकेँ, यहाँ अलिकति चिट पनि आइसक्यो यसलाई। अब हाम्रो के छ त, हामीले गरेका केही राम्रा कामहरू पनि छन्, त्यसलाई अलिकति अपस्केल पनि गर्नुपर्छ, अन्यत्र पनि लैजानुपर्छ भन्नेमा जस्तो अब हामी पनि म पनि कुनै कार्यक्रममा यो प्रधानमन्त्री आधुनिकीकरण आयोजनामा पार्टिसिपेट गरेका थिएँ। यसलाई चाहिँ धेरै मान्छेले सफल पनि भनेका छन्। हामी एकदमै इम्प्रेस हुने टाइपकै भएको हुनाले यस्ता खालका कार्यक्रमहरूलाई चाहिँ अलिकति अपस्केल गर्ने, अलि बढाउँदै लानुपर्छ। र अनि यसको चाहिँ कम्युनिकेट पनि प्रपरली हामीले गर्न नसक्या हो कि त्यसलाई प्रपरली कम्युनिकेट गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरोहरू छ। अर्को चाहिँ अब हाम्रो अलिकति यो अपस्केल गर्ने, नयाँ कुरोहरू लाने अथवा नयाँ कार्यक्रमहरू नै कार्यान्वयन गर्ने, त्यस्ता कुराहरूमा चाहिँ अलिकति हाम्रो पोलिसी ग्यापहरू छ होइन। अलिकति नयाँ खालको काम गरौँ न भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति अब अगाडि बढिहाल्ने वातावरण बनिराखेको छैन, त्यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति वातावरण बनाउने भन्ने कुरो छ। यिनीहरू चाहिँ हाम्रो पेपरमा छ भन्ने कुरोहरू छ। अनि कोअर्डिनेसन चाहिँ यो होरिजेन्टल भर्टिकल कोअर्डिनेसनको कुराहरू पनि अलिकति हामी सुधार गर्दै लानुपर्ने हुन्छ। यिनीहरू चाहिँ केही भएको छ, आज बिहान ओपनिङ सेसनमा पनि भएको थियो, हाम्रो कोअर्डिनेसनको कुराहरू अलि बेटर हुँदै त्यो आछ भन्ने कुरो भएको थियो, अझ फर्दर हामीले बेटर गर्नुपर्छ। अर्को अब हाम्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर भनेको उसमा चाहिँ अब हामीहरूको फार्म लेभलमा हुनुपर्ने हाम्रा इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरू धेरै मिनिमम छन्, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि त्यसमा पनि अलिकति हामी अगाडि बढ्नुपर्ने हो कि भन्ने कुराहरू छ। अलिकति डेटाबेसको कुराहरू अनि इन्फर्मेसन सिस्टमहरू, अब फार्मरमा हामीले दिनुपर्ने कुराहरू, मेसेज पठाउने कुराहरू, मेसेजिङ सिस्टमहरू, यो एप्सहरूबाट पठाउने कुराहरू, यिनीहरू कुराहरूमा चाहिँ अलिकति हाम्रो वर्कआउट हुनुपर्ने अझै छ। त्यो भयो भने अझ हामीलाई प्रोडक्टिभिटीलाई अलिकति इन्हान्स गर्छ भन्ने कुराहरू छ। जस्तो अब हाम्रै पानीकै एभाइलेबिलिटीको कुराहरू पनि कति बेला कति पानी आउँछ भन्ने कुराहरूको अलिकति यो चाहिँ डेटाबेसमा हामीले भन्न सक्ने, यसको इन्फर्मेसन चाहिँ टाइमली दिन सक्ने, त्यो अनुसारको हाम्रो क्रप सेड्युलिङ हुन सक्ने, क्रप प्लान गर्न सक्ने, त्यस्तो कुराहरू हुन्छ। त्यसलाई पनि अलिकति हामीले यो डेटाबेसमा केही काम गर्न सक्यौँ भने अझ राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने कुरो छ। अर्को यो यङ जेनेरेसन, अब सबैलाई थाहा भएको कुरो हो, यो चाहिँ अलिकति एग्रिकल्चरतिर अलिकति अब यो युनिभर्सल नै होला। अब यङ जेनेरेसन कृषिबाट अन्य सेक्टरमा सिफ्ट हुँदै जाने, यसलाई पनि एड्रेस गर्दै जानुपर्छ। यङ जेनेरेसनलाई पनि पार्टिसिपेट गराउन के गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरोहरू, हाम्रो फार्मको खेती गर्ने कल्चर केही परिवर्तन गरेर हुन्छ कि अथवा के छ, आकर्षण लिएर आउने तरिकाहरूमा हामी जानुपर्छ भन्ने कुरोहरू छ। र अब माइग्रेसन एउटा अब हाम्रो प्रब्लम छ अब अर्बनबाट अझ विदेश पुग्ने त्यो कुराहरूलाई पनि अब हाम्रो चाहिँ यो एग्रिकल्चर नै यो चाहिँ यो र एकदम इरिगेटेड एग्रिकल्चरले र प्रोडक्सन र प्रोडक्टिभिटी नै इन्हान्स गरेर हामीले चाहिँ यो माइग्रेसनलाई केही न केहीसम्म कम गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने कुरो नै छ। यति भन्दै यो ग्रुप 1 बाट यो प्रेजेन्टेसन गरेँ। हस्, थ्याङ्क यू। र ग्रुप 1 कुरैलाई म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। हस्, नमस्कार।
हस्, धन्यवाद बासु सर। सबै 4वटा ग्रुप पोलिसी, प्र्याक्टिस, इन्स्टिट्युसन्स र रिसर्चलाई चाहिँ जोरदार ताली बजाएर सबैले धन्यवाद दिने पनि अनुरोध गर्दछु। अबको सेसनको र नेक्स्ट गाइडेन्सको लागि चाहिँ जिज्ञासा म्यामलाई।
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सन्तोष सर र भाग लिने सम्पूर्णलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। थ्याङ्क यू अल पार्टिसिपेन्ट्स। Due to delayed program schedule that we are beyond time limit, therefore we are going to skip the tea break, but the tea is served at the back. You can go and take your tea at your convenience. Now we will continue to our third session. Ladies and gentlemen, the final session of the day is a panel discussion which is focused on way forward, translating the pathways which is developed in this group work into action. To facilitate this important discussion, I am pleased to invite Professor Dr. Vishnu Prasad Pandey, Director of the Center of Applied Research and Development, Institute of Engineering, and Vice President of NINSIT, to the stage.
Thank you so much. It's my great honor to facilitate these sessions, and a very important session indeed. Since the morning we are talking about the need of synchronizing the inputs of irrigation to the agricultural productivity. And we have discussed various things, right from the keynote to the first panel to the various inputs from the group work as well. So we are now trying to discuss what could be the way forward based on that. For that, we have a very distinguished panelist. Let me invite them, Mr. Sanjeev Baral. Let me invite him on the dais. He is the Director General at Department of Water Resources and Irrigations. Please, sir. And the other distinguished panelist we have is Dr. Sabnam Sivakoti. She is Joint Secretary at Ministry of Agriculture and Local Development. We are trying to make a panel in a way that all the executives or related ministries are right here so that we can hear their ideas on what works and what does not. Similarly, I would like to invite Dr. Ganesh Raj Joshi. He is a former Secretary of Government of Nepal and also the very expert in agri-economics. Welcome, sir. Similarly, we are supposed to have Professor Sangam Shrestha, who is a Dean at a School of Engineering at the Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand. Due to delay in the flight, he is not able to join today. Hopefully we'll have more discussion, or his maybe ideas would be gathered in the due course when we have the way forward from here. So we have other panelists, Dr. Besraj Thapa, who is a water resource expert and also an associate professor and principal at Universal Engineering and Science College. If, there are 4 sessions in the group work, 4 actually distinct sections for the group work. Focused on practice, focused on research and innovation, focused on policy coherence, and focused on institutional strengthening. We already hear what could be the potential ideas for moving forward. If I take a couple of them, most of them ultimately will be tied up with institutional reforms, right? Of course, the practice can change many things, but institutional reforms also is very much important for many things to happen. I was fortunate to be in the institutional reform group. If I take a couple of takeaways or the maybe insight from that one, perhaps we can start right from there. One was we cannot think of changing institutional overnight. It's a long-term process. What we can do is within the existing institutional setup, we can find some mechanism from which we can do many things that can happen for the intended outcomes. So maybe making kind of quasi-institution where maybe focus on specific projects or specific crops, or so that both sectors can work together for the intended outcomes. Other was maybe at the local scale also, we have various forms of organization like water user associations, farmers groups and so on. If they can be integrated together, we can talk, the same group can talk about water, can talk about food, agriculture, and they cooperate together. Perhaps that could be interesting things. Also like insurance mechanism can also need to be built in this kind of mechanism so that farmers feel more comfortable, more maybe convincing in working more in their farm. For that also we need some institutional mechanism. And the other one was maybe review of the performance indicator of the department. So these were the various ideas discussed in the group. So let me come to Dr. Shabnam Sivakode from the Ministry of Agriculture and Local Development. There are various ideas. Most of them are related to institutional strengthening, right? How do you see the feasibility of these ideas being a representative of one of the key ministry?
Hello. Thank you, Vishnu sir. First of all, thanks. I would like to thank Department of Water Resources and Irrigation for inviting me in this very important session. And I was listening to the group presentation just made by the 4 groups. And to your questions on about the institutions, the wishful thinking is that we want to have one organization, you know, it is merged or come under one umbrella. That is the wishful thinking that have been there for a very long time. So the proposal that was the recommendation suggested by the group that to have a separate institution, you know, coming together might not be a feasible idea. That I also agree, because we have seen that this is more of a talk than act. So in that sense, the kind of quasi-institution that was suggested by the group, I also agree on that one, because we have a pretty good experience of working together in particular projects or particular objective-oriented plan and programs that has really generated the result. So in that sense, I think that suggestion is very much welcomed, and I think Ministry is also willing to do that, and we have already started practicing that in some of our projects. I would like to just here recall the experience from Gandaki province where I worked. There was a very massive program on the land consolidation. The Chaklabandi program was there, and there we very closely worked with the department, the irrigation ministry there. And the result was that whenever we were planning the land consolidation, so the irrigation ministry was there in the picture, and they would see whether there is the feasibility of the irrigation or not, and how they can build on the irrigation activities through their program and project support. So this was a joint kind of program, and it really provided a very good result. So in that sense, I think that is a very feasible idea, and through some of the projects of the earlier experience, this IWRMP and the Rani Jamara Kuleria project that is ongoing now, and some of the upcoming projects that we are planning together, I think that is one of the good suggestions by the floor, and that seems very, very feasible to me. That is one. And second, in terms of the institutional about is that is stood up very clearly is about the use of the user group. Because we have different entities from the Ministry of Irrigation. This is more on, they work closely with the Water User Association, and we work with the farmers group and the agriculture cooperatives. And I also sort of realized that why don't we work with the Water User Association itself? Because whenever we talk about the production, this has to be do with the irrigation together with other several inputs. So if there is a strong institution is already there, why can't they be considered as the producers group? So that I think that is one suggestion that I also buy in from the Ministry of Agriculture perspective thing. And then the third that came out very clearly is about the joint planning and joint review of the projects and programs. I think that is very critical right from the beginning. Whenever we are designing an irrigation project or whether we are designing an agriculture project, if we have the key stakeholders like irrigation or agriculture is there right from the planning and to the execution, and also during the review, during the studies, or some if we are introducing some innovation technology in those projects, that has to do with the water sector. I think that we can come together in that sector. So in that sense, some of the recommendations by the group, I think
I had a similar feelings about how we can probably go together. So I'll stop here now.
Later in the discussion, we will come back. How can we translate that into reality? Maybe we'll come later on that one. Let me go back to other important Department of Water Resources and Irrigation, who is responsible for providing one of the key inputs, irrigation, to the agriculture for enhancing productivity. And Mr. Director General rightly mentioned in his opening session that there is a need of intersectional collaboration too. And this is the spirit of the discussion in each group as well. So, how can we reach towards that direction? Would you like to share some insights?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vishnu sir. Actually, I would like to start my discussion with the, we have still a lot of opportunities for collaboration between the irrigation and agriculture sector, because from our recent master plan identified 3.5 million hectare agricultural land. Out of that, 2.5 hectare is irrigable land. But we have developed the irrigation infrastructure up to 1.5 million hectare only. So 1 million hectare irrigable land still need to develop the irrigation infrastructure. And if we see the year-round irrigation situation, only 1/3 of the area has irrigation, year-round irrigation. So in this prospect, if we see and we consider this data, and what we can do is in the area where we have already constructed the irrigation infrastructure, we can collaborate in one way with the agriculture, and for the new area we can think how to develop a project bringing irrigation and agriculture together and proceed for future. So starting with this point, I would like to highlight what could be the starting point for collaboration. So the first one is we need to learn from our experience and expand the success story to the other area. For example, if we see the Rani Jamra Kularia irrigation project, for first phase and second phase, we jointly delivered some of the things. Irrigation infrastructure is already completed, agricultural, lot of things are done together. And if we see the result is very good. For example, the cropping intensity has already changed to 180% to 250%, and water use efficiency is increased. Use of machinery in land preparation as well as for harvesting is significantly increased for and productivity of the paddy, wheat, maize, vegetable, potato is significantly increased. So based on these success story, we need to replicate this success story to other projects. So from Department of Water Resources and Irrigation perspective, we have already initiated some of the projects in the same concept of Rani Jamara. For example, MIIP, Mechanized Irrigation Innovation Project, IMEP, Irrigation Management Enhancement Project, modernization, and Rani Jamara Irrigation third phase project also. We have replicated the success story in this project. So what my first point is, we need to expand this success story to more and more other area. But here is like these projects are somehow donor funded projects. So why not to go for the government funded project also, develop this culture to expand throughout the country and not limiting to the donor funded project. Government funded project also, let's start in this culture. First thing is that. And second is from the previous presentation of Tikaram Baral, Joint Secretary also presented, we need to expand the project-based culture to program-based model. Like in the previous discussion also, what we discuss is why not we start collaboration for spring paddy. Because Department of Water Resources and Irrigation said that for 0.1 million hectare we can immediately give
water for spring paddy, and we can increase that value up to the 0.3 million hectare. So why not start collaborating each other
Just
in
one
this?
cross question
Yes.
there. When you talk about providing irrigation to spring paddy,
Yes.
have you also suggested this should be the area or they can be open in
Yes,
any area?
no. We have identified
identified
the
it.
project,
Okay.
and within the project also, this is
That
the
area.
area, and we
thank you.
come up with the total area, not in general way. We have identified the specific area that we can provide the for these things. And the third issue I would like to share is our Director General of Department of Agriculture already shared. There is, while thinking about the collaboration and working together for increasing productivity and production and productivity, there are not only two players. There are beyond irrigation and agriculture also. There are a lot of issues. For example, land issues, land fragmentation issues, commercial agriculture issues, capital, human resource issue. Why not to integrate other relevant partners while thinking of integration of the irrigation and agriculture? If we think like that, integrating other players to increase the production and productivity, then it will be more effective. Third issue, I would like to highlight is that things. And another issue is, like we need to think, we need to very critically review the existing water users association, who are like a very traditional type of water users association to business oriented water users model. For example, Samana ma'am also a little highlight how to change that. But my idea is like the volunteer based water users association need to be translated to either like a business oriented structure, either that could be cooperative model or management companies model, and they should be like professional.
So it means you also buy the idea, the reform of water user association, but do you also
Yes.
agree with the integration with the farmer association and the cooperatives? Will that be a good idea? What do you think?
Yes, that's why the traditional water users association need to be restructured considering irrigation
All right, sir.
and
Thank you.
agriculture perspective.
I think we got the key message that
Yes.
from your side. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
I will come back to you later. Now, you see, we see the two specific ministry and department, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, also buying the idea of the quasi-institutional setup, which may work in a programmatic mode or project mode, so that even within the existing institution, we can bring some outcomes. And this tends to agree with the Department of Irrigation and Water Resources and Irrigation too, because
one issue can I add
Yes, please.
in this in the same questions. One issue is like we need to consider, because we have been thinking about integration between the agriculture and irrigation in large project only.
Exactly.
But there are several other areas, because several geographic areas are there, several like type of the project, surface, lift, groundwater projects.
So we need
are
to work
there.
at multiple scales, so not in a single scale. Thank you.
Scale and other things.
Well,
also
let's
we
talk
need to
from
consider.
economist viewpoint. So you are implementing agency. You have some mandate of the the economic outcomes also you need to look into. You need to perform the public's aspiration too. Let's hear from economist angle, from especially agri-economist angle. Dr. Ganesh Raj Joshi, sir, you have a long experience of driving a ministry, right? Agriculture ministry, right? And also as an expert in agri-economics. I have two questions for you. One is, we talk a lot about, irrigation is a key input to agriculture, right? But exactly to what extent the irrigation contributes to agriculture? If there are some statistics from your research, that would be great to hear. Second question related to this is, our NPC vice chair in the keynote mentioned that agriculture sector's growth has been more or less stable. Still, the total value has increased over the years. So in this context, but the GDP contribution is declining, maybe due to maybe the other sectors' contribution there. So in that way, what could be the way forward to realize both the department and ministries' aspiration for increasing productivity? From economic sense, what could be the way forward?
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Yeah, actually, I was eager really to disseminate the findings of my research. Thank you very much. Actually, you see, let us see the importance of agriculture first. Agricultural sector. You see, we always set target to increase the GDP by this much. Agriculture GDP by this much, or non-agriculture GDP. Of course, Vice Chair say no need to mention non-agriculture, but you see, it's the international sort of system that we are working on. You see, the importance of agriculture, although of course it is not prioritized in these days. If you grow, if you increase agricultural GDP by 1%, how much would be the growth in GDP? It will grow by 1.6%. If you target a growth of 9% GDP, that means agricultural GDP should grow by at least 5.5. So it signifies the importance of agricultural sector, including irrigation, of course, to the GDP. Now the irrigation, the importance, significance of irrigation. You see, you might have heard agricultural total factor productivity, ATFP. That includes conventional factors as well as the technology itself. त्यो हेर्दाखेरि के देखिन्छ भने एग्रिकल्चर टोटल फ्याक्टर प्रोडक्टिभिटी मैले चाहिँ विगत 20 वर्षको चाहिँ मैले ग्रोथ हेरेँ र त्यसलाई रिग्रेस गर्ने कोसिस गरेँ टाइम सिटी डेटा। त्यो हेर्दाखेरि सबभन्दा धेरै कन्ट्रिब्युसन इरिगेसनको छ। इफ एग्रिकल्चर टोटल factor productivity grows by 1%, if irrigation contributes, irrigated area increases by 1%, that contributes ATFP growth by 3.9%. So the importance of agriculture, irrigation. Whereas other inputs, I had also looked into the significance or importance of investment in terms of real investment. That is also positive.
Just a cross question here. When you talk about increase in irrigation area by 1%, are you talking about
area?
Yeah,
that contributes nearly 4% to agricultural total factor productivity.
Yes, that's where my question is. When you talk about 1% increase in irrigation area, do you mean the year-round irrigation or what is that?
Of course, now I have seen.
You have used the scenario of year-round irrigation. All right.
Yeah, the irrigated area that was provided by Sanjeevji long back. No?
Okay.
You had given me. And the road density, if you develop the roads, that is density in terms of thousands of agriculture area per kilometer of road, like that, that also contributes significantly. But one thing, you see, the literacy rate above 10 years and above, because they do not want to engage in agriculture. That's why the agriculture total factor productivity growth has become negative. You see, so it was based on time series data. Now another importance of irrigation in terms of productivity growth. So if you provide the biological technology, say improve variety and grow under rain-fed condition and improve variety under irrigated condition, differences. You can increase the yield of paddy by about 42% with irrigation. Of course, improve variety, seed. And in case of wheat, around 38%. You can see the importance of irrigation. That's why, of course, it shows that there is a potentiality of increasing productivity with assured irrigation. So that's why, as you mentioned, both institutions should be integrated or should collaborate. They should act as a partner for enhancing productivity. Of course, unless our land frontier is closed, you cannot bring additional land for cultivation now. Of course, nearly 20 to 25% of the cultivated land is abandoned or getting fallow. So we have to change the frontier of the production function. Not as on the, we should not just look into the points along the curve. We have to shift the frontier production function. So this is the time. Yeah, with regard to the analysis and the presentation of the Honorable Vice Chair, yeah, it's stable. One thing I think I have to correct it, because that may be typo or typing error or something like that. He mentioned that agriculture growth is stable, but slows with limited potential for growth. No, agriculture has the growth is not limited. Of course, now it is slowed. Of course, it's stable, around 3%. If you looked into the growth from during the last decade, 2011 to 2022, it is around 3.1% compound annual growth rate per annum. No? But the potentiality is quite high. It's not limited, I should say. Yeah, of course, agricultural sector's contribution is declining sharply because of the growth of the service sector. Now it has reached around 67 or 70%, like that. But industry that used to be around 20%, it has gone down 5 to 6%, something like that. Unless if we do not promote agro-based industries, value addition in the agriculture sector, commercialization of the agriculture sector, and creating jobs on farm and off farm through value addition, it is the growth in the national economy is impossible. So that's why we should not, because I also mentioned that its contribution to the GDP growth, I think we should not underscore its value.
Thank you. I think you rightly shared a very key data as that to what extent the irrigation really contributes, because we are talking about the irrigation contributes, but to what extent sometimes we confuse. And also just to add on that, when you take a scenario of year-round irrigation, but actual performance so far is I think 40% area or so had the year-round irrigation, if I remember correctly. So that factor 3.5 comes to around 1.3 or 1.4 only. So there may not be significant improvement unless we irrigation service can be target for a year-round irrigation. That's a key message from there. Now let me come back to the other perspective on this dimension. We hear the two departments or the ministry's perspective. We hear the economic perspective. Let's hear the other perspective. Dr. Vesraj Thapa, he's an academician. He is good in research and innovations too, but he also have a good experience of working with the development partners. I think it's worth bringing the perspective of development partners. So he's not the representative of that, but still he have the great insight in that one, because the development partners has contributed significantly to the different sector, irrigation, agriculture growth of the country. So if you analyze the focus of the development partner, where do you see their investment has focused in a single sectoral growth, or the maybe integration or the marriage between irrigation and agriculture? Where do you see it?
Thank you, Professor Vishnu, for the relevant question. And thank you for the organizing team to invite me as a panelist. So from very beginning of today's session, we discussed about the different gaps, what exactly we have gap for to increase the water productivity. So if we look at those things, we have limited infrastructure, one thing. Another one is limited access to water. Another thing is the limited access to the market. And then there is issue of institutional and governance. So if you look from the four different perspectives, so development partners now they are trying to solve those issues through financing in irrigation sector as well as the agriculture sector. If you look at the project administrative document and the project implementation manual of all the invested projects by development partner in agriculture as well as in irrigation sector, we can see there is the increase in agriculture productivity or increase in water productivity through through capacity building or through infrastructure development, those kind of things. So we have different development partners. If we look at the old bank, we have Rani Chamara Kularia irrigation project. It's rightly mentioned by the DG how the productivity has been changed, how productivity has increased, and how also the saving of water from 6 liter per second to 3.8 liter per second. That kind of thing. So development partners are contributing. Similarly, if you look at the PANSAP project implemented in Ministry of Agriculture, there is some enhancement of nutritional things through the climate smart agriculture or those things. This is also somehow interrelated, irrigation and agriculture. We have READ projects also that is related to market access or those things. So if you look at the ADB side also, we had CIP, we had CMISP, we had MIIP now running, and also IMEP project. Those are also trying to address those integration things. But maybe something are missing there, or some may need to enhance, some may need to some retuning or fine-tuning. So we need to think like the STC also, SIP project, DAMTAP project, those kinds of projects, those are trying to integrate the irrigation as well as the agriculture sector. Similarly, JICA also have the similar types of project, TCP, PIAT project in Kanka irrigation system. USAID also did some projects like the Feed the Future from Agri-Input or Agriculture Transformation projects, and then the Kishan second phase. So most of the projects are trying to integrate those irrigation agriculture, but some are more focusing on irrigation sector, some are more focusing on agriculture sector. So there is something is missing. So we need to critically think how exactly the productivity, basically agriculture water productivity can be enhanced. So we need to think, but most of those development partners are working in silo approach. Some are working in hardware side, some are working in software side. So the integration between hardware and software is also important. So we need to think that we have those kind of things need to integrate it. Also we have Irrigation Master Plan 2019 updated in 2024. They have identified, IMP identified several projects with integration. Most of the projects need to be integrated, both agriculture and irrigation sector, to achieve this stated targets. So, but now development partners are financing in very limited way. That's why need to enhance, need to invest more to integrate the irrigation and agriculture sector by following the edge indicated by Irrigation Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thapa, for highlighting the priorities we have so far. Well, later on, we'll come back to what could be the potential priority for them. Before going to the audience, I have two additional questions to a person from the government. One to Sabna ma'am, a follow-up question. Dr. Sivagudi, from DWRI Director General mentioned that they are ready to provide water if you focus on a specific area. They have given the the boundaries too. Has there been any progress? Because that also helps for I think I heard that food sufficiency of the country, especially in rice. So has there been any progress, or there has been some challenges to move in that direction?
Okay. First, Dr. Bishnu, you have been emphasizing in my first remark that I buy in the quasi-institution. I'm buying that one because the institutional reform that we really want is not seems feasible. So just to correct that, because otherwise I may be interpreted wrongly. One about the concern, the question that you raised. I would like to recall here the process of agriculture development strategy when we were formulating the plan. That's a long-term strategy where we want to achieve self-sufficiency, trade balance in the agriculture sector. So there were some indicators. So while developing that agriculture development strategy, this irrigation was identified as the key sector, the water was identified as the key sector. That's why a separate irrigation strategy was developed during that time in a very deeper consultation with the colleagues from Minister of Irrigation and Minister of Water Resources. So that document still prevails. So that means that has always been the emphasis from the government side, that is a very critical input. And without that, all other the combination of our inputs cannot really deliver the productivity that we want. So that is one acknowledged. So in terms of the food self-sufficiency, this spring rice paddy that also mentioned by our secretary in the morning, that has been another priority for us for a quite long time. So initially, I remember this has been there. Expanding the spring rice, paddy cultivation has been there for quite some time. We have been developing the program, designing, but somehow
the question is, of course, the department your ministry might have thought about a specific area, but department based on their command area and that having some other area.
I'm coming to that. So initially, because I am telling you that this has been there in the discussion for quite some time now. But every time it didn't really, we're not really able to expand the irrigation area. So from the last year we really requested the Ministry of Water Resources. We approached them actually. We approached them that because unless we have the certainty of irrigation, we cannot really expand the spring rice the area. So with that, and then we received the commitment from the Department of Irrigation. That is very much welcomed. But despite that, in last year's program, we had proposed the program, and the feasibility was done together, looking at the prospect of the water. But because last year the program really couldn't be implemented because of some financial crunches.
It was demand driven. It's really good to know. This was demand driven. The department DWRI prepared based on request to our ministry. Maybe it is in high priority. It will be maybe prioritized in the coming years too. That's the key message.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're still hopeful that in the next year to come, that commitment will be there. The water irrigation will be there, and we can increase the production of the spring.
I have similar questions to you from other angle. This year's policies and plan of the government has also emphasized the key message is let's finish the unfinished business first. It means they want to finish the large scale ongoing projects first rather than investing in new projects. If we try to apply similar analogy here in agriculture sector, there are many agricultural lands which are still underperforming due to lack of the maybe irrigation facilities. How about the possibilities of prioritizing investment of DWRI, maybe certain percentage, to ensure irrigation supply to those areas so that those which are already under cultivation can have the optimal output? Are there any possibilities for that? Of course, there might be several constraints, but at least some hope or possibilities for that to align with government's vision. It may be a little difficult question, but I believe you can do it.
Again, similar, we also prepared and approved the irrigation master plan. While seeing the irrigation master plan, we have categorically identified the 4 areas of irrigation expansion. One is large multi-purpose project with basin diversion component. That is very clear. We have identified Bheri Babai diversion project and Sunkosi Marine diversion project, and other 3-4 projects are under the study level. So for these area where they can contribute is fixed. First thing is that. Second is that component identified around 467,000 hectare of mid-hill or hill area that is suitable for lift irrigation project. So this area is already identified. And beyond that, the third component is the groundwater irrigation potential, where surface is not feasible. 318,000 hectare of the groundwater area is identified in the master plan. So for these areas, under these categories, we cannot change the priority for large irrigation like basin diversion project. For example, we have already taken up Bheri Babai diversion project, which is at the stage of finalization of that project. So Babai 36,000 hectare, we can hand over that area to the agriculture ministry, because after that the irrigation water management is the issue, and year-round irrigation we can ensure. Yes, one is that. But out of for the groundwater and hill irrigation schemes, the area where the groundwater and hill is feasible, if Ministry of Agriculture say, hey, this area is pocket area for us, let's focus on that particular area, then we can initiate or we can implement the irrigation project over that area. That is feasible. But because like for large irrigation area, the source is there, alignment is there, command area is there, so we cannot change, and the certain advancement is already there, so we cannot change.
All right, sir. I think it's clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think with these two very related questions, which ultimately links to the overall productivity, let's go back to the audience. I believe there may be a lot of questions or inputs also. We take, I think, 4 or 5 questions in the first round. Depending upon availability of the time, we may go to others. Please raise your hand. I request colleagues to bring the mic there. Can anyone help over there? One hand. Are there any other hands? After that one, right? So I request the panelists to maybe note down the questions. Please be specific to which panelist and what is the questions, without background.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, all the panelists, sir, for their valuable insights. My query is just like for the working together and collaboration with Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and Department of Agriculture. Why we are not talking about the irrigation management offices? Like we already have 7 irrigation projects which is already built almost 30 years and 40 years ago. These irrigation systems are providing irrigation for 2 crops, monsoon crops as well as winter crops. So we have great potential to collaborate and work together in that part. We are missing this part. So why not to go there? We have plenty of working area, we can go there. We are talking only about the new projects. Why not to go already built project? That is my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is question to a specific panelist or a general question? A general. So anyone can answer later on. Please take a note. Any other questions? There are so many hands, but none are raised. As everything is clear, it means. Yeah, I see one hand raised there. Can anyone help? Yeah. It looks like everyone is tired of the whole day. Mic.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Actually, my question is specific to Shabnam Shivakuti ma'am. So ma'am, since Nepal's agriculture is dominated by the smallholder farmers with 0.5 hectares of agricultural land, and now that most men are working abroad, so women workers constitute 70% of the workforce. So what kind of policies should be there in order to ensure their accessibility to resources for the marginalized and the vulnerable groups, including the smallholder farmers and the women? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Yes, other one.
Thank you. I am Narayan Khanal. I am working in Cement International as a business development manager. So my query with Dr. Joshi. So Nepal, we are already going for the federalism. Still, we are discussing about the actors here. I don't see any private sectors here in the core. I mean, maybe somewhere possible, but I don't see any private sectors. But we are discussing only the irrigation and agriculture ministry. But there are other actors who are leaving behind, who have a dominant role in the planning process. Example, infrastructure. Example, road, electricity, right? I mean, they are the other actors who are really hampering the whole process, and they are the investors like millers and other private sectors, bank. So how do you think the formation of multi-stakeholder platform in the ecosystem region, so that they will dialogue, share, discuss, and come up with the bottom-up planning process? This is how agriculture and the irrigation can put their policy and embed in the local priorities rather than just imposing from the central process. So my point is that whether this multi-state platform dialogue could be useful to refine the policy and put in the action process. This is just my query. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any one more questions if anyone has? If not, maybe we can come to the panelists. May I request whoever had the questions to answer it?
Thank you, Dr. Khanal. Of course, you have raised a very pertinent issue, multi-stakeholder forum. So, of course, when you talk about the agricultural development, that means many actors are there. So roads, now the electricity, NEA probably public sector, farm electrification. So for that purpose, NEA, maybe roads, as I mentioned earlier, contribution of the road in total factor productivity growth, immense, like that of irrigation. So, of course, there are institutions to perform the role of, or to really involve the actors, multi-actors, multi-stakeholders, like the National Farmers Commission maybe, to look into, not only look into the farmers, but also other actors that can, who can really contribute or support the development of the farmers, improving their livelihood, increasing income, like that. As you mentioned, we had created that maybe in 2010, when I was working with the Ministry of Environment, we created one forum, Multi-Stakeholder Climate Change Initiative Coordination Committee. So now I think they have changed the name. It is still ongoing, continuing. I think that sort of forum, maybe irrigation and agriculture can initiate to create such a forum so that all the actors, at least once in a year or half yearly, they come close together, discuss the issue and resolve the issues. Thank you.
So the message is, yes, that's useful, right? Sonam ma'am, do you have, I think you had one question?
Yeah. About your question on why don't we work with the irrigation offices, that are already existing. I think this was also idea from the Ministry of Agriculture. We really wanted to have the Office of Agriculture also in the same premises, so that we can jointly work on that, because in most of the irrigation projects, once the project is completed, there is the irrigation offices is there for the management of the infrastructure and all other things, but the component that is actually the sector where the irrigation is meant for, that is missing from that dynamics itself. So we have been advocating with the Minister of Foreign, Minister of Finance and other organizations about why not to establish agriculture offices within the same complexes, so that we can jointly work, not only in some of the projects. So that was one submission which is yet to be bought by the Minister of Finance and other stakeholders. But yes, our office, the projects like Prime Minister Agriculture Modernization Project or other projects, because as of now the federal government do not have their organizations at the ground level. So we have some projects are there. So they coordinate with those offices during the some of these irrigation expansion or providing the coverage of the irrigation to these project areas. So that is one there, but that has not been institutionalized. I also agree with you on that one. And the second question was from our about the inclusion of the smallholders and marginalized and women farmers. Yeah, I think we acknowledge that most of the farmers in Nepal, they are smallholder farmers. So we really, whenever we're targeting any programs or projects, we make sure that how they are part of this process, one, and how do we target our interventions that is suited to them, second. And also during the, like there are other policies like a subsidized loan that has, for the farmers, female farmers, there is 1% higher. For the agriculture subsidized loan, it is 5% interest rate government bears, but for the women farmers, it's 6%. So similar way through the various policy support and through the very targeted programs, especially focusing on the women farmers, and ministry is focusing on that one. Just to give you an example, because this feminization is happening and most of the women farmers are now into the agriculture, and also now they are the one who are also somehow engaged in the mechanization. So how we can develop the women-friendly mechanization tools and technologies. So our research is supporting on that one. So I think these are multiple avenues that we're trying to focus on them. To the question of Dr. Narayan Khanal, I also agree that when we have this multi-sector stakeholder platform is very much essential to function it. But I think maybe this should come from the organizer's perspective. But from my perspective, what I see is that the critical input, the water, the irrigation, that is very much required for the agriculture, for enhancing agriculture productivity. I think even for this one, we have not, the two organizations are now that we're really into the discussion and we're really trying to bring synergy among the two organizations, at least to benefit that one. But that doesn't mean that, or because they are not here, doesn't mean that we don't really work with the other stakeholders, because that is very much required. In the group discussion also, some of the points were raised about the marketing, the marketing of the produce, whether they are, even when there is irrigation, there is high production, but they don't get the market. So there are other aspects, I think, post-production aspects also we really need to deal with. But as of now, I think the more discussion is on how, towards production, how we can enhance the productivity through the best utilization of the water, I think.
Thank you. Are there anything to add from here, or is it addressed? All right. If there are any questions, we can still take one. If not, we can go ahead with the, yes, sir. Can anyone help with the mic, please? No, I can give you.
Thank you. In fact, it's related to little economics, where Ganesh Raj Garu presented well. When we see the GDP of agriculture contribution, I think most of the time we underestimate the value of agriculture. This is what I feel what we do in India also. Because when you are to give the price, what is the cost of cultivation? Okay, we had a big committee, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation. Okay, they did, M.S. Swaminathan. How much should be the minimum support price? Whatever the cost actually incur, 1.5 times the farmer shall get. What is the actual cost? Your inputs, all the mechanical costs, and the land lease value, and also the farm labor. If you consider all that, that is the cost of cultivation. But most of the economists, they won't take the lease value, they won't take the farmer own labor contribution. Then it looks very attractive economics. But when you really go, because we have evaluated some studies, we found that's why the minimum support price is not implemented even today. And that's why we consider what is happening, the GDP contribution of agriculture always underestimated. I hope you agree with me. And this is, in fact, we have to highlight. Because we are underestimating the agriculture growth and telling it is not contributing to the GDP. Because, of course, we have responsibility to see that food is available to all the people. But its true value has to be really estimated and included. Then only it will be appreciated. That is one point. Today, in changing scenario, when we have to consider the value of water, okay, within the nation, within your boundaries, and within your distributors, whatever it may be, the competition shall come only when we appreciate what is the incentivizing the improved water management. Whether we are going to consider that one, because the water credits are one area where the people contributing for improved water management shall get some benefit in terms of water credits. Okay, then only that can be translated into economic value later. Okay, it is possible to transfer that credits to other parts. And even virtual water trade, what is happening today. So that is not explained, okay, every time, but it is happening globally. The water is transferred from place to the place. When we consider the value of that one, in terms of water credits or the price of that water, what we trade, then the more economics will go into this water, and where our producers, farmers will get appreciation and benefit for that. Whether such things can be taken into the policy level. So this is what I wanted to tell. Thank you.
Sir, do you have any 1 minute response to him?
Yeah, thank you. I think you have rightly pointed out, of course, you have Agriculture Price Commission that sets the minimum price considering different parameters. Yeah, in terms of water, of course, it depends on how strong is the water market, of course. So in our case, maybe it's opportunity cost, maybe if you generate electricity, opportunity cost maybe in terms of irrigation or drinking water, like that. So true valuation has not been practiced. In fact, probably when the market expands, develops, and really trade takes place, now maybe between the provinces or between the nations, among the nations, probably that can really reflect the true value of the water and, of course, any commodity. I agree on your point.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to the final round to the panelists. It's a rapid fire round indeed. So I have one yes/no question, just yes or no, and then I request for 2 actionable solutions that you see based on the discussion we have today. From your perspective, let me start with Dr. Vesraj Thapa from Development Partners and his academia to academic perspective. There are 2 things we see based on the discussion. Perhaps maybe documenting the existing practices of the collaborations and learning from them could feed a lot into the future strategies, right? And also, do you think this is useful? And then can we translate this to a roadmap for the next 5-10 years? Is this the way forward? What do you think, yes or no? And second is, what are 2 actionable way forward, do you think?
Okay, thank you. At first, your question, I say yes, because most of the project we are doing in now, some project based, maybe program based, and converting into project based, and finally we need to convert it into some institutional type based, as mentioned by the DG Sanjeev ji. So now we have Rani Chamara or something project, so we need to convert it. So the conversion process, we can go for the Department of Irrigated Agriculture. Like we have irrigation facilities. Then we need to integrate, we need to increase our ultimate goal should be to increase the agriculture water productivity. That means we need to integrate those 2 things. So one thing maybe we need to convert it into Department of Irrigated Agriculture. Another, the actionable point, maybe we need to think about the on-farm water management. So in the afternoon session also we discussed about to increase the water productivity. So to increase the water productivity, we need to think how much water exactly going. So we need to work on the command area development beyond the 28 or 30 hectare limits or blocks that is implemented now by Department of Water Resources and Irrigation. Yeah. Okay, maybe later on I can add more on.
After the session maybe. Dr. Joshi, as an economist, what do you see? First is yes or no to my question. Second is, what are 2 actionable solutions you see as a way forward from today? Yes, no is, do you think the synthesizing existing practices between the collaboration of the 2 institutes and developing a roadmap is an way forward? Yes or no?
Yeah,
or we don't need for that?
Yes, true. First, you have to develop the roadmap, then you can act on it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, of course. As you mentioned, just 2 actions.
Yeah.
For me, I think three actions. So
Okay.
you should
Okay, all right.
act on first the policy. Policy. You see, now, sorry for mentioning this. You have developed, the Irrigation Ministry has developed the irrigation, National Irrigation Policy. But you cannot find even a single word of ADS, Agriculture Development Strategy, on it. How come you have one ADS which was approved by the government of Nepal in 2072? So, of course, there are many things on master plan. So policy, harmonizing the policy of agriculture, irrigation, and climate change in the present context. That is one. Then institutions. Of course, we discuss a lot. Institutions should act and we should develop the mechanism for collaboration, coordination, and partnership. So, of course, water user association, yeah, farmers groups and cooperatives at the grassroots level, ground level, that could be one of the fora to initiate the actions. Another is the infrastructure, of course, irrigation infrastructure. How best we can involve the stakeholders, the users, so in planning, monitoring, and evaluation, all aspects. That could be the another most important thing, so that we can increase the productivity, increase the cropping intensity, increase the input use efficiency, and even the cropping pattern. And another most important, I missed one thing under institutions. Of course, there was a group with regard to innovation, something like the research and innovation. Of course, now I don't see the any research doing on the water use efficiency, the appraisal of the different irrigation technology, increasing water use efficiency, the assessment of the different technologies. I think the WRDC, NARC, GWRA and DOA, and even the private actors should come together really to do research on farm water management as well as technology simultaneously.
Thank you, sir. Now, from investment to economics to irrigation input, let me come to DWRI Director General. What are, again, the same questions to you? I don't need to repeat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, for the yes/no question, yes, we need to identify where the collaboration is feasible and how we can do the collaboration, so we can prepare the roadmap and go further ahead for that things. And second is about key takeaway or key message is what I would like to share at this stage is we have been implementing some of the integrated project. So let's expand. These projects are only for donor funded projects. For example, MIIP, RJKIP3, IMEP. Let's expand these projects to to large numbers throughout the country, and not only limiting to the donor funded projects, but government funded projects also, and expanding the project level integration to program level integration. Let's start with that. And second is while talking about integration, let's not limit about integration of irrigation and agriculture only. Integrate the multiple aspects. For example, integrating between the sectoral integration is one aspect. Second is now we already enter into the federal structure. If you ask question about how much integration is there between the federal and provincial sector within the irrigation sector, like provincial government, there is a gap. So let's it will be if we some dimensional matrix structure will be there within the 3 tier of government. The integration within the sector is needed, and between the different sector beyond agriculture, we need to think so to achieve not only the productivity and production increase, but also linking with the market, human resource aspect, labor, and other things, so that it can be this sector can contribute to the economy well.
Thank you. And after hearing from the investment, economics, and irrigation input, now Dr. Shivakote is in the place that to deliver an output, right, as an agriculture sector's ministry's representative. So the same questions: how do you maybe interlink all these key takeaways to improve the productivity of agriculture sector? What is your final key message after listening to all?
So your question is more like yes question rather than yes no question. So yes, as other panelists mentioned, I agree with, and also I completely agree with the points that is presented by all the panelists, because how can all these are actionable steps, I would say. And in addition to that, because I agree with all of them, and in addition to that, probably we can also see. Because most of the irrigation projects, they are limited to the irrigation canal and up to the maybe some level of the tertiary canals, or how do you say that? But we are not really reached to the on-farm management of the water. So how best, maybe we can have a joint study on how this on-farm water management is really taking place, what is the efficiency, water use efficiency, and where are the areas that we really need to intervene. So probably one actionable area could be how we can jointly assess those one. And second, probably how best to utilize the existing mechanism, because the policy and other things I've already mentioned about how we align the policies and other mechanisms, but how we can best utilize the existing mechanism under the existing policies and the acts, the legal mechanism, so that we can best utilize that for the joint planning and for the joint monitoring evaluation that we all talked about earlier. So maybe that would be another area that we really can start working with. And then third probably would be again, one of the area was about improving the indicators. So maybe in the irrigation, to the irrigation department, maybe one submission would be like, they were talking about who takes the credit of increased productivity, whether how much irrigation can really take the credit of that one. That was discussed in the project. But I think rather than in the productivity, maybe if irrigation, if there is the cropping intensity is increased, because that is solely because of the irrigation. So probably that indicator can also be built in the Department of Irrigation, like whenever you have the command area, but how much irrigation intensity you can really contribute to that command area. That will be another thing that you can think about improving the indicator and work forward. Maybe.
With this mic, it would be great. Thank you. It's really great to hear multiple perspective in the floor during the group discussion, as well as the various types of questions which ultimately link to the what are our practices, where are the challenges, and what are the way forwards, especially bringing sitting together the different investment sectors understanding, economics understanding, irrigation sectors understanding, and the priorities right being DG here, and Ministry of Agriculture's priority and the challenges being the joint secretary right here is a great panel indeed. I think this kind of initiatives or the maybe practices maybe having at least once a year really helps to understand what's going on and where the challenges are, and by understanding each other, jointly crafting the way forward. This kind of initiatives maybe once a year might be really useful. That's my takeaway after hearing to all. Thank you once again first to the audience for being in the room, and then to the panelists for insightful inputs. Let's give a big hand to all of us. With this, we are done with the session. I think I will hand over for the next part to Jigyasa ji. I think, okay, I will spell out. So who is giving the token of love? Sisir Koirala sir. Okay, before we go for token of appreciations to the panelists, there is one information we'll enjoy with a song. There is one song written with the lyrics from Sambhu Prasad Dulal sir. I think he is somewhere in the room. No, yes. He's there. Let's give a big hand to him for the lyrics. And then music from DB Lama. I don't know he's in the room or not. And the vocal from Rachana Rana Magar and Pushkar Sunwar. We have a song that's ready to play when we are handing over the, or maybe sharing the token of appreciation. That song would be in the background. Let's enjoy it together. So may I request Sisir Koirala sir, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Energy, Water Resource and Energy, Water Resources and Irrigations to come to the dais and help with handing over token of appreciation, please. Some colleagues can help with those things, please.
Mr. Sanjeev Baral, Director General, DWRI. Dr. Sabnam Sibakoti, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Dr. Ganesh Raj Joshi, Agri-Economist, former Secretary. Dr. Resraj Thapa, Water Resources Expert.
पानी हो रगत जस्तै जीवनको ढुङ्गा बिरुवा रोपी रक्षा गरौँ पोखरी र ताल
बिरुवा रोपी रक्षा गरौँ पोखरी र ताल मोहन जोगै प्रकृति नै हुन्छ खुशहाल मोहन जोगै प्रकृति नै हुन्छ खुशहाल
Thank you so much, Dr. Pandey, and all the respected panelists for your valuable insights and engaging discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the next session after this song. It is our irrigation song.
धरती सुन्दर बन्छ हो त्यही बिजुली जब बल्छ धरती सुन्दर बन्छ
धरती सिंचित जब हुन्छ उब्जनी बढ्छ हरा भरा देख्दाखेरि मनको पीडा हट्छ
हरा भरा देख्दाखेरि मनको पीडा हट्छ कति सुन्दर प्रकृति हो पर्यटना पर्यटनै हाम्रो आधार भित्र्याउने धन पर्यटनै हाम्रो आधार भित्र्याउने धन खुसी रमाऊ जे भने नि पनि बिना छैन है जीवन वातावरण स्वस्थ भए जीवन बन्छ सुन्दर हो वातावरण स्वस्थ भए जीवन बन्छ सुन्दर
कृषि पर्यटन सम्भव छैन जहाँ हुन्न सिँचाइ अघि बढ्छ सिँचाइ महासङ्घ किसान जागरुक गराए
हो अघि बढ्छ सिँचाइ महासङ्घ किसान जागरुक गराए
उत्पादनको पहिलो आधार
उत्पादनको पहिलो आधार
कल कल बग्ने पानी
यही पानीमा अडेको छ हाम्रो जिन्दगानी हो यही पानीमा अडेको छ हाम्रो जिन्दगानी हो यही पानीमा अडेको छ हाम्रो जिन्दगानी हो यही पानीमा अडेको छ हाम्रो जिन्दगानी
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the closing session of the seminar. We have been together since 9 a.m. and after nearly 8 hours of insightful deliberation and engaging discussions, we have now arrived at the concluding part of our program. I believe this seminar has successfully fostered fruitful exchanges of ideas and outlined meaningful ways forward for our collective effort. At this point, I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Koini, Deputy Director General of Department of Water Resources and Irrigation and Executive Committee member of NANSIT to kindly present a summary and reflection on today's discussion, highlighting the key takeaways of the seminar. In addition, I also request Dr. Karini to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee.
Thank you, Jigasaji. Respected Chairperson of the opening session, Director General of Department of Water Resources and Irrigation, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished special guests, President of ICID, DG of IMI, Secretary from WEX, and renowned seniors, former Vice President of ICID, development partners, academia, esteemed colleagues, media persons, and ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and namaste. It is my great honor to address the closing session of this seminar on water for agri-food system transformation. Water is at the heart of the agriculture. Agriculture sector consumes around 70% of water use globally and more than 95% of water use in Nepal. Agriculture sector is the lifeblood of Nepalese people and also the backbone of our economy, contributing around 1/4 of national GDP. Irrigation plays a crucial role in providing reliable irrigation facility to irrigate the agricultural land and enhance production and productivity, and contribute significantly in achieving the national goal of food security and support in advancing the commercialization of agriculture in the country. In such background, this Irrigation Seminar 2025 holds a great significance in today's country's concern. We had very esteemed keynote speakers, and in the inaugural session, many dimensions of agriculture and irrigation development were highlighted in that session. The first panel discussion on irrigation for food security, key practices and bottlenecks, followed by the group work, and then another panel session on way forward, translating the pathways into actions were very productive and insightful. Based on today's presentation, panel discussion and group work, now I would like to share key reflections and a few sobering takeaways on how we need to rethink and realign our efforts and initiatives, particularly in irrigation and agriculture sectors for agri-food system transformation. Let's go to the key 10 takeaways. Number 1, irrigation is central but not sufficient alone for agri-food system transformation. More clearly, irrigation and agriculture are not a stand-alone sector, but each complement other. Agriculture, water, environment, and energy policies must speak to each other. Coordinated policy and institutional frameworks are key to aligning water management with broader agri-food transformation goals. Number 2, cross-sectoral coordination is a major challenge. Coordination and cooperation from field level to policy level is imperative to address current issues. For this, we must rise from sectoral territory and have one common vision of how to increase agricultural productivity. Number 3, mega irrigation like intervention water transfer and storage projects are essential for increased access of irrigation facility to ensure year-round irrigation, contributing to increased agricultural production and climate resilient agricultural system. But we must accelerate completing those projects which are pending for a long time, as discussed in the morning, including groundwater and lift irrigation projects. Number 4, on-farm water management is another aspect which is often overlooked. This has resulted to less efficient irrigation system, and crop production from command area is also under optimal production level. Land consolidation and protection of agricultural land should be kept in high priority. Number 5, we must put efforts to harmonize irrigation and agricultural policy and strengthen institutional cooperation and collaboration so that agricultural productivity is achieved. A good example was mentioned a couple of times on how the additional agricultural component in Rani Jamara Kulari irrigation project has improved agricultural productivity. However, this, we need to expand this project level integration into the program level. Number 6, in the context of federalism, we must put efforts on strengthening capacity of local governments, WA and community managed practices so that true essence of federalism is achieved. Number 7, embracing innovation, data, climate smart approaches and cutting edge research and development alongside harnessing technologies such as remote sensing, mobile applications and climate models is essential for enhancing efficiency and advancing water management technologies through data-driven decision making. Number 8, intensive collaboration with multi-sectors like government, non-government, research institutions, academia, stakeholders for technologies advancement and innovation is needed. Promoting participatory planning and embedding accountability mechanisms are essential. Number 9, private and public sector investment is crucial for the cost recovery of the agricultural and irrigation system development. At last but not least, number 10, our paradigm shift is needed from business as usual to demand-driven, profitable and commercially viable agriculture through strategic project prioritization, experience sharing and timely execution. These were the 10 key takeaways my group has taken in this short period of time. Thank you, my team here. Now I would like to move to the last session of the seminar, the vote of thanks. I would like to thank our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation for his valuable time and his gracious presence with his noteworthy speech in the morning. Likewise, I would like to thank our special guest, Dr. Shivaraj Adhikari, Honorable Vice President of National Planning Commission. Likewise, I would like to thank our special guest, respected Madhav Belbasi sir, Honorable Member of the Public Service Commission. Likewise, our respected Secretary Sarita Dawadi Madam in this morning, and then Secretary Govinda Prasad Sharma from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Similarly, I would like to thank Dr. Marco Asheri, President of ICID, for being here, and likewise Dr. Mark Smith, Director General of the IMI, for being here in the morning session, and for their presence as well as notable speech. Equally, I would like to thank all the panelists for their insightful discussion in this whole day. Similarly, I would like to thank all the development partners, academia, former Vice President of ICID, renowned seniors, and other esteemed colleagues, media persons, and all the participants here for your meaningful presence and active participation throughout the seminar. Lastly, I would like to thank all the co-organizers of this seminar for conducting this seminar and hope for more future collaborations. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koini, for your thoughtful reflections and for capturing the key insights and outcomes of the day with vote of thanks. Now, our special guest, Mr. Madhu Prasad Bhetwal, Secretary of Water and Energy Commission Secretary, has arrived. Therefore, we welcome you on the program, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the conclusion of today's program. It is time for the closing remarks. Before proceeding, I would like to kindly inform you that our networking dinner has been scheduled for 6 p.m. Also, please provide your feedback and suggestions about the program. The QR code will be displayed on the screen. We will also provide you the link of the email. Please give your feedback to make the seminar better next time. Also, please accept my sincere apologies for any shortcomings or mistakes in my delivery throughout the program. Now, it is my honor to invite Mr. Madhu Prasad Bhetwal, Secretary of Water and Energy Commission Secretariat, to the stage for his closing remarks. With that, I humbly conclude my role as Master of Ceremony for this event. Thank you all, and please enjoy the rest of your evening.
Chair of this one-day irrigation seminar, honored guest, speakers, panelists, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon and namaskar. It is my privilege to represent the Water and Energy Commission Secretariat, WEX, at this very important irrigation seminar 2025 on water for agri-food system transformation. I would like to begin by extending my appreciation to organizers for providing this opportunity to express my closing remarks. Nepal, a country highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, stands at the confluence of the two critical challenges: sustainable management of water resources and energy security in the face of rapidly changing climate. We are a country that depends significantly on agriculture and hydropower, both of which are sensitive to climate variability. In the context of changing climate, inefficient irrigation infrastructure and uncoordinated efforts between the irrigation and agricultural sectors, agricultural production and food security remain ongoing challenges. Addressing these challenges requires a transformational shift in irrigation and water management, ensuring integration of the water system for agri-food systems transformation for achieving long-term food security and sustainable agricultural growth. Strengthening agricultural extension services and ensuring farmers' access to affordable and high-quality inputs are essential steps towards inclusive, sustainable and climate resilient farming systems. While irrigation boosts cultivation potential, it must be complemented with improved agricultural practices, post-harvest management, technologies, enabling institutional and policy environment, as well as market linkages to ensure maximum benefits. Strategic investment in integrated irrigation agricultural planning can enhance food production, reduce poverty, improve livelihoods, promote inclusion and equality, and contribute to national economic growth. I hope today's irrigation seminar on water for agri-food system transformation provided a platform for experts, policymakers, stakeholders to deliberate on the role of water as a strategic resource for transforming Nepal's agri-food systems through sustainable irrigation, efficient water management, gender and social inclusive services, coherent policies, collaborative investment, and balanced agricultural inputs. I hope deliberations were focused on solutions that enhance water security, food security, empower smallholder smallholder farmers and women, and economic prosperity for making Nepal's agricultural sector both resilient and productive in the face of future challenges. In today's irrigation seminar, there were discussions with 2 panel sessions on opportunities and challenges in collaborating irrigation and agricultural sector while sharing best practices of water's role in transforming the agri-food systems, and those 10 key takeaways are quite important to create synergy in irrigation and food production. Ultimately, I hope we become able to explore potential strategies for strengthening the synergy and collective actions between irrigation and agricultural development for achieving food security, economic growth, climate resilience, and inclusive development. Finally, I would like to thank all the guests, speakers, panelists, experts, organizers, supporters, and participants of this seminar for your great contribution to make the seminar successful. With this, I will conclude my closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much.